Question 42 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 42 of the object of fear, in 6 articles. We must now consider the object of fear, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether good or evil is the object of fear. Second, whether evil of nature is the object of fear. Third, whether the evil of sin is an object of fear. Fourth, whether fear itself can be feared. Fifth, whether sudden things are especially feared. Sixth, whether those things are more feared against which there is no remedy. First article, whether the object of fear is good or evil. Objection 1. It would seem that good is the object of fear. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 83, that "we fear nothing save to lose what we love and possess, or not to obtain that which we hope for." But that which we love is good. Therefore, fear regards good as its proper object. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "power, and to be above another, is a thing to be feared." But this is a good thing. Therefore good is the object of fear. Objection 3. Further, there can be no evil in God. But we are commanded to fear God according to Psalm 33:10, "Fear the Lord, all ye saints." Therefore, even the good is an object of fear. On the contrary, Damascene says in On the True Faith 2:12 that fear is of future evil. I answer that, fear is a movement of the appetitive power. Now it belongs to the appetitive power to pursue and to avoid, as stated in Ethic 6:2. And pursuit is of good, while avoidance is of evil. Consequently, whatever movement of the appetitive power implies pursuit, has some good for its object, and whatever movement implies avoidance, has an evil for its object. Wherefore, since fear implies an avoidance, in the first place, and of its very nature, it regards evil as its proper object. It can, however, regard good also, in so far as referable to evil. This can be in 2 ways. In one way, inasmuch as an evil causes privation of good. Now a thing is evil from the very fact that it is a privation of some good. Wherefore, since evil is shunned because it is evil, it follows that it is shunned because it deprives one of the good that one pursues through love thereof. And in this sense, Augustine says that there is no cause for fear, save loss of the good we love. In another way, good stands related to evil as its cause, in so far as some good can by its power bring harm to the good we love. And so, just as hope, as stated above in question 40, Article 7, regards 2 things, namely, the good to which it tends, and the thing through which there is a hope of obtaining the desired good, so also does fear regard 2 things, namely, the evil from which it shrinks, and that good which, by its power, can inflict that evil. In this way, God is feared by man, inasmuch as he can inflict punishment, spiritual or corporal. In this way too we fear the power of man, especially when it has been thwarted, or when it is unjust, because then it is more likely to do us harm. In like manner, one fears to be over another, that is, to lean on another, so that it is in his power to do us a harm. Thus a man fears another who knows him to be guilty of a crime, lest he reveal it to others. This suffices for the replies to the questions. Second article: whether evil of nature is an object of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that evil of nature is not an object of fear. For the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "fear makes us take counsel." But we do not take counsel about things which happen naturally, as stated in Ethics 3:3. Therefore evil of nature is not an object of fear. Objection 2. Further, natural defects, such as death and the like, are always threatening man. If therefore such like evils were an object of fear, man would needs be always in fear. Objection 3. Further, nature does not move to contraries. But evil of nature is an effect of nature. Therefore, if a man shrinks from such like evils through fear thereof, this is not an effect of nature. Therefore natural fear is not of the evil of nature, and yet it seems that it should be. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:6 that "the most terrible of all things is death, which is an evil of nature." I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, fear is caused by the "imagination of a future evil, which is either corruptive or painful." Now just as a painful evil is that which is contrary to the will, so a corruptive evil is that which is contrary to nature, and this is the evil of nature. Consequently, evil of nature can be the object of fear. But it must be observed that evil of nature sometimes arises from a natural cause, and then it is called an evil of nature, not merely from being a privation of the good of nature, but also from being an effect of nature. Such are natural death and other like defects. But sometimes evil of nature arises from a non-natural cause, such as violent death inflicted by an assailant. In either case, evil of nature is feared to a certain extent, and to a certain extent not. For since fear arises "from the imagination of future evil," as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, whatever removes the imagination of the future evil, removes fear also. Now it may happen in two ways that an evil may not appear as about to be. First, through being remote and far off, for, on account of the distance, such a thing is considered as though it were not to be. Hence we either do not fear it, or fear it but little. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5, "we do not fear things that are very far off, since all know that they shall die, but as death is not near, they heed it not." Secondly, a future evil is considered as though it were not to be, on account of its being inevitable, wherefore we look upon it as already present. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "those who are already on the scaffold are not afraid, seeing that they are on the very point of death from which there is no escape. But in order that a man be afraid, there must be some hope of escape for him." Consequently, evil of nature is not feared if it not be apprehended as future. But if evil of nature, that is corruptive, be apprehended as near at hand, and yet with some hope of escape, then it will be feared. Reply to Obj. 1: The evil of nature sometimes is not an effect of nature, as stated above. But in so far as it is an effect of nature, although it may be impossible to avoid it entirely, yet it may be possible to delay it, and with this hope one may take counsel about avoiding it. Reply to Obj. 2: Although evil of nature ever threatens, yet it does not always threaten from near at hand, and consequently it is not always feared. Reply to Obj. 3: Death and other defects of nature are the effects of the common nature, and yet the individual nature rebels against them as far as it can. Accordingly, from the inclination of the individual nature arise pain and sorrow for such like evils, when present; fear, when threatening in the future. Third article: Whether the evil of sin is an object of fear? Objection 1: It would seem that the evil of sin can be an object of fear. For Augustine says on the canonical epistle of John, Tract 9, that "by chaste fear man fears to be severed from God." Now nothing but sin severs us from God, according to Isaiah 59:2: "Your iniquities have divided between you and your God." Therefore the evil of sin can be an object of fear. Obj. 2: Further, Cicero says in his Tusculan Questions iv, 6 that "we fear when they are yet to come those things which give us pain when they are present." But it is possible for one to be pained or sorrowful on account of the evil of sin. Therefore one can also fear the evil of sin. Obj. 3: Further, hope is contrary to fear. But the good of virtue can be the object of hope, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. ix, 4. And the Apostle says in Gal. 5:10: "I have confidence in you in the Lord, that you will not be of another mind." Therefore fear can regard evil of sin. Obj. 4: Further, shame is a kind of fear, as stated above (Q. 41, A. 4). But shame regards a disgraceful deed, which is an evil of sin. Therefore fear does so likewise. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 5 that "not all evils are feared, for instance, that someone be unjust or slow." I answer that, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 1; and Q. 41, A. 2), as the object of hope is a future good difficult but possible to obtain, so the object of fear is a future evil, arduous and not to be easily avoided. From this we may gather that whatever is entirely subject to our power and will is not an object of fear, and that nothing gives rise to fear save what is due to an external cause. Now human will is the proper cause of the evil of sin, and consequently evil of sin, properly speaking, is not an object of fear. But since the human will may be inclined to sin by some extrinsic cause, if this cause have a strong power of inclination, in that respect a man may fear the evil of sin, in so far as it arises from that extrinsic cause: as when he fears to dwell in the company of wicked men, lest he be led by them to sin. But properly speaking, a man thus disposed fears the being led astray rather than the sin considered in its proper nature, that is, as a voluntary act. For considered in this light, it is not an object of fear to him. Reply to Obj. 1: Separation from God is a punishment resulting from sin, and every punishment is, in some way, due to an extrinsic cause. Reply to Obj. 2. Sorrow and fear agree in one point, since each regards evil. They differ, however, in 2 points. First, because sorrow is about present evil, whereas fear is future evil. Secondly, because sorrow, being in the concupiscible faculty, regards evil absolutely, wherefore it can be about any evil, great or small, whereas fear, being in the irascible part, regards evil with the addition of a certain arduousness or difficulty, which difficulty ceases in so far as a thing is subject to the will. Consequently, not all things that give us pain when they are present makes us fear when they are yet to come, but only some things, namely those that are difficult. Reply to Obj. 3. Hope is of a good that is obtainable. Now one may obtain a good either of oneself or through another, and so hope may be an act of virtue which lies within our power. On the other hand, fear is of an evil that does not lie in our power, and consequently the evil which is feared is always from an extrinsic cause, while the good that is hoped for may be both from an intrinsic and from an extrinsic cause. Reply to Obj. 4. As stated above in Q. 41, Art. 4, second and third replies, shame is not fear from the very act of sin, but of the disgrace or ignominy which arises therefrom, and which is due to an extrinsic cause. Fourth article. Whether fear itself can be feared. Objection 1. It would seem that fear cannot be feared. For whatever is feared is prevented from being lost, through fear thereof. Thus a man who fears to lose his health keeps it, through fearing its loss. If therefore a man be afraid of fear, he will keep himself from fear by being afraid, which seems absurd. Obj. 2. Further, fear is a kind of flight. But nothing flies from itself. Therefore, fear cannot be the object of fear. Obj. 3. Further, fear is about the future. But fear is present to him that fears. Therefore, it cannot be the object of his fear. On the contrary, a man can love his own love, and can grieve at his own sorrow. Therefore, in like manner, he can fear his own fear. I answer that, as stated above in Art. 3, nothing can be an object of fear save what is due to an extrinsic cause, but not that which ensues from our own will. Now fear partly arises from an extrinsic cause, and is partly subject to the will. It is due to an extrinsic cause, in so far as it is a passion resulting from the imagination of an imminent evil. In this sense, it is possible for fear to be the object of fear, that is, a man may fear lest he should be threatened by the necessity of fearing, through being assailed by some great evil. It is subject to the will in so far as the lower appetite obeys reason, wherefore man is able to drive fear away. In this sense, fear cannot be the object of fear, as Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33. Lest, however, anyone make use of his arguments, in order to prove that fear cannot be at all the object of fear, we must add a solution to the same. Reply to Obj. 1. Not every fear is identically the same. There are various fears according to the various objects of fear. Nothing then prevents a man from keeping himself from fearing one thing by fearing another, so that the fear which he has preserves him from the fear which he has not. Reply to Obj. 2: Since fear of an imminent evil is not identical with the fear of imminent evil, it does not follow that a thing flies from itself, or that it is the same flight in both cases. Reply to Obj. 3: On account of the various kinds of fear already alluded to, for example in the second reply, a man's present fear may have a future fear for its object. Fifth article: Whether sudden things are especially feared. Objection 1: It would seem that unwonted and sudden things are not especially feared, because, as hope is about good things, so fear is about evil things. But experience conduces to the increase of hope in good things. Therefore it also adds to fear in evil things. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 5) that "those are feared most who are not quick-tempered, but who are gentle and cunning." Now it is clear that those who are quick-tempered are more subject to sudden emotions. Therefore sudden things are less to be feared. Obj. 3: Further, we think less about things that happen suddenly. But the more we think about a thing, the more we fear it. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 8) that "some appear to be courageous through ignorance, but as soon as they discover that the case is different from what they expected, they run away." Therefore sudden things are feared less. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. ii, 6): "Fear is startled at things unwonted and sudden, which endanger things beloved, and takes forethought for their safety." I answer that, as stated above (A. 3), as well as in Q. 41, A. 2, the object of fear is an imminent evil, which can be repelled but with difficulty. Now this is due to one of two causes: to the greatness of the evil, or to the weakness of him that fears; while unwontedness and suddenness conduce to both of these causes. First, it helps an imminent evil to seem greater: because all material things, whether good or evil, the more we consider them, the smaller they seem. Consequently, just as sorrow for a present evil is mitigated in course of time, as Cicero states (Tusculan Disputations 3:30), so too fear of a future evil is diminished by thinking about it beforehand. Secondly, unwontedness and suddenness increase the weakness of him that fears, in so far as they deprive him of the remedies with which he might otherwise provide himself to forestall the coming evil, were it not for the evil taking him by surprise. Reply to Obj. 1: The object of hope is a good that is possible to obtain. Consequently, whatever increases a man's power is of a nature to increase hope, and for the same reason to diminish fear, since fear is about an evil which cannot be easily repelled. Since therefore experience increases a man's power of action, therefore, as it increases hope, so does it diminish fear. Reply to Obj. 2: Those who are quick-tempered do not hide their anger, wherefore the harm they do others is not so sudden as not to be foreseen. On the other hand, those who are gentle or cunning hide their anger, wherefrom the harm which may be impending from them cannot be foreseen, but takes one by surprise. For this reason the Philosopher says that such men are feared more than others. Reply to Obj. 3: Bodily good or evil considered in itself seems greater at first. The reason for this is that a thing is more obvious when seen in juxtaposition with its contrary. Hence, when a man passes unexpectedly from penury to wealth, he thinks more of his wealth on account of his previous poverty, while, on the other hand, the rich man who suddenly becomes poor finds poverty all the more disagreeable. For this reason, sudden evil is feared more, because it seems more to be evil. However, it may happen, through some accident, that the greatness of some evil is hidden, for instance, if the foe hides himself in ambush, and then it is true that evil inspires greater fear through being much thought about. Sixth article. Whether those things are more feared for which there is no remedy. Objection 1. It would seem that those things are not more to be feared for which there is no remedy. Because it is a condition of fear that there be some hope of safety, as stated above in Article 2. But an evil that cannot be remedied leaves no hope of escape. Therefore, such things are not feared at all. Objection 2. Further, there is no remedy for the evil of death, since, in the natural course of things, there is no return from death to life. And yet, death is not the most feared of all things, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5. Therefore, those things are not feared most for which there is no remedy. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 1:6 that "a thing which lasts long is no better than that which lasts but one day, nor is that which lasts forever any better than that which is not everlasting." And the same applies to evil. But things that cannot be remedied seem to differ from other things, merely in the point of their lasting long or forever. Consequently, they are not therefore any worse or more to be feared. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that "those things are most to be feared, which when done wrong cannot be put aright, or for which there is no help, or which are not easy." I answer that, the object of fear is evil. Consequently, whatever tends to increase evil conduces to the increase of fear. Now evil is increased not only in its species of evil, but also in respect of circumstances, as stated above (Q. 18, A. 3). And of all the circumstances, long-lastingness, or even everlastingness, seems to have the greatest bearing on the increase of evil. Because things that exist in time are measured, in a way, according to the duration of time. Wherefore, if it be an evil to suffer something for a certain length of time, we should reckon the evil doubled if it be suffered for twice that length of time. And accordingly, to suffer the same thing for an infinite length of time, that is, forever, implies, so to speak, an infinite increase. Now those evils which, after they have come, cannot be remedied at all, or at least not easily, are considered as lasting forever or for a long time, for which reason they inspire the greatest fear. Reply to Obj. 1. Remedy for an evil is twofold. One, by which a future evil is warded off from coming. If such a remedy be removed, there is an end to hope and consequently to fear. Wherefore we do not speak now of remedies of that kind. The other remedy is one by which an already present evil is removed, and of such a remedy we speak now. Reply to Obj. 2. Although death be an evil without remedy, yet, since it threatens not from near, it is not feared, as stated above in Article 2. Reply to Obj. 3. The philosopher is speaking there of things that are good in themselves, that is, good specifically. And such like good is no better for lasting long or forever. Its goodness depends on its very nature. End of question 42. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 43 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 43. Of the cause of fear, in 2 articles. We must now consider the cause of fear, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether love is the cause of fear. Second, whether defect is the cause of fear. First article. Whether love is the cause of fear. Objection 1. It would seem that love is not the cause of fear. For that which leads to a thing is its cause. But fear leads to the love of charity, as Augustine says on the canonical epistle of John, Tract 9. Therefore, fear is the cause of love, and not conversely. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that those are feared most from whom we dread the advent of some evil. But the dread of evil being caused by someone makes us hate rather than love him. Therefore, fear is caused by hate rather than by love. Objection 3. Further, it has been stated above, in question 42, Article 3, that those things which occur by our own doing are not fearful. But that which we do from love is done from our inmost heart. Therefore, fear is not caused by love. On the contrary, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 33, "There can be no doubt that there is no cause for fear, save the loss of what we love, when we possess it, or the failure to obtain what we hope for." Therefore, all fear is caused by our loving something, and consequently, love is the cause of fear. I answer that, the objects of the soul's passions stand in relation thereto as the forms to the things natural or artificial. Because the passions of the soul take their species from their objects, as the aforesaid things do from their forms. Therefore, just as whatever is a cause of the form is a cause of the thing constituted by that form, so whatever is a cause, in any way whatever, of the object, is a cause of the passion. Now a thing may be a cause of the object, either by way of efficient cause, or by way of material disposition. Thus the object of pleasure is good apprehended as suitable and conjoined, and its efficient cause is that which causes the conjunction, or the suitableness, or goodness, or apprehension of that good thing; while its cause by way of material disposition is a habit or any sort of disposition by reason of which this conjoined good becomes suitable or is apprehended as such. Accordingly, as to the matter in question, the object of fear is something reckoned as an evil to come, near at hand, and difficult to avoid. Therefore, that which can inflict such an evil is the efficient cause of the object of fear, and consequently of fear itself; while that which renders a man so disposed that that thing is such an evil to him is a cause of fear and of its object, by way of material disposition. And thus it is that love causes fear, since it is through his loving a certain good, that whatever deprives a man of that good is an evil to him, and that consequently he fears it as an evil. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above (Q. 42, A. 1), fear, of itself and in the first place, regards the evil from which it recoils as being contrary to some loved good. And thus fear, of itself, is born of love. But in the second place, it regards the cause from which that evil ensues, so that sometimes, accidentally, fear gives rise to love, in so far as, for instance, through fear of God's punishments, man keeps His commandments, and thus begins to hope, while hope leads to love, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 7). Reply Obj. 2: He, from whom evil is expected, is indeed hated at first, but afterwards, when once we begin to hope for good from him, we begin to love him. But the good, the contrary evil of which is feared, was loved from the beginning. Reply Obj. 3: This argument is true of that which is the efficient cause of the evil to be feared, whereas love causes fear by way of material disposition, as stated above. Second article: Whether defect is the cause of fear? Objection 1: It would seem that defect is not a cause of fear. Because those who are in power are very much feared. But defect is contrary to power. Therefore defect is not a cause of fear. Objection 2: Further, the defect of those who are already being executed is extreme. But such like do not fear, as stated in Rhet. ii, 5. Therefore defect is not a cause of fear. Obj. 3: Further, contests arise from strength, not from defect. But "those who contend fear those who contend with them," according to Rhet. ii, 5. Therefore defect is not a cause of fear. On the contrary, contraries ensue from contrary causes. But wealth, strength, a multitude of friends, and power drive fear away, according to Rhet. ii, 5. Therefore fear is caused by lack of these. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, fear may be set down to a twofold cause. One is by way of a material disposition on the part of him that fears. The other is by way of efficient cause, on the part of the person feared. As to the first, then, some defect is, of itself, the cause of fear, for it is owing to some lack of power that one is unable easily to repulse a threatening evil. And yet, in order to cause fear, this defect must be according to a measure. For the defect which causes fear of a future evil is less than the defect caused by evil present, which is the object of sorrow. And still greater would be the defect, if perception of the evil, or love of the good whose contrary is feared, were entirely absent. But as to the second, power and strength are, of themselves, the cause of fear, because it is owing to the fact that the cause apprehended as harmful is powerful, that its effect cannot be repulsed. It may happen, however, in this respect, that some defect causes fear accidentally, in so far as owing to some defect someone wishes to hurt another. For instance, by reason of injustice, either because that other has already done him a harm, or because he fears to be harmed by him. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument is true of the cause of fear on the part of the efficient cause. Reply to Obj. 2. Those who are already being executed are actually suffering from a present evil, wherefore their defect exceeds the measure of fear. Reply to Obj. 3. Those who contend with one another are afraid, not on account of the power which enables them to contend, but on account of the lack of power, owing to which they are not confident of victory. End of question 43. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 44 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 44. Of the effects of fear, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of fear, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether fear causes contraction. Second, whether it makes men suitable for counsel. Third, whether it makes one tremble. Fourth, whether it hinders action. First article, whether fear causes contraction. Objection 1. It would seem that fear does not cause contraction. For when contraction takes place, the heat and vital spirits are withdrawn inwardly. But accumulation of heat and vital spirits in the interior parts of the body dilates the heart unto endeavors of daring, as may be seen in those who are angered, while the contrary happens in those who are afraid. Therefore, fear does not cause contraction. Objection 2. Further, when, as a result of contraction, the vital spirits and heat are accumulated in the interior parts, man cries out, as may be seen in those who are in pain. But those who fear utter nothing. On the contrary, they lose their speech. Therefore, fear does not cause contraction. Objection 3. Further, shame is a kind of fear, as stated above, in question 41, Article 4. But those who are ashamed blush, as Cicero, in his Tusculian Disputations 4:8, and the Philosopher, in his Ethics 4:9, observe. But blushing is an indication, not of contraction, but of the reverse. Therefore, contraction is not an effect of fear. On the contrary, Damascene says On the True Faith 2:23 that fear is a power according to systole, that is, contraction. I answer that, as stated above, in question 28, Article 5, in the passions of the soul, the formal element is the movement of the appetitive power, while the bodily transmutation is the material element. Both of these are mutually proportionate, and consequently, the bodily transmutation assumes a resemblance to, and the very nature of, the appetitive movement. Now, as to the appetitive movement of the soul, fear implies a certain contraction, the reason of which is that fear arises from the imagination of some threatening evil which is difficult to repel, as stated above, in question 41, Article 2. But that a thing be difficult to repel is due to lack of power, as stated above, in question 43, Article 2. And the weaker a power is, the fewer the things to which it extends. Wherefore, from the very imagination that causes fear, there ensues a certain contraction in the appetite. Thus we observe in one who is dying that nature withdraws inwardly on account of the lack of power. And again we see the inhabitants of a city, when seized with fear, leave the outskirts, and, as far as possible, make for the inner quarters. It is in resemblance to this contraction, which pertains to the appetite of the soul, that in fear a similar contraction of heat and vital spirits toward the inner parts takes place in regard to the body. Reply to Obj. 1: As the Philosopher says in On Problems xxvii, 3, although in those who fear the vital spirits recede from outer to the inner parts of the body, yet the movement of vital spirits is not the same in those who are angry and those who are afraid. For in those who are angry, by reason of the heat and subtlety of the vital spirits, which result from the craving for vengeance, the inward movement has an upward direction, wherefore the vital spirits and heat concentrate around the heart, the result being that an angry man is quick and brave in attacking. But in those who are afraid, on account of the condensation caused by cold, the vital spirits have a downward movement, the said cold being due to the imagined lack of power. Consequently, the heat and vital spirits abandon the heart instead of concentrating around it, the result being that a man who is afraid is not quick to attack, but is more inclined to run away. Reply to Obj. 2: To everyone that is in pain, whether man or animal, it is natural to use all possible means of repelling the harmful thing that causes pain but its presence. Thus we observe that animals, when in pain, attack with their jaws or with their horns. Now the greatest help for all purposes in animals is heat and vital spirits. Wherefore, when they are in pain, their nature stores up the heat and vital spirits within them in order to make use thereof in repelling the harmful object. Hence the Philosopher says in On Problems xxvii, 9, when the vital spirits and heat are concentrated together within, they require to find a vent in the voice, for which reason those who are in pain can scarcely refrain from crying aloud. On the other hand, in those who are afraid, the internal heat and vital spirits move from the heart downwards, as stated above in the first reply. Wherefore fear hinders speech, which ensues from the emission of the vital spirits in an upward direction through the mouth, the result being that fear makes its subject speechless. For this reason too, fear makes its subject tremble, as the Philosopher says in On Problems xxvii, 1, 6, 7. Reply to Obj. 3: Mortal perils are contrary not only to the appetite of the soul, but also to nature. Consequently, in such like fear, there is contraction not only in the appetite, but also in the corporeal nature. For when an animal is moved by the imagination of death, it experiences a contraction of heat towards the inner parts of the body, as though it were threatened by natural death. Hence it is that those who are in fear of death turn pale. Ethic. 4:9. But the evil that shame fears is contrary, not to nature, but only to the appetite of the soul. Consequently there results a contraction in this appetite, but not in the corporeal nature. In fact, the soul, as though contracted in itself, is free to set the vital spirits and heat in movement, so that they spread to the outward parts of the body, the result being that those who are ashamed blush. Second article: Whether fear makes one suitable for counsel. Objection 1: It would seem that fear does not make one suitable for counsel. For the same thing cannot be conducive to counsel and a hindrance thereto. But fear hinders counsel, because every passion disturbs repose, which is requisite for the good use of reason. Therefore fear does not make a man suitable for counsel. Obj. 2: Further, counsel is an act of reason, in thinking and deliberating about the future. But a certain fear "drives away all thought and dislocates the mind," as Cicero observes (On the Tusculan Disputations 4:8). Therefore fear does not conduce to counsel, but hinders it. Obj. 3: Further, just as we have recourse to counsel in order to avoid evil, so do we in order to attain good things. But whereas fear is of evil to be avoided, so is hope of good things to be obtained. Therefore fear is not more conducive to counsel than hope is. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 5) that "fear makes men of counsel." I answer that, a man of counsel may be taken in two ways. First, from his being willing or anxious to take counsel: and thus fear makes men of counsel. Because, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 3), "we take counsel on great matters, because therein we distrust ourselves." Now things which make us afraid are not simply evil, but have a certain magnitude, both because they seem difficult to repel, and because they are apprehended as near to us, as stated above (Q. 42, A. 2). Wherefore men seek for counsel especially when they are afraid. Secondly, a man of counsel means one who is apt for giving good counsel, and in this sense neither fear nor any passion makes men of counsel. Because when a man is affected by a passion, things seem to him greater or smaller than they really are. Thus to a lover, what he loves seems better; to him that fears, what he fears seems more dreadful. Consequently, owing to the want of right judgment, every passion, considered in itself, hinders the faculty of giving good counsel. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Obj. 2: The stronger a passion is, the greater the hindrance is it to the man who is swayed by it. Consequently, when fear is intense, man does indeed wish to take counsel, but his thoughts are so disturbed that he can find no counsel. If, however, the fear be slight, so as to make a man wish to take counsel, without gravely disturbing the reason, it may even make it easier for him to take good counsel by reason of his ensuing carefulness. Reply to Obj. 3: Hope also makes man a good counselor, because, as the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. ii, 5), "no man takes counsel in matters he despairs of"; nor about impossible things, as he says (Ethic. iii, 3). But fear incites to counsel more than hope does: because hope is of good things, as being possible of attainment, whereas fear is of evil things, as being difficult to repel, so that fear regards the aspect of difficulty more than hope does. And it is in matters of difficulty, especially when we distrust ourselves, that we take counsel, as stated above. Third article: Whether fear makes one tremble. Objection 1: It would seem that trembling is not an effect of fear. Because trembling is occasioned by cold. Thus we observe that a cold person trembles. Now fear does not seem to make one cold, but rather to cause a parching heat, a sign whereof is that those who fear are thirsty, especially if their fear be very great, as in the case of those who are being led to execution. Therefore fear does not cause trembling. Obj. 2: Further, fecal evacuation is occasioned by heat. Hence laxative medicines are generally warm. But these evacuations are often caused by fear. Therefore fear apparently causes heat, and consequently does not cause trembling. Obj. 3: Further, in fear heat is withdrawn from the outer to the inner parts of the body. If therefore man trembles in his outward parts, through the heat being withdrawn thus, it seems that fear should cause this trembling in all the external members. But such is not the case. Therefore trembling of the body is not caused by fear. On the contrary, Cicero says in his Tusculan Disputations 4:8 that fear is followed by trembling, pallor, and chattering of the teeth. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, in fear there takes place a certain contraction from the outward to the inner parts of the body, the result being that the outer parts become cold, and for this reason trembling is occasioned in these parts, being caused by a lack of power in controlling the members. Which lack of power is due to the want of heat, which is the instrument whereby the soul moves those members, as stated in De Anima ii, 4. Reply to Obj. 1: When the heat withdraws from the outer to the inner parts, the inward heat increases, especially in the inferior or nutritive parts. Consequently, the humid element being spent, thirst ensues. Sometimes indeed the result is a loosening of the bowels, and urinary or even seminal evacuation. Or else such like evacuations are due to contraction of the abdomen and testicles, as the Philosopher says (On Problems 22:11). This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Obj. 3: In fear heat abandons the heart, with a downward movement. Hence in those who are afraid, the heart especially trembles, as also those members which are connected with the breast where the heart resides. Hence those who fear tremble especially in their speech, on account of the tracheal artery being near the heart. The lower lip, too, and the lower jaw tremble, through their connection with the heart, which explains the chattering of teeth. For the same reason the arms and hands tremble, or else because the aforesaid members are more mobile. For which reason the knees tremble in those who are afraid, according to Isaiah 35:3: "Strengthen ye the feeble hands, and confirm the trembling knees." Fourth article: Whether fear hinders action? Objection 1: It would seem that fear hinders action. For action is hindered chiefly by a disturbance in the reason, which directs action. But fear disturbs reason, as stated above (A. 2). Therefore fear hinders action. Obj. 2: Further, those who fear while doing anything are more apt to fail. Thus a man who walks on a plank placed aloft easily falls through fear, whereas if he were to walk on the same plank down below, he would not fall, through not being afraid. Therefore fear hinders action. Obj. 3: Further, laziness or sloth is a kind of fear. But laziness hinders action. Therefore fear does too. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Philippians 2:12, "With fear and trembling work out your salvation," and he would not say this if fear were a hindrance to a good work. Therefore fear does not hinder a good action. I answer that, man's exterior actions are caused by the soul as first mover, but by the bodily members as instruments. Now action may be hindered both by defect of the instrument and by the defect of the principal mover. On the part of the bodily instruments, fear, considered in itself, is always apt to hinder exterior action, on account of the outward members being deprived through fear of their heat. But on the part of the soul, if the fear be moderate, without much disturbance of the reason, it conduces to working well, in so far as it causes a certain solicitude, and makes a man take counsel and work with greater attention. If, however, fear increases so much as to disturb the reason, it hinders action even on the part of the soul. But of such a fear the Apostle does not speak. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. He that falls from a plank placed aloft suffers a disturbance of his imagination through fear of the fall that is pictured to his imagination. Reply to objection 3. Everyone in fear shuns that which he fears, and therefore, since laziness is a fear of work itself as being toilsome, it hinders work by withdrawing the will from it. But fear of other things conduces to action in so far as it inclines the will to do that whereby a man escapes from what he fears. End of question 44. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 45 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 45 of Daring, in 4 articles. We must now consider daring, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether daring is contrary to fear. Second, how is daring related to hope? Third, of the cause of daring. Fourth, of its effect. First article, whether daring is contrary to fear. Objection 1. It would seem that daring is not contrary to fear. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 31, that daring is a vice. Now vice is contrary to virtue. Since, therefore, fear is not a virtue but a passion, it seems that daring is not contrary to fear. Objection 2. Further, to one thing there is one contrary. But hope is contrary to fear. Therefore, daring is not contrary to fear. Objection 3. Further, every passion excludes its opposite. But fear excludes safety. For Augustine says in Confessions 2:6 that fear takes forethought for safety. Therefore, safety is contrary to fear. Therefore, daring is not contrary to fear. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5 that daring is contrary to fear. I answer that it is of the essence of contraries to be farthest removed from one another, as stated in Metaphysics 10:4. Now that which is farthest removed from fear is daring, since fear turns away from the future hurt on account of its victory over him that fears it, whereas daring turns on threatened danger because of its own victory over that same danger. Consequently, it is evident that daring is contrary to fear. Reply to Obj. 1. Anger, daring, and all the names of the passions can be taken in two ways. First, as denoting absolutely movements of the sensitive appetite in respect of some object, good or bad, and thus they are names of passions. Secondly, as denoting besides this movement a straying from the order of reason, and thus they are names of vices. It is in this sense that Augustine speaks of daring, but we are speaking of it in the first sense. Reply to Obj. 2. To one thing, in the same respect, there are not several contraries, but in different respects, nothing prevents one thing having several contraries. Accordingly, it has been said above in question 23, Article 2, as well as in question 40, Article 4, that the irascible passions admit of a twofold contrariety: one, according to the opposition of good and evil, and thus fear is contrary to hope; the other, according to the opposition of approach and withdrawal, and thus daring is contrary to fear, and despair contrary to hope. Reply to Obj. 3. Safety does not denote something contrary to fear, but merely the exclusion of fear. For he is said to be safe who fears not. Wherefore safety is opposed to fear as a privation, while daring is opposed thereto as a contrary. And as contrariety implies privation, so daring implies safety. Second article: Whether daring ensues from hope. Objection 1. It would seem that daring does not ensue from hope. Because daring regards evil and fearful things, as stated in Ethics 3:7. But hope regards good things, as stated above in question 40, Article 1. Therefore they have different objects and are not in the same order. Therefore daring does not ensue from hope. Objection 2. Further, just as daring is contrary to fear, so is despair contrary to hope. But fear does not ensue from despair. In fact, despair excludes fear, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:5. Therefore daring does not result from hope. Objection 3. Further, daring is intent on something good, notably victory. But it belongs to hope to tend to that which is good and difficult. Therefore daring is the same as hope, and consequently does not result from it. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 3:8 that "those who are hopeful are full of daring." Therefore it seems that daring ensues from hope. I answer that, as we have often stated, in question 22, Article 2, question 35, Article 1, question 41, Article 1, all these passions belong to the appetitive power. Now every movement of the appetitive power is reducible to one either of pursuit or of avoidance. Again, pursuit or avoidance is of something either by reason of itself or by reason of something else. By reason of itself, good is the object of pursuit, and evil the object of avoidance. But by reason of something else, evil can be the object of pursuit through some good attaching to it, and good can be the object of avoidance through some evil attaching to it. Now that which is by reason of something else follows that which is in reason by itself. Consequently, pursuit of evil follows pursuit of good, and avoidance of good follows avoidance of evil. Now these four things belong to four passions, since pursuit of good belongs to hope, avoidance of evil to fear. The pursuit of the fearful evil belongs to daring, and the avoidance of good to despair. It follows, therefore, that daring results from hope, since it is in hope of overcoming the threatening object of fear that one attacks it boldly. But despair results from fear, since the reason why a man despairs is because he fears the difficulty attaching to the good he should hope for. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument would hold if good and evil were not coordinate objects. But because evil has a certain relation to good, since it comes after good, as privation comes after habit, consequently, daring which pursues evil comes after hope which pursues good. Reply to Obj. 2. Although good, absolutely speaking, is prior to evil, yet avoidance of evil precedes avoidance of good, just as the pursuit of good precedes the pursuit of evil. Consequently, just as hope precedes daring, so fear precedes despair. And just as fear does not always lead to despair, but only when it is intense, so hope does not always lead to daring, save only when it is strong. Reply to Obj. 3. Although the object of daring is an evil to which, in the estimation of the daring man, the good of victory is conjoined, yet daring regards the evil, and hope regards the conjoined good. In like manner, despair regards directly the good which it turns away from, while fear regards the conjoined evil. Hence, properly speaking, daring is not a part of hope, but its effect, just as despair is an effect, not a part, of fear. For this reason, too, daring cannot be a principal passion. Third article: whether some defect is a cause of daring. Objection 1. It would seem that some defect is a cause of daring. For the Philosopher says On Problems 27:4 that lovers of wine are strong and daring. But from wine ensues the effect of drunkenness. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric 2:5) that those who have no experience of danger are bold. But want of experience is a defect. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. Obj. 3. Further, those who have suffered wrongs are wont to be daring, like the beasts when beaten, as stated in Ethic. 3:5. But the suffering of wrongs pertains to defect. Therefore, daring is caused by a defect. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhetoric 2:5) that the cause of daring is the presence in the imagination of the hope that the means of safety are nigh, and that the things to be feared are either non-existent or far off. But anything pertaining to defect implies either the removal of the means of safety, or the proximity of something to be feared. Therefore, nothing pertaining to defect is a cause of daring. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, daring results from hope and is contrary to fear. Wherefore, whatever is naturally apt to cause hope or banish fear is a cause of daring. Since, however, fear and hope, and also daring, being passions, consist in a movement of the appetite and in a certain bodily transmutation, a thing may be considered as the cause of daring in two ways: whether by raising hope, or by banishing fear. In one way, in the part of the appetitive movement; in another way, on the part of the bodily transmutation. On the part of the appetitive movement which follows apprehension, hope that leads to daring is roused by those things that make us reckon victory as possible. Such things regard either our own power, as bodily strength, experience of dangers, abundance of wealth, and the like; or they regard the powers of others, such as having a great number of friends, or any other means of help, especially if a man trust in the divine assistance. Wherefore "those are more daring, with whom it is well in regard to godlike things," as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 5. Fear is banished, in this way, by the removal of threatening causes of fear; for instance, by the fact that a man has no enemies, through having harmed nobody, so that he is not aware of any imminent danger; since those especially appear to be threatened by danger who have harmed others. On the part of the bodily transmutation, daring is caused through the incitement of hope and the banishment of fear, by those things which raise the temperature about the heart. Wherefore the Philosopher says (De Part. Animal. iii, 4) that "those whose heart is small in size are more daring, while animals whose heart is large are timid, because the natural heat is unable to give the same degree of temperature to a large as to a small heart, just as a fire does not heat a large house as well as it does a small house." He says also (On Problems xxvii, 4) that "those whose lungs contain much blood are more daring, through the heat in the heart that results therefrom." He says also in the same passage that "lovers of wine are more daring, on account of the heat of the wine." Hence it has been said above (Q. 40, A. 6) that drunkenness conduces to hope, since the heat in the heart banishes fear and raises hope, by reason of the dilatation and enlargement of the heart. Reply Obj. 1: Drunkenness causes daring, not through being a defect, but through dilating the heart, and again through making a man think greatly of himself. Reply Obj. 2: Those who have no experience of dangers are more daring, not on account of a defect, but accidentally, that is, in so far as through being inexperienced they do not know their own failings, nor the dangers that threaten. Hence it is that the removal of the cause of fear gives rise to daring. Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 5, "those who have been wronged are courageous, because they think that God comes to the assistance of those who suffer unjustly." Hence it is evident that no defect causes daring except accidentally, that is, in so far as some excellence attaches thereto, real or imaginary, either in oneself or in another. _______________________ FOURTH ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether the Brave Are More Eager at First Than in the Midst of Danger? Objection 1: It would seem that the daring are not more eager at first than in the midst of danger. Because trembling is caused by fear, which is contrary to daring, as stated above (A. 1; Q. 44, A. 3). But the daring sometimes tremble at first, as the Philosopher says (De Problem. xxvii, 3). Therefore they are not more eager at first than in the midst of danger. Obj. 2: Further, passion is intensified by an increase in its object. Thus, since a good is lovable, what is better is yet more lovable. But the object of daring is something difficult. Therefore, the greater the difficulty, the greater the daring. But danger is more arduous and difficult when present. It is then, therefore, that daring is greatest. Obj. 3: Further, anger is provoked by the infliction of wounds. But anger causes daring, for the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 5 that "anger makes man bold." Therefore, when man is in the midst of danger and when he is being beaten, then he is the most daring. On the contrary, it is said in Ethic. iii, 7 that "the daring are precipitate and full of eagerness before the danger, yet in the midst of dangers they stand aloof." I answer that, daring, being a movement of the sensitive appetite, follows an apprehension of the sensitive faculty. But the sensitive faculty cannot make comparisons, nor can it inquire into circumstances. Its judgment is instantaneous. Now it happens sometimes that it is impossible for a man to take note in an instant of all the difficulties of a certain situation. Hence there arises the movement of daring to face the danger, so that when he comes to experience the danger, he feels the difficulty to be greater than he expected, and so gives way. On the other hand, reason discusses all the difficulties of a situation. Consequently, men of fortitude who face danger according to the judgment of reason, at first seem slack, because they face the danger not from passion, but with due deliberation. Yet when they are in the midst of danger, they experience nothing unforeseen, but sometimes the difficulty turns out to be less than they anticipated, wherefore they are more persevering. Moreover, it may be because they face the danger on account of the good of virtue, which is the abiding object of their will, however great the danger may prove. Whereas men of daring face the danger on account of a mere thought giving rise to hope and banishing fear, as stated above in Article 3. Reply to Obj. 1: Trembling does occur in men of daring, on account of the heat being withdrawn from the outer to the inner parts of the body, as also occurs in those who are afraid. But in men of daring, the heat withdraws to the heart, where in those who are afraid, it withdraws to the inferior parts. Reply to Obj. 2: The object of love is good simply, wherefore, if it be increased, love is increased simply. But the object of daring is a compound of good and evil, and the movement of daring towards evil presupposes the movement of hope towards good. If, therefore, so much difficulty be added to the danger that it overcomes hope, the movement of daring does not ensue, but fails. But if the movement of daring does ensue, the greater the danger, the greater is the daring considered to be. Reply to Obj. 3: Hurt does not give rise to anger unless there be some kind of hope, as we shall see later on (Q. 46, A. 1). Consequently, if the danger be so great as to banish all hope of victory, anger does not ensue. It is true, however, that if anger does ensue, there will be greater daring. End of question 45. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 46 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 46. Of anger, in itself, in 8 articles. We must now consider anger, and 1. Anger in itself, 2. The cause of anger and its remedy, 3. The effect of anger. Under the first head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether anger is a special passion. Second, whether the object of anger is good or evil. Third, whether anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Fourth, whether anger is accompanied by an act of reason. Fifth, whether anger is more natural than desire. Sixth, whether anger is more grievous than hatred. Seventh, whether anger is only towards those with whom we have a relation of justice. Eighth, of the species of anger. First article. Whether anger is a special passion. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is not a special passion. For the irascible power takes its name from anger, ira. But there are several passions in this power, not only one. Therefore, anger is not one special passion. Objection 2. Further, to every special passion there is a contrary passion, as is evident by going through them one by one. But no passion is contrary to anger, as stated above in question 23, Article 3. Therefore, anger is not a special passion. Objection 3. Further, one special passion does not include another. But anger includes several passions, since it accompanies sorrow, pleasure, and hope, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2:2. Therefore, anger is not a special passion. On the contrary, Damascene in On the True Faith 2:16 calls anger a special passion. And so does Cicero in the Tusculan Disputations 4:7. I answer that, a thing is said to be general in 2 ways. First, by predication. Thus, animal is general in respect of all animals. Secondly, by causality. Thus the sun is the general cause of all things generated here below, according to Dionysius (Div. Nom. iv). Because, just as a genus contains potentially many differences, according to a likeness of matter, so an efficient cause contains many effects according to its active power. Now it happens that an effect is produced by the concurrence of various causes. And since every cause remains somewhat in its effect, we may say that, in yet a third way, an effect which is due to the concurrence of several causes has a certain generality, inasmuch as several causes are, in a fashion, actually existing therein. Accordingly, in the first way, anger is not a general passion, but is condivided with other passions, as stated above in question 23, Article 4. In like manner, neither is it in the second way, since it is not a cause of the other passions. But in this way, love may be called a general passion, as Augustine declares in De Civ. Dei 14:7, 9, because love is the primary root of all the other passions, as stated above in question 27, Article 4. But in a third way, anger may be called a general passion, inasmuch as it is caused by a concurrence of several passions. Because the movement of anger does not arise save on account of some pain inflicted, and unless there be desire and hope of revenge. For, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 2, "The angry man hopes to punish, since he craves for revenge as being possible." Consequently, if the person who inflicted the injury excel very much, anger does not ensue, but only sorrow, as Avicenna states in De Anima iv, 6. Reply Obj. 1: The irascible power takes its name from ira, anger, not because every movement of that power is one of anger, but because all its movements terminate in anger, and because, of all these movements, anger is the most patent. Reply Obj. 2: From the very fact that anger is caused by contrary passions, that is, by hope, which is of good, and by sorrow, which is of evil, it includes in itself contrariety, and consequently it has no contrary outside of itself. Thus also in mixed colors there is no contrariety, except that of the simple colors from which they are made. Reply Obj. 3: Anger includes several passions, not indeed as a genus includes several species, but rather according to the inclusion of cause and effect. Second article: Whether the object of anger is good or evil? Objection 1: It would seem that the object of anger is evil. For Gregory of Nyssa says (De Natura Boni xxi) that anger is "the sword-bearer of desire," inasmuch, to wit, as it assails whatever obstacle stands in the way of desire. But an obstacle has the character of evil. Therefore anger regards evil as its object. Obj. 2: Further, anger and hatred agree in their effect, since each seeks to inflict harm on another. But hatred regards evil as its object, as stated above (Q. 29, A. 1). Therefore anger does also. Obj. 3: Further, anger arises from sorrow, wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. viii, 6) that "anger acts with sorrow." But evil is the object of sorrow. Therefore it is also the object of anger. On the contrary, Augustine says (Confess. ii, 6) that "anger craves for revenge." But the desire for revenge is a desire for something good, since revenge belongs to justice. Therefore the object of anger is good. Moreover, anger is always accompanied by hope, wherefore it causes pleasure, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 2. But the object of hope and of pleasure is good. Therefore good is also the object of anger. I answer that, the movement of the appetitive power follows an act of the apprehensive power. Now the apprehensive power apprehends a thing in two ways. First, by way of an incomplex object, as when we understand what a man is. Secondly, by way of a complex object, as when we understand that whiteness is in a man. Consequently, in each of these ways the appetitive power can tend to both good and evil, by way of a simple and incomplex object, when the appetite simply follows and adheres to good, or recoils from evil, and such movements are desire, hope, pleasure, sorrow, and so forth. By way of a complex object, as when the appetite is concerned with some good or evil being in or being done to another, either seeking this or recoiling from it. This is evident in the case of love and hatred. For we love someone in so far as we wish some good to be in him, and we hate someone in so far as we wish some evil to be in him. It is the same with anger. For when a man is angry, he wishes to be avenged on someone. Hence the movement of anger has a twofold tendency, notably to vengeance itself, which it desires and hopes for as being a good, wherefore it takes pleasure in it; and to the person on whom it seeks vengeance, as to something contrary and hurtful, which bears the character of evil. We must, however, observe a twofold difference in this respect between anger on the one side and hatred and love on the other. The first difference is that anger always regards two objects, whereas love and hatred sometimes regard but one object, as when a man is said to love wine or something of the kind, or to hate it. The second difference is that both the objects of love are good, since the lover wishes good to someone as to something agreeable to himself, while both the objects of hatred bear the character of evil, for the man who hates wishes evil to someone as to something disagreeable to him. Whereas anger regards one object under the aspect of evil, notably the noxious person, on whom it seeks to be avenged. Consequently, it is a passion somewhat made up of contrary passions. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Third article: whether anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is in the concupiscible faculty. For Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations 4:9 that anger is a kind of desire. But desire is in the concupiscible faculty. Therefore anger is too. Objection 2. Further, Augustine says in his Rule that anger grows into hatred, and Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations 4:9 that hatred is inveterate anger. But hatred, like love, is a concupiscible passion. Therefore anger is in the concupiscible faculty. Objection 3. Further, Damascene in On the True Faith 2:16 and Gregory of Nyssa in On the Nature of Man 21 say that anger is made up of sorrow and desire. Both of these are in the concupiscible faculty. Therefore anger is a concupiscible passion. On the contrary, the concupiscible is distinct from the irascible faculty. If therefore anger were in the concupiscible power, the irascible would not take its name from it. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 23, A. 1, the passions of the irascible part differ from the passions of the concupiscible faculty, in that the objects of the concupiscible passions are good and evil absolutely considered, whereas the objects of the irascible passions are good and evil in a certain elevation or arduousness. Now it has been stated in Article 2 that anger regards two objects, notably the vengeance that it seeks, and the person on whom it seeks vengeance. And in respect of both, anger requires a certain arduousness, For the movement of anger does not arise unless there be some magnitude about both these objects, since "we make no ado about things that are not or very minute," as the Philosopher observes in Rhetoric 2:2. It is therefore evident that anger is not in the concupiscible, but in the irascible faculty. Reply Obj. 1: Cicero gives the name of desire to any kind of craving for a future good, without discriminating between that which is arduous and that which is not. Accordingly he reckons anger as a kind of desire, inasmuch as it is a desire of revenge. In this sense, however, desire is common to the irascible and concupiscible faculties. Reply Obj. 2: Anger is said to grow into hatred, not as though the same passion, which at first was anger, afterwards becomes hatred by becoming inveterate, but by a process of causality. For anger, when it lasts a long time, engenders hatred. Reply Obj. 3: Anger is said to be composed of sorrow and desire, not as though they were its parts, but because they are its causes. And it has been said above (Q. 25, A. 2) that the concupiscible passions are the causes of the irascible passions. Fourth article: Whether anger requires an act of reason? Objection 1: It would seem that anger does not require an act of reason. For, since anger is a passion, it is in the sensitive appetite. But the sensitive appetite follows an apprehension, not of reason, but of the sensitive faculty. Therefore anger does not require an act of reason. Obj. 2: Further, dumb animals are devoid of reason, and yet they are seen to be angry. Therefore anger does not require an act of reason. Obj. 3: Further, drunkenness fetters the reason, whereas it is conducive to anger. Therefore anger does not require an act of reason. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that "anger listens to reason somewhat." I answer that, as stated above (A. 2), anger is a desire for vengeance. Now vengeance implies a comparison between the punishment to be inflicted and the hurt done. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that anger, as if it had drawn the inference that it ought to quarrel with such a person, is therefore immediately exasperated. Now to compare and to draw an inference is an act of reason. Therefore anger, in a fashion, requires an act of reason. Reply Obj. 1: The movement of the appetitive power may follow an act of reason in two ways. In the first way, it follows the reason in so far as the reason commands, and thus the will follows reason, wherefore it is called the rational appetite. In another way, it follows reason in so far as the reason denounces, and thus anger follows reason. For the Philosopher says (On Problems xxviii, 3) that "anger follows reason not in obedience to reason's command, but as a result of reason's denouncing the injury." Because the sensitive appetite is subject to the reason, not immediately, but through the will. Reply Obj. 2: Dumb animals have a natural instinct imparted to them by the divine reason, in virtue of which they are gifted with movements, both internal and external, like unto rational movements, as stated above (Q. 40, A. 3). Reply Obj. 3: As stated in Ethic. vii, 6, anger listens somewhat to reason, in so far as reason denounces the injury inflicted, but listens not perfectly, because it does not observe the rule of reason as to the measure of vengeance. Anger, therefore, requires an act of reason, and yet proves a hindrance to reason. Wherefore the Philosopher says (On Problems iii, 2, 27) that those who are very drunk, so as to be incapable of the use of reason, do not get angry, but those who are slightly drunk do get angry, through being still able, though hampered, to form a judgment of reason. Fifth article: Whether anger is more natural than desire? Objection 1: It would seem that anger is not more natural than desire. Because it is proper to man to be by nature a gentle animal. But "gentleness is contrary to anger," as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric ii, 3. Therefore anger is no more natural than desire. In fact, it seems to be altogether unnatural to man. Obj. 2: Further, reason is contrasted with nature, since those things that act according to reason are not said to act according to nature. Now "anger requires an act of reason, but desire does not," as stated in Ethic. vii, 6. Therefore desire is more natural than anger. Obj. 3: Further, anger is a craving for vengeance, while desire is a craving for those things especially which are pleasant to the touch, viz. for pleasures of the table and for sexual pleasures. But these things are more natural to man than vengeance. Therefore desire is more natural than anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 6 that "anger is more natural than desire." I answer that, By natural we mean that which is caused by nature, as stated in Phys. ii, 1. Consequently, the question as to whether a particular passion is more or less natural cannot be decided without reference to the cause of that passion. Now the cause of a passion, as stated above (Q. 36, A. 2), may be considered in two ways: first, on the part of the object; secondly, on the part of the subject. If then we consider the cause of anger and of desire on the part of the object, thus desire, especially of pleasures of the table and of sexual pleasures, is more natural than anger, in so far as these pleasures are more natural to man than vengeance. If, however, we consider the cause of anger on the part of the subject, thus anger, in a manner, is more natural, and, in a manner, desire is more natural. Because the nature of an individual man may be considered either as to the generic, or as to the specific nature, or again, as to the particular temperament of the individual. If then we consider the generic nature, that is, the nature of this man considered as an animal, thus desire is more natural than anger, because it is from this very generic nature that man is inclined to desire those things which tend to preserve him, the life both of the species and of the individual. If, however, we consider the specific nature, that is, the nature of this man as a rational being, then anger is more natural to man than desire, in so far as anger follows reason more than desire does. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 4:5 that revenge, which pertains to anger, is more natural to man than meekness. For it is natural to everything to rise up against things contrary and hurtful. And if we consider the nature of the individual, in respect of his particular temperament, thus anger is more natural than desire. For the reason that anger is prone to ensue from the natural tendency to anger, more than desire, or any other passion, is to ensue from a natural tendency to desire, which tendencies result from a man's individual temperament. Because disposition to anger is due to a bilious temperament, and of all the humors the bile moves quickest, for it is like fire. Consequently, he that is temperamentally disposed to anger is sooner incensed with anger than he that is temperamentally disposed to desire is inflamed with desire. And for this reason the Philosopher says in Ethic. 7:6 that a disposition to anger is more liable to be transmitted from the parent to child than a disposition to desire. Reply to Obj. 1. We may consider in man both the natural temperament on the part of the body and the reason. On the part of the bodily temperament, a man, considered specifically, does not naturally excel others either in anger or in any other passion, on account of the moderation of his temperament. But other animals, forasmuch as their temperament recedes from this moderation and approaches to an extreme disposition, are naturally disposed to some excessive passion, such as the lion in daring, the hound in anger, the hare in fear, and so forth. On the part of reason, however, it is natural to man both to be angry and to be gentle, in so far as reason somewhat causes anger, by denouncing the injury which causes anger, and somewhat appeases anger, in so far as the angry man does not listen perfectly to the command of reason, as stated above in Article 4, third reply. Reply to Obj. 2. Reason itself belongs to the nature of man, wherefore from the very fact that anger requires an act of reason, it follows that it is, in a manner, natural to man. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument regards anger and desire on the part of the object. Sixth article. Whether anger is more grievous than hatred. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is more grievous than hatred. For it is written in Proverbs 27:4 that anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth. But hatred sometimes has mercy. Therefore, anger is more grievous than hatred. Objection 2. Further, it is worse to suffer evil and to grieve for it than merely to suffer it. But when a man hates, he is contented if the object of his hatred suffer evil, whereas the angry man is not satisfied unless the object of his anger know it and be aggrieved thereby, as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4. Therefore, anger is more grievous than hatred. Objection 3. Further, a thing seems to be so much the more firm according as more things concur to set it up. Thus a habit is all the more settled through being caused by several acts. But anger is caused by the concurrence of several passions, as stated above in Article 1, whereas hatred is not. Therefore, anger is more settled and more grievous than hatred. On the contrary, Augustine, in his Rule, compares hatred to a beam, but anger to a mote. I answer that, the species and nature of a passion are taken from its object. Now the object of anger is the same in substance as the object of hatred, since, just as the hater wishes evil to him whom he hates, so does the angry man wish evil to him with whom he is angry. But there is a difference of aspect. For the hater wishes evil to his enemy as evil, whereas the angry man wishes evil to him with whom he is angry, not as evil, but insofar as it has an aspect of good, that is, insofar as he reckons it as just, since it is a means of vengeance. Wherefore also it has been said above in Article 2, that hatred implies application of evil to evil, whereas anger denotes application of good to evil. Now it is evident that to seek evil under the aspect of justice is a lesser evil than simply to seek evil to someone. Because to wish evil to someone under the aspect of justice may be according to the virtue of justice, if it be in conformity with the order of reason. And anger fails only in this, that it does not obey the precept of reason in taking vengeance. Consequently, it is evident that hatred is far worse and graver than anger. Reply to Obj. 1. In anger and hatred, 2 points may be considered, namely, the thing desired, and the intensity of the desire. As to the thing desired, anger has more mercy than hatred does. For since hatred desires another's evil for evil's sake, it is satisfied with no particular measure of evil, because those things that are desired for their own sake are desired without measure, as the Philosopher states in Polit. I, 3, instancing a miser with regard to riches. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 12:16, "An enemy, if he find an opportunity, will not be satisfied with blood." Anger, on the other hand, seeks evil only under the aspect of a just means of vengeance. Consequently, when the evil inflicted goes beyond the measure of justice according to the estimate of the angry man, then he has mercy. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:4 that "the angry man is appeased if many evils befall, whereas the hater is never appeased." As to the intensity of the desire, anger excludes mercy more than hatred does, because the movement of anger is more impetuous through the heating of the bile. Hence the passage quoted continues, "Who can bear the violence of one provoked?" Reply to Obj. 2. As stated above, an angry man wishes evil to someone, in so far as this evil is a means of just vengeance. Now vengeance is wrought by the infliction of a punishment, and the nature of punishment consists in being contrary to the will, painful, and inflicted for some fault. Consequently, an angry man desires this, that the person whom he is hurting may feel it and may be in pain, and know that this has befallen him on account of the harm he has done the other. The hater, on the other hand, cares not for all of this, since he desires another's evil as such. It is not true, however, that an evil is worse through giving pain, because "injustice and imprudence, although evil, yet being voluntary, do not grieve those in whom they are," as the Philosopher observes in Rhetoric 2:4. Reply to Obj. 3. That which proceeds from several causes is more settled when these causes are of one kind, but it may be that one cause prevails over many others. Now hatred ensues from a more lasting cause than anger does, because anger arises from an emotion of the soul due to the wrong inflicted, whereas hatred ensues from a disposition in a man, by reason of which he considers that which he hates to be contrary and hurtful to him. Consequently, as a passion is more transitory than disposition or habit, so anger is less lasting than hatred, although hatred itself is a passion ensuing from this disposition. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhetoric ii, 4 that hatred is more incurable than anger. Seventh article. Whether anger is only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that anger is not only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice. For there is no justice between man and irrational beings, and yet sometimes one is angry with irrational beings. Thus, out of anger, a writer throws away his pen, or a rider strikes his horse. Therefore, anger is not only towards those to whom one has an obligation of justice. Objection 2. Further, there is no justice towards oneself, nor is there justice towards one's own. Ethics 5:6. But sometimes a man is angry with himself. For instance, a penitent on account of his sin. Hence it is written in Psalm 4:5, "Be ye angry and sin not." Therefore, anger is not only towards those with whom one has a relation of justice. Obj. 3. Further, justice and injustice can be of one man towards an entire class or a whole community. For instance, when the state injures an individual. But anger is not towards a class, but only towards an individual, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric ii, 4. Therefore, properly speaking, anger is not towards those with whom one is in relation of justice or injustice. The contrary, however, may be gathered from the Philosopher in Rhetoric ii, 2, 3. I answer that, as stated above in Article 6, anger desires evil as being a means of just vengeance. Consequently, anger is towards those to whom we are just or unjust, since vengeance is an act of justice, and wrongdoing is an act of injustice. Therefore, both on the part of the cause, notably the harm done by another, and on the part of the vengeance sought by the angry man, it is evident that anger concerns those to whom one is just or unjust. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above in Article 4, second reply, anger, though it follows an act of reason, can nevertheless be in dumb animals that are devoid of reason, in so far as through their natural instinct they are moved by their imagination to something like rational action. Since then in man there is both reason and imagination, the movement of anger can be aroused in man in two ways. First, when only his imagination denounces the injury, and in this way man is aroused to a movement of anger even against irrational and inanimate beings, which movement is like that which occurs in animals against anything that injures them. Secondly, by the reason denouncing the injury, and thus, according to the Philosopher in Rhetoric ii, 3, "It is impossible to be angry with insensible things, or with the dead," because they feel no pain, which is, above all, what the angry man seeks in those with whom he is angry, and because there is no question of vengeance on them, since they can do us no harm. Reply Obj. 2: As the Philosopher says in Ethic. v, 11, "Metaphorically speaking, there is a certain justice and injustice between a man and himself, in so far as the reason rules the irascible and concupiscible parts of the soul. And in this sense a man is said to be avenged on himself, and consequently to be angry with himself. But properly, and in accordance with the nature of things, a man is never angry with himself." Reply Obj. 3: The Philosopher (Rhet. ii, 4) assigns as one difference between hatred and anger, that "hatred may be felt towards a class, as when we hate the entire class of thieves, whereas anger is directed only towards an individual." The reason is that hatred arises from our considering a quality as disagreeing with our disposition, and this may refer to a thing in general or in particular. Anger, on the other hand, ensues from someone having injured us by his action. Now all actions are the deeds of individuals, and consequently anger is always pointed at an individual. When the whole state hurts us, the whole state is reckoned as one individual. Cf. Q. 29, Art. 6. Eighth Article. Whether the species of anger are suitably assigned. Objection 1: It would seem that Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 16) unsuitably assigns three species of anger: wrath, ill will, and rancor. For no genus derives its specific differences from accidents. But these three are diversified in respect of an accident, because "the beginning of the movement of anger is called wrath (cholos); if anger continue, it is called ill will (menis); while rancor (kotos) is anger waiting for an opportunity of vengeance." Therefore these are not different species of anger. Obj. 2: Further, Cicero says in the Tusculan Disputations iv, 9 that "escandentia" (irascibility) is what the Greeks call thymosis, and is a kind of anger that arises and subsides intermittently; while according to Damascene thymosis is the same as kotos (rancor). Therefore kotos does not bide its time for taking vengeance, but in course of time spends itself. Obj. 3: Further, Gregory in his commentary on Job 21:4 gives 3 degrees of anger, namely, anger without utterance, anger with utterance, and anger with perfection of speech, corresponding to the 3 degrees mentioned by our Lord in Matt. 5:22, "Whosoever is angry with his brother," thus implying anger without utterance, and then, "whoever shall say to his brother Raca," implying anger with utterance yet without full expression, and lastly, "whoever shall say thou fool," where we have perfection of speech. Therefore Damascene's division is imperfect, since it takes no account of utterance. On the contrary stands the authority of Damascene (De Fide Orth. ii, 16) and Gregory of Nyssa (De Natura Humana xxi). I answer that, the species of anger given by Damascene and Gregory of Nyssa are taken from those things which give increase to anger. This happens in three ways. First, from facility of the movement itself, and he calls this kind of anger cholos, bile, because it is quickly aroused. Secondly, on the part of the grief that causes anger, and which dwells some time in the memory. This belongs to menis, ill will, which is derived from menein, to dwell. Thirdly, on the part of that which the angry man seeks, notably vengeance, and this pertains to kotos, rancor, which never rests until it is avenged. Cf. Ephesians 4:31, "Let all bitterness and anger and indignation be put away from you." Hence the Philosopher, in Ethics 4:5, calls some angry persons akrokoloi, choleric, because they are easily angered. Some he calls pikroi, bitter, because they retain their anger for a long time. And some he calls kalapoi, ill-tempered, because they never rest until they have retaliated. Cf. Secunda Secundae, question 158, Article 5. Reply to Obj. 1. All those things which give anger some kind of perfection are not altogether accidental to anger, and consequently nothing prevents them from causing a certain specific difference thereof. Reply to Obj. 2. Irascibility, which Cicero mentions, seems to pertain to the first species of anger, which consists in a certain quickness of temper, rather than to rancor, furor. And there is no reason why the Greek thymosis, which is denoted by the Latin furor, should not signify both quickness to anger and firmness of purpose in being avenged. Reply to Obj. 3. These degrees are distinguished according to various effects of anger, and not according to degrees of perfection in the very movement of anger. End of question 46. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 47 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 47. Of the cause that provokes anger, and of the remedies of anger, in 4 articles. Translator's note: there is no further mention of these remedies in the text, except in Article 4. We must now consider the cause that provokes anger, and its remedies. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether the motive of anger is always something done against the one who is angry. Second, whether slight or contempt is the sole motive of anger. Third, of the cause of anger on the part of the angry person. Fourth, of the cause of anger on the part of the person with whom one is angry. First article: whether the motive of anger is always something done against the one who is angry. Objection 1. It would seem that the motive of anger is not always something done against the one who is angry. Because man, by sinning, can do nothing against God, since it is written (Job 35:6): "If thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him?" And yet God is spoken of as being angry with man on account of sin, according to Psalm 105:40: "The Lord was exceedingly angry with his people." Therefore it is not always on account of something done against him that a man is angry. Obj. 2: Further, anger is a desire for vengeance. But one may desire vengeance for things done against others. Therefore we are not always angry on account of something done against us. Obj. 3: Further, as the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2), man is angry especially with those "who despise what he takes a great interest in. Thus men who study philosophy are angry with those who despise philosophy," and so forth. But contempt of philosophy does not harm the philosopher. Therefore it is not always a harm done to us that makes us angry. Obj. 4: Further, he that holds his tongue when another insults him provokes him to greater anger, as Chrysostom observes in his Homily 22 on the letter to the Romans. But by holding his tongue he does the other no harm. Therefore a man is not always provoked to anger by something done against him. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 4) that "anger is always due to something done to oneself, whereas hatred may arise without anything being done to us, for we hate a man simply because we think him such." I answer that, as stated above (Q. 46, A. 6), anger is the desire to hurt another for the purpose of just vengeance. Now unless some injury has been done, there is no question of vengeance, nor does any injury provoke one to vengeance, but only that which is done to the person who seeks vengeance. For just as everything naturally seeks its own good, so does it naturally repel its own evil. But injury done by anyone does not affect a man unless in some way it be something done against him. Consequently, the motive of a man's anger is always something done against him. Reply to Obj. 1: We speak of anger in God not as of a passion of the soul, but as of judgment of justice, inasmuch as He wills to take vengeance on sin. Because the sinner, by sinning, cannot do God any actual harm, but so far as he himself is concerned, he acts against God in two ways. First, in so far as he despises God in His commandments. Secondly, in so far as he harms himself or another, which injury redounds to God, inasmuch as the person injured is an object of God's providence and protection. Reply to Obj. 2: If we are angry with those who harm others, and seek to be avenged on them, it is because those who are injured belong in some way to us, either by some kinship or friendship, or at least because of the nature we have in common. Reply to Obj. 3: When we take a very great interest in a thing, we look upon it as our own good, so that if anyone despise it, it seems as though we ourselves were despised and injured. Reply to Obj. 4: Silence provokes the insulter to anger when he thinks it is due to contempt, as though his anger were slighted, and a slight is an action. Second article, whether the sole motive of anger is slight or contempt. Objection 1. It would seem that slight or contempt is not the sole motive of anger. For Damascene says in On the True Faith 2:16 that we are angry "when we suffer, or think that we are suffering, an injury." But one may suffer an injury without being despised or slighted. Therefore a slight is not the only motive of anger. Obj. 2: Further, desire for honor and grief for a slight belong to the same object. But dumb animals do not desire honor. Therefore they are not grieved by being slighted. And yet "they are roused to anger when wounded," as the Philosopher says in Ethic. iii, 8. Therefore a slight is not the sole motive of anger. Obj. 3: Further, the Philosopher (Rhet. ii, 2) gives many other causes of anger, for instance, "being forgotten by others, that others should rejoice in our misfortunes, that they should make known our evils, being hindered from doing as we like." Therefore being slighted is not the only motive for being angry. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 2 that "anger is a desire with sorrow, for vengeance, on account of a seeming slight done unbecomingly." I answer that, all the causes of anger are reduced to slight. For slight is of three kinds, as stated in Rhet. ii, 2, viz. contempt, despiteful treatment, that is, hindering one from doing one's will, and insolence. And all motives of anger are reduced to these three. Two reasons may be assigned for this. First, because anger seeks another's hurt as being a means of just vengeance. Wherefore it seeks vengeance in so far as it seems just. Now just vengeance is taken only for that which is done unjustly. Hence that which provokes anger is always something considered in the light of an injustice. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 3 that "men are not angry if they think they have wronged someone and are suffering justly on that account, because there is no anger at what is just." Now injury is done to another in three ways, namely through ignorance, through passion, and through choice. Then most of all a man does an injustice when he does an injury from choice, on purpose, or from deliberate malice, as stated in Ethic. v, 8. Wherefore we are most of all angry with those who, in our opinion, have hurt us on purpose. For if we think that someone has done us an injury through ignorance or through passion, either we are not angry with them at all, or very much less, since to do anything through ignorance or through passion takes away from the notion of injury, and to a certain extent calls for mercy and forgiveness. Those, on the other hand, who do an injury on purpose, seem to sin from contempt, wherefore we are angry with them most of all. Hence the Philosopher says in Rhet. ii, 3 that "we are either not angry at all, or not very angry with those who have acted through anger, because they do not seem to have acted slightingly." The second reason is because a slight is opposed to a man's excellence, because "men think little of things that are not worth much ado" (Rhet. ii, 2). Now we seek for some kind of excellence from all our goods. Consequently, whatever injury is inflicted on us, in so far as it is derogatory to our excellence, seems to savor of a slight. Reply to Obj. 1: Any other cause besides contempt, through which a man suffers an injury, takes away from the notion of injury. Contempt or slight alone adds to the motive of anger, and consequently is of itself the cause of anger. Reply to Obj. 2: Although a dumb animal does not seek honor as such, yet it naturally seeks a certain superiority, and is angry with anything derogatory thereto. Reply to Obj. 3: Each of those causes amounts to some kind of slight. Thus forgetfulness is a clear sign of slight esteem, for the more we think of a thing, the more it is fixed in our memory. Again, if a man does not hesitate by his remarks to give pain to another, this seems to show that he thinks little of him. And those too who show signs of hilarity when another is in misfortune seem to care little about his good or evil. Again, he that hinders another from carrying out his will, without deriving thereby any profit to himself, seems not to care much for his friendship. Consequently, all those things, in so far as they are signs of contempt, provoke anger. Third article: Whether a man's excellence is the cause of his being angry. Objection 1: It would seem that a man's excellence is not the cause of his being more easily angry. For the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2) that "some are angry especially when they are grieved, for instance the sick, the poor, and those who are disappointed." But these things seem to pertain to defect. Therefore defect rather than excellence makes one prone to anger. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2) that "some are very much inclined to be angry when they are despised for failing or weakness, of the existence of which there are grounds for suspicion. But if they think they excel in those points, they do not trouble." But a suspicion of this kind is due to some defect. Therefore defect rather than excellence is a cause of a man being angry. Obj. 3: Further, whatever savors of excellence makes a man agreeable and hopeful. But the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 3) that "men are not angry when they play, make jokes, or take part in a feast, nor when they are prosperous or successful, nor in moderate pleasures and well-founded hope." Therefore excellence is not a cause of anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 9) that excellence makes men prone to anger. I answer that, the cause of anger, in the man who is angry, may be taken in two ways. First, in respect of the motive of anger, and thus excellence is the cause of a man being easily angered. Because the motive of anger is an unjust slight, as stated above (A. 2). Now it is evident that the more excellent a man is, the more unjust is a slight offered him in the matter in which he excels. Consequently, those who excel in any matter are most of all angry if they be slighted in that matter, for instance, a wealthy man in his riches, or an orator in his eloquence, and so forth. Secondly, the cause of anger, in the man who is angry, may be considered on the part of the disposition produced in him by the motive aforesaid. Now it is evident that nothing moves a man to anger except a hurt that grieves him, while whatever savors of defect is above all a cause of grief. Since men who suffer from some defect are more easily hurt, and this is why men who are weak or subject to some other defect are more easily angered, since they are more easily grieved. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. If a man be despised in a matter in which he evidently excels greatly, he does not consider himself the loser thereby, and therefore is not grieved, and in this respect he is less angered. But in another respect, in so far as he is more undeservedly despised, he has more reason for being angry, unless perhaps he thinks that he is envied or insulted not through contempt, but through ignorance or some other like cause. Reply to objection 3. All these things hinder anger in so far as they hinder sorrow, but in another respect they are naturally apt to provoke anger, because they make it more unseemly to insult anyone. Fourth article. Whether a person's defect is a reason for being more easily angry with him. Objection 1. It would seem that a person's defect is not a reason for being more easily angry with him. For the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3 that "we are not angry with those who confess and repent and humble themselves. On the contrary, we are gentle with them. Wherefore dogs bite not those who sit down." But these things savor of littleness and defect. Therefore, littleness of a person is a reason for being less angry with him. Objection 2. Further, there is no greater defect than death. But anger ceases at the sight of death. Therefore, defect of a person does not provoke anger against him. Objection 3. Further, no one thinks little of a man through his being friendly towards him. But we are more angry with friends if they offend us or refuse to help us. Hence it is written in Psalm 54:13, "If my enemy had reviled me, I would verily have borne with it." Therefore, a person's defect is not a reason for being more easily angry with him. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:2 that "the rich man is angry with the poor man, if the latter despise him. And in like manner the prince is angry with his subject." I answer that, as stated above in Articles 2 and 3, unmerited contempt more than anything else is a provocative of anger. Consequently, deficiency or littleness in the person with whom we are angry tends to increase our anger, in so far as it adds to the unmeritedness of being despised. For just as the higher a man's position is, the more undeservedly he is despised, so the lower it is, the less reason he has for despising. Thus a nobleman is angry if he be insulted by a peasant, a wise man if by a fool, a master if by a servant. If, however, the littleness or deficiency lessens the unmerited contempt, then it does not increase but lessens anger. In this way, those who repent of their ill deeds, and confess that they have done wrong, who humble themselves and ask pardon, mitigate anger, according to Proverbs 15:1. "A mild answer breaketh wrath." Because, to wit, they seem not to despise, but rather to think much of those before whom they humble themselves. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2. There are two reasons why anger ceases at the sight of death. One is because the dead are incapable of sorrow and sensation, and this is chiefly what the angry seek in those with whom they are angered. Another reason is because the dead seem to have attained to the limit of evils. Hence anger ceases in regard to all who are grievously hurt, in so far as this hurt surpasses the measure of just retaliation. Reply to Obj. 3. To be despised by one's friends seems also a greater indignity. Consequently, if they despise us by hurting or by failing to help, we are angry with them for the same reason for which we are angry with those who are beneath us. End of question 47. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 48 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on the Passions, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 48 of the effects of anger, in 4 articles. We must now consider the effects of anger, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether anger causes pleasure. Second, whether above all it causes heat in the heart. Third, whether above all it hinders the use of reason. Fourth, whether it causes taciturnity. First article, whether anger causes pleasure. Objection 1. It would seem that anger does not cause pleasure, because sorrow excludes pleasure. But anger is never without sorrow, since, as stated in Ethics 7:6, everyone that acts from anger acts with pain. Therefore, anger does not cause pleasure. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:5 that vengeance makes anger to cease because it substitutes pleasure for pain. Whence we may gather that the angry man derives pleasure from vengeance, and that vengeance quells his anger. Therefore, on the advent of pleasure, anger departs, and consequently, anger is not an effect united with pleasure. Objection 3. Further, no effect hinders its cause, since it is conformed to its cause. But pleasure hinders anger, as stated in Rhetoric 2:3. Therefore, pleasure is not an effect of anger. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethics 4:5, quotes the saying that anger is "sweet to the soul as honey to the taste," quoting from the Iliad, Book 18, paragraph 109, in the Pope translation. I answer that, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 7:14, pleasures, chiefly sensible and bodily pleasures, are remedies against sorrow, and therefore the greater the sorrow or anxiety, the more sensible are we to the pleasure which heals it, as is evident in the case of thirst, which increases the pleasure of drink. Now it is clear from what has been said in question 47, articles 1 and 3, that the movement of anger arises from a wrong done that causes sorrow, for which sorrow vengeance is sought as a remedy. Consequently, as soon as vengeance is present, pleasure ensues, and so much the greater according as the sorrow was greater. Therefore, if vengeance be really present, perfect pleasure ensues, entirely excluding sorrow, so that the movement of anger ceases. But before vengeance is really present, it becomes present to the angry man in two ways. In one way, by hope, because none is angry except he hopes for vengeance, as stated above in question 46, Article 1. In another way, by thinking of it continually, for to everyone that desires a thing it is pleasant to dwell on the thought of what he desires. Wherefore the imaginings of dreams are pleasant. Accordingly, an angry man takes pleasure in thinking about vengeance. This pleasure, however, is not perfect, so as to banish sorrow and consequently anger. Reply to Obj. 1. The angry man does not grieve and rejoice at the same thing. He grieves for the wrong done, while he takes pleasure in the thought and hope of vengeance. Consequently, sorrow is to anger as its beginning, while pleasure is the effect or terminus of anger. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument holds in regard to pleasure caused by the real presence of vengeance, which banishes anger altogether. Reply to Obj. 3. Pleasure that precedes hinders sorrow from ensuing, and consequently is a hindrance to anger. But pleasure felt in taking vengeance follows from anger. Second article: whether anger above all causes fervor in the heart. Objection 1. It would seem that heat is not above all the effect of anger. For fervor, as stated above in question 28, Article 5, and in question 37, Article 2, belongs to love. But love, as above stated, is the beginning and cause of all the passions. Since then the cause is more powerful than its effect, it seems that anger is not the chief cause of fervor. Obj. 2. Further, those things which, of themselves, arouse fervor, increase as time goes on. Thus love grows stronger the longer it lasts. But in course of time, anger grows weaker, for the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3 that "time puts an end to anger." Therefore, fervor is not the proper effect of anger. Obj. 3. Further, fervor added to fervor produces greater fervor. But "the addition of a greater anger banishes already existing anger," as the Philosopher says in Rhetoric 2:3. Therefore, anger does not cause fervor. On the contrary, Damascene says (De Fide Orth. 2:16) that "anger is fervor of the blood around the heart, resulting from an exhalation of the bile." I answer that, as stated above in question 44, Article 1, the bodily transmutation that occurs in the passions of the soul is proportionate to the movement of the appetite. Now it is evident that every appetite, even the natural appetite, tends with greater force to repel that which is contrary to it, if it be present. Hence, when we see that hot water freezes harder, as though the cold acted with greater force on the hot object. Since then the appetitive movement of anger is caused by some injury inflicted, as by a contrary that is present, it follows that the appetite tends with great force to repel the injury by the desire of vengeance, and hence ensues great vehemence and impetuosity in the movement of anger. And because the movement of anger is not one of recoil, which corresponds to the action of cold, but one of prosecution, which corresponds to the action of heat, the result is that the movement of anger produces fervor of the blood and vital spirits around the heart, which is the instrument of the soul's passions. And hence it is that, on account of the heart being so disturbed by anger, those chiefly who are angry betray signs thereof in their outer members. For, as Gregory says in his Morals 5:30, "The heart that is inflamed with the stings of its own anger beats quick, the body trembles, the tongue stammers, the countenance takes fire, the eyes grow fierce, they that are well known are not recognized. With the mouth indeed he shapes a sound, but the understanding knows not what it says." Reply Obj. 1: Love itself is not felt so keenly as in the absence of the beloved, as Augustine observes (De Trin. x, 12). Consequently, when a man suffers from a hurt done to the excellence that he loves, he feels his love thereof the more, the result being that his heart is moved with greater heat to remove the hindrance to the object of his love, so that anger increases the fervor of love and makes it to be felt more. Nevertheless, the fervor arising from heat differs according as it is to be referred to love or to anger. Because the fervor of love has a certain sweetness and gentleness, for it tends to the good that one loves. Whence it is likened to the warmth of the air and of the blood. For this reason, sanguine temperaments are more inclined to love, and hence the saying that "love springs from the liver," because of the blood being formed there. On the other hand, the fervor of anger has a certain bitterness with a tendency to destroy, for it seeks to be avenged on the contrary evil. Whence it is likened to the heat of fire and of the bile, and for this reason Damascene says (De Fide Orth. ii, 16) that it "results from an exhalation of the bile, whence it takes its name chole." Reply Obj. 2: Time, of necessity, weakens all those things, the causes of which are impaired by time. Now it is evident that memory is weakened by time, for things which happened long ago easily slip from our memory. But anger is caused by the memory of a wrong done. Consequently, the cause of anger is impaired little by little as time goes on, until at length it vanishes altogether. Moreover, a wrong seems greater when it is first felt, and our estimate thereof is gradually lessened the further the sense of present wrong recedes into the past. The same applies to love, so long as the cause of love is in the memory alone. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Ethic. viii, 5) that "if a friend's absence lasts long, it seems to make men forget their friendship." But in the presence of a friend, the cause of friendship is continually being multiplied by time, wherefore the friendship increases; and the same would apply to anger, were its cause continually multiplied. Nevertheless, the very fact that anger soon spends itself proves the strength of its fervor, for as a great fire is soon spent, having burnt up all the fuel, so too anger, by reason of its vehemence, soon dies away. Reply Obj. 3: Every power that is divided in itself is weakened. Consequently, if a man being already angry with one becomes angry with another, by this very fact his anger with the former is weakened. Especially is this so if his anger in the second case be greater, because the wrong done which aroused his former anger will, in comparison with the second wrong, which is reckoned greater, seem to be of little or no account. Third article: Whether anger above all hinders the use of reason? Objection 1: It would seem that anger does not hinder the use of reason. Because that which presupposes an act of reason does not seem to hinder the use of reason. But "anger listens to reason," as stated in Ethic. vii, 6. Therefore anger does not hinder reason. Obj. 2: Further, the more reason is hindered, the less does a man show his thoughts. But the Philosopher says (Ethic. vii, 6) that "an angry man is not cunning but is open." Therefore anger does not seem to hinder the use of reason as desire does. For desire is cunning, as he also states (Ethic. vii, 6). Obj. 3: Further, the judgment of reason becomes more evident by juxtaposition of the contrary, because contraries stand out more clearly when placed beside one another. But this also increases anger, for the Philosopher says (Rhet. ii, 2) that "men are more angry if they receive unwonted treatment, for instance, honorable men if they be dishonored," and so forth. Therefore the same cause increases anger, and facilitates the judgment of reason. Therefore anger does not hinder the judgment of reason. On the contrary, Gregory says (Moral. v, 30) that anger withdraws the light of understanding, while by agitating it troubles the mind. I answer that, although the mind or reason makes no use of a bodily organ in its proper act, yet since it needs certain sensitive powers for the execution of its act, the acts of which powers are hindered when the body is disturbed, it follows of necessity that any disturbance in the body hinders even the judgment of reason, as is clear in the case of drunkenness or sleep. Now it has been stated (Article 2) that anger, above all, causes a bodily disturbance in the region of the heart, so much as to affect even the outward members. Consequently, of all the passions, anger is the most manifest obstacle to the judgment of reason, according to Psalm 30:10: "My eye is troubled with wrath." Reply Obj. 1: The beginning of anger is in the reason, as regards the appetitive movement, which is the formal element of anger. But the passion of anger forestalls the perfect judgment of reason, as though it listened but imperfectly to reason, on account of the commotion of the heat urging it to instant action, which commotion is the material element of anger. In this respect it hinders the judgment of reason. Reply Obj. 2: An angry man is said to be open, not because it is clear to him what he ought to do, but because he acts openly, without thought of hiding himself. This is due partly to the reason being hindered, so as not to discern what should be hidden and what done openly, nor to devise the means of hiding, and partly to the dilatation of the heart which pertains to magnanimity, which is an effect of anger. Wherefore the Philosopher says of the magnanimous man (Ethic. iv, 3) that "he is open in his hatreds and his friendships, and speaks and acts openly." Desire, on the other hand, is said to lie low and to be cunning, because in many cases the pleasurable things that are desired savor of shame and voluptuousness, wherein man wishes not to be seen. But in those things that savor of manliness and excellence, such as matters of vengeance, man seeks to be in the open. Reply Obj. 3: As stated above in the first reply, the movement of anger begins in the reason, wherefore the juxtaposition of one contrary with another facilitates the judgment of reason, on the same grounds as it increases anger. For when a man who is possessed of honor or wealth suffers a loss therein, the loss seems all the greater, both on account of the contrast, and because it was unforeseen. Consequently it causes greater grief, just as a great good, through being received unexpectedly, causes greater delight. And in proportion to the increase of the grief that precedes, anger is increased also. Fourth article. Whether anger above all causes taciturnity. Objection 1. It would seem that anger does not cause taciturnity, because taciturnity is opposed to speech. But increase in anger conduces to speech, as is evident from the degrees of anger laid down by our Lord in Matthew 5:22, where he says, "Whosoever is angry with his brother," and "Whosoever shall say to his brother, Raca," and "Whoever shall say to his brother, Thou fool." Therefore anger does not cause taciturnity. Objection 2. Further, through failing to obey reason, man sometimes breaks out into unbecoming words. Hence it is written in Proverbs 25:28, "As a city that lieth open, and is not compassed with walls, so is a man that cannot refrain his own spirit in speaking." But anger, above all, hinders the judgment of reason, as stated above in Article 3. Consequently, above all, it makes one break out into unbecoming words. Therefore it does not cause taciturnity. Obj. 3. Further, it is written in Matthew 12:34, "Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh." But anger, above all, causes a disturbance in the heart, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore, above all, it conduces to speech. Therefore it does not cause taciturnity. On the contrary, Gregory says (Moral. v:30) that "when anger does not vent itself outwardly by the lips, inwardly it burns the more fiercely." I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, as well as in Question 46, Article 4, anger both follows an act of reason and hinders the reason, and in both respects it may cause taciturnity. On the part of the reason, when the judgment of the reason prevails so far that although it does not curb the appetite in its inordinate desire for vengeance, yet it curbs the tongue from unbridled speech. Wherefore Gregory says (Moral. v:30), "Sometimes, when the mind is disturbed, anger, as if in judgment, commands silence." On the part of the impediment to reason, because, as stated above in Article 2, the disturbance of anger reaches to the outward members, and chiefly to those members which reflect more distinctly the emotions of the heart, such as the eyes, face, and tongue. Wherefore, as observed above in Article 2, "the tongue stammers, the countenance takes fire, the eyes grow fierce." Consequently, anger may cause such a disturbance that the tongue is altogether deprived of speech, and taciturnity is the result. Reply Obj. 1: Anger sometimes goes so far as to hinder the reason from curbing the tongue, but sometimes it goes yet farther, so as to paralyze the tongue and other outward members. And this suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: The disturbance of the heart may sometimes superabound to the extent that the movements of the outward members are hindered by the inordinate movement of the heart. Thence ensue taciturnity and immobility of the outward members, and sometimes even death. If, however, the disturbance be not so great, then "out of the abundance of the heart," thus disturbed, the mouth proceeds to speak. End of question 48. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. End of Treatise on the Passions. Question 49 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 49 of habits in general as to their substance, in 4 articles. After treating of human acts and passions, we now pass on to the consideration of the principles of human acts, and firstly of intrinsic principles, secondly of extrinsic principles. The intrinsic principle is power and habit, but as we have treated of powers in the first part, question 77 and following, it remains for us to consider them in general. In the second place, we shall consider virtues and vices and other like habits, which are the principles of human acts. Concerning habits in general, there are 4 points to consider. First, the substance of habits. Second, their subject. Third, the cause of their generation, increase, and corruption. Fourth, how they are distinguished from one another. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether habit is a quality. Second, whether it is a distinct species of quality. Third, whether habit implies an order to an act. Fourth, of the necessity of habit. First article, whether habit is a quality. Objection 1. It would seem that habit is not a quality. For Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 73, "This word habit is derived from the verb to have." But to have belongs not only to quality, but also to the other categories, for we speak of ourselves as having quantity and money and other like things. Therefore, habit is not a quality. Objection 2. Further, habit is reckoned as one of the predicaments, as may be clearly seen in the book on the predicaments, that is, the Categories 6. But one predicament is not contained under another. Therefore, habit is not a quality. Objection 3. Further, every habit is a disposition, as is stated in the book of Predicaments, Category 6. Now disposition is "the order of that which has parts," as stated in Metaphysics 5:24. But this belongs to the predicament position. Therefore, habit is not a quality. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in the book of Predicaments, Category 6, that habit is a quality which is difficult to change. I answer that this word, habitus, habit, is derived from habere, to have. Now habit is taken from this word in 2 ways. In one way, inasmuch as man, or any other thing, is said to have something; in any other way, inasmuch as a particular thing has a relation, say habet, either in regard to itself or in regard to something else. Concerning the first, we must observe that to have, as said in regard to anything that is had, is common to the various predicaments, and so the Philosopher puts to have among the post-predicaments, so called because they result from the various predicaments, as for instance, opposition, priority, posterity, and such like. Now among things which are had, there seems to be this distinction, that there are some in which there is no medium between the haver and that which is had, as for instance there is no medium between the subject and quality or quantity. Then there are some in which there is a medium, but only a relation, as for instance a man is said to have a companion or a friend. And further, there are some in which there is a medium, not indeed an action or passion, but something after the manner of action or passion. Thus, for instance, something adorns or covers, and something else is adorned or covered. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "a habit is said to be, as it were, an action or a passion of the haver and that which is had," as in the case in those things which we have about ourselves. And therefore these constitute a special genus of things which are comprised under the predicament of habit, of which the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "there is a habit between clothing and the man who is clothed." But if "to have" be taken according as a thing has a relation in regard to itself or to something else, in that case habit is a quality, since this mode of having is in respect of some quality. And of this the Philosopher says (Metaph. v, 25) that "habit is a disposition whereby that which is disposed well or ill, and this either in regard to itself or in regard to another. Thus health is a habit." And in this sense we speak of habit now. Wherefore we must say that habit is a quality. Reply Obj. 1: This argument takes "to have" in the general sense, for thus it is common to many predicaments, as we have said. Reply Obj. 2: This argument takes habit in the sense in which we understand it to be a medium between the haver and that which is had, and in this sense it is a predicament, as we have said. Reply Obj. 3: Disposition does not always, indeed, imply an order of that which has parts, but this happens in three ways, as the Philosopher goes on at once to say (Metaph. v, 25), namely, "either as to place, or as to power, or as to species." In saying this, as Simplicius observes in his Commentary on the Predicaments, he includes all dispositions, bodily dispositions, when he says "as to place." And this belongs to the predicament "position," which is in the order of parts in a place. When he says "as to power," he includes all those dispositions which are in course of formation and not yet arrived at perfect usefulness, such as inchoate science and virtue. And when he says "as to species," he includes perfect dispositions which are called habits, such as perfected science and virtue. Second article: Whether habit is a distinct species of quality? Objection 1: It would seem that habit is not a distinct species of quality. Because, as we have said in Article 1, habit, in so far as it is a quality, is "a disposition whereby that which is disposed well or ill." But this happens in regard to any quality, for a thing happens to be well or ill disposed in regard also to shape, and in like manner in regard to heat and cold, and in regard to all such things. Therefore habit is not a distinct species of quality. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in the Book of Predicaments (Category 6) that heat and cold are dispositions or habits, just as sickness and health. Therefore habit or disposition is not distinct from the other species of quality. Obj. 3: Further, Difficult to change is not a difference belonging to the predicament of quality, but rather to movement or passion. Now, no genus should be contracted to a species by a difference of another genus, but differences should be proper to a genus, as the Philosopher says in Metaphysics 742. Therefore, since habit is a quality difficult to change, it seems not to be a distinct species of quality. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in the Book of Predicaments, Category 6, that one species of quality is habit and disposition. I answer that the Philosopher, in the Book of Predicaments, Category 6, reckons disposition and habit as the first species of quality. Now Simplicius, in his commentary on the Predicaments, explains the difference of these species as follows. He says that some qualities are natural, and are in their subject in virtue of its nature, and are always there, but some are adventitious, being caused from without, and these can be lost. Now the latter, that is, those which are adventitious, are habits and dispositions, differing in the point of being easily or difficultly lost. As to natural qualities, some regard a thing in the point of its being in a state of potentiality, and thus we have the second species of quality, while others regard a thing which is in act, and this either deeply rooted therein or only on its surface. If deeply rooted, we have the third species of quality. If on the surface, we have the fourth species of quality, as shape and form, which is the shape of an animated being. But this distinction of the species of quality seems unsuitable. For there are many shapes and passion-like qualities which are not natural but adventitious. And there are also many dispositions which are not adventitious but natural, as health, beauty, and the like. Moreover, it does not suit the order of the species, since that which is the more natural is always first. Therefore, we must explain otherwise the distinction of dispositions and habits from other qualities. For quality, properly speaking, implies a certain mode of substance. Now mode, as Augustine says, On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 4:3, is that which is a measure determines. Wherefore it implies a certain determination according to a certain measure. Therefore, just as that in accordance with which the material potentiality, potentia materiae, is determined to its substantial being, is called quality, which is a difference affecting the substance, so that, in accordance with the potentiality of the subject is determined to its accidental being, is called an accidental quality, which is also a kind of difference, as is clear from the Philosopher in Metaphysics 5:19. Now the mode or determination of the subject to accidental being may be taken in regard to the very nature of the subject, or in regard to action and passion resulting from its natural principles, which are matter and form, or again in regard to quantity. If we take the mode or determination of the subject in regard to quantity, we shall then have the fourth species of quality. And because quantity, considered in itself, is devoid of movement, and does not imply the notion of good or evil, so it does not concern the fourth species of quality whether a thing be well or ill disposed, nor quickly or slowly transitory. But the mode or determination of the subject, in regard to action or passion, is considered in the second and third species of quality. And therefore in both, we take into account whether a thing be done with ease or difficulty, whether it be transitory or lasting. But in them we do not consider anything pertaining to the notion of good or evil. because movements and passions have not the aspect of an end, whereas good and evil are said in respect of an end. On the other hand, the mode or determination of the subject, in regard to the nature of the thing, belongs to the first species of quality, which is habit and disposition. For the Philosopher says in Phys. 7:17, when speaking of habits of the soul and of the body, that they are "dispositions of the perfect to the best, and by perfect I mean that which is disposed in accordance with its nature." And since the form itself and the nature of a thing is the end and the cause why a thing is made, cf. Phys. 2:25, therefore in the first species we consider both evil and good, and also changeableness, whether easy or difficult, inasmuch as a certain nature is the end of generation and movement. And so the Philosopher defines habit in Metaph. 5:25, "a disposition whereby someone is disposed well or ill." And in Ethics 2:4 he says that by habits we are directed well or ill in reference to the passions. For when the mode is suitable to the thing's nature, it has the aspect of good, and when it is unsuitable, it has the aspect of evil. And since nature is the first object of consideration in anything, for this reason habit is reckoned as the first species of quality. Reply to Obj. 1: Disposition implies a certain order, as stated above in Article 1, third reply. Wherefore a man is not said to be disposed by some quality except in relation to something else. And if we add well or ill, which belongs to the essential notion of habit, we must consider the quality's relation to the nature, which is the end. So in regard to shape or heat or cold, a man is not said to be well or ill disposed, except by reason of a relation to the nature of a thing, with regard to its suitability or unsuitability. Consequently, even shapes and passion-like qualities, in so far as they are considered to be suitable or unsuitable to the nature of a thing, belong to habits or dispositions. For shape and color, according to their suitability to the nature of a thing, concern beauty, while heat and cold, according to their suitability to the nature of a thing, concern health. And in this way heat and cold are put, by the Philosopher, in the first species of quality. Wherefore it is clear how to answer the second objection, though some give another solution, as Simplicius says in his commentary on the Predicaments. Reply to Obj. 3: This difference, difficult to change, does not distinguish habit from the other species of quality, but from disposition. Now disposition may be taken in two ways. In one way, as the genus of habit, for disposition is included in the definition of habit, as found in Metaph. 5:25. In another way, according as it is divided against habit. Again, disposition, properly so called, can be divided against habit in two ways. First, as perfect and imperfect within the same species. And thus we call it a disposition, retaining the name of the genus, when it is had imperfectly, so as to be easily lost. Whereas we call it a habit when it is had perfectly, so as not to be lost easily. And thus a disposition becomes a habit, just as a boy becomes a man. Secondly, they may be distinguished as diverse species of the one subaltern genus, so that we call dispositions those qualities of the first species, which by reason of their very nature are easily lost, because they have changeable causes, for example, sickness and health, whereas we call habits those qualities which, by reason of their very nature, are not easily changed, in that they have unchangeable causes, for example, sciences and virtues. And in this sense, disposition does not become habit. The latter explanation seems more in keeping with the intention of Aristotle, for in order to confirm this distinction, he adduces the common mode of speaking, according to which, when a quality is, by reason of its nature, easily changeable, and through some accident becomes difficultly changeable, then it is called a habit; while the contrary happens in regard to qualities, by reason of their nature, difficultly changeable. For supposing a man to have a science imperfectly, so as to be liable to lose it easily, we say that he is disposed to that science rather than that he has that science. From this it is clear that the word habit implies a certain lastingness, while the word disposition does not. Nor does it matter that thus to be easy and difficult to change are specific differences of a quality, although they belong to passion and movement, and not the genus of quality. For these differences, though apparently accidental to quality, nevertheless designate differences which are proper and essential to quality. In the same way, in the genus of substance, we often take accidental instead of substantial differences, in so far as by the former, essential principles are designated. Third article: whether habit implies order to an act. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit does not imply order to an act. For everything acts according as it is an act. But the Philosopher says (De Anima iii, 8) that "when one is becoming knowing by habit, one is still in a state of potentiality, but otherwise than before learning." Therefore habit does not imply the relation of a principle to an act. Obj. 2: Further, that which is put in the definition of a thing belongs to it essentially. But to be a principle of action is to put in the definition of power, as we read in Metaph. v, 17. Therefore to be the principle of an act belongs to power essentially. Now that which is essential is first in every genus. If therefore habit also is a principle of act, it follows that it is posterior to power, and so habit and disposition will not be the first species of quality. Obj. 3: Further, health is sometimes a habit, and so are leanness and beauty. But these do not indicate relation to an act. Therefore it is not essential to habit to be a principle of act. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Good Marriage xxi) that "habit is that whereby something is done when necessary." And the Commentator says (De Anima iii) that "habit is that whereby we act when we will." I answer that, to have relation to an act may belong to habit both in regard to the nature of habit, and in regard to the subject in which the habit is. In regard to the nature of habit, it belongs to every habit to have relation to an act. For it is essential to habit to imply some relation to a thing's nature, in so far as it is suitable or unsuitable thereto. But a thing's nature, which is the end of generation, is further ordained to another end, which is either an operation, or the product of an operation, to which one attains by means of operation. Wherefore habit implies relation not only to the very nature of a thing, but also, consequently, to operation, inasmuch as this is the end of nature, or conducive to the end. Whence also it is stated in Metaph. v, 25, in the definition of habit, that it is a disposition whereby that which is disposed is well or ill disposed either in regard to itself, that is, to its nature, or in regard to something else, that is, to the end. But there are some habits, which even on the part of the subject in which they are, imply primarily and principally relation to an act. For, as we have said, habit primarily and of itself implies a relation to the thing's nature. If, therefore, the nature of a thing, in which the habit is, consists in this very relation to an act, it follows that the habit principally implies relation to an act. Now it is clear that the nature and the notion of power is that it should be a principle of act. Wherefore every habit is subjected in a power implies principally relation to an act. Reply to Obj. 1. Habit is an act insofar as it is a quality, and in this respect it can be a principle of operation. It is, however, in a state of potentiality in respect to operation. Wherefore habit is called first act, and operation second act, as it is explained in De Anima ii, 5. Reply to Obj. 2. It is not the essence of habit to be related to power, but to be related to nature. And as nature precedes action, to which power is related, therefore habit is put before power as a species of quality. Reply to Obj. 3. Health is said to be a habit, or a habitual disposition, in relation to nature, as stated above. But insofar as nature is a principle of act, it consequently implies a relation to act. Wherefore the Philosopher says that man or one of his members is called healthy when he can perform the operation of a healthy man. And the same applies to other habits. Fourth article: whether habits are necessary. Objection 1. It would seem that habits are not necessary. For by habits we are well or ill disposed in respect of something, as stated above. But a thing is well or ill disposed by its form. For, in respect of its form, a thing is good, even as it is a being. Therefore there is no necessity for habits. Objection 2. Further, habit implies relation to an act. But power implies sufficiently a principle of act. For even the natural powers, without any habits, are principles of acts. Therefore there was no necessity for habits. Obj. 3. Further, as power is related to good and evil, so also is habit. And as power does not always act, so neither does habit. Given, therefore, the powers, habits become superfluous. On the contrary, habits are perfections, according to Phys. 7:17. But perfection is of the greatest necessity to a thing, since it is in the nature of an end. Therefore it is necessary that there should be habits. I answer that, as we have said above in Articles 2 and 3, habit implies a disposition in relation to a thing's nature, and to its operation or end, by reason of which disposition a thing is well or ill disposed thereto. Now for a thing to need to be disposed to something else, 3 conditions are necessary. The first condition is that which is disposed should be distinct from that to which it is disposed, and so that it should be related to it as potentiality is to act. Whence, if there is a being whose nature is not composed of potentiality and act, and whose substance is its own operation, which itself is for itself, There we can find no room for habit and disposition, as is clearly the case in God. The second condition is that that which is in a state of potentiality in regard to something else be capable of determination in several ways and to various things. Whence, if something be in a state of potentiality in regard to something else, but in regard to that only, there we find no room for disposition and habit, for such a subject, from its own nature, has the due relation to such an act. Wherefore, if a heavenly body be composed of matter and form, since that matter is not in a state of potentiality to another form, as we said in the first part, Q. 56, Art. 2, there is no need for disposition or habit in respect of the form, or even in respect of operation, since the nature of the heavenly body is not in a state of potentiality to more than one fixed movement. The third condition is that in disposing the subject to one of those things to which it is in potentiality, several things should occur, capable of being adjusted in various ways, so as to dispose the subject well or ill to its form or to its operation. Wherefore, the simple qualities of the elements, which suit the natures of the elements in one single fixed way, are not called dispositions or habits, but simple qualities. But we call dispositions or habits such things as health, beauty, and so forth, which imply the adjustment of several things which may vary in their relative adjustability. For this reason, the Philosopher says in Metaphysics v, 24 and 25 that habit is a disposition, and disposition is the order of that which has parts either as to place, or as to potentiality, or as to species, as we have said above in Article 1, third reply. Wherefore, since there are many things for whose natures and operations several things must concur which may vary in their relative adjustability, it follows that habit is necessary. Reply to Obj. 1. By the form, the nature of a thing is perfected. Yet the subject needs to be disposed in regard to the form by some disposition. But the form itself is further ordained to operation, which is either the end or the means to the end. And if the form is limited to one fixed operation, no further disposition, besides the form itself, is needed for the operation. But if the form be such that it can operate in diverse ways, as the soul, it needs to be disposed to its operation by means of habits. Reply to Obj. 2. Power sometimes has a relation to many things, and then it needs to be determined by something else. But if a power has not a relation to many things, it does not need a habit to determine it, as we have said. For this reason, the natural forces do not perform their operations by means of habits, because they are of themselves determined to one mode of operation. Reply to Obj. 3. The same habit has not a relation to good and evil, as will be made clear further on in Q. 54, Art. 3. Whereas the same power has a relation to good and evil. And therefore habits are necessary that the powers be determined to good. End of question 49. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 50 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 50 of the subject of habits in 6 articles. We consider next the subject of habits, and under this head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether there is a habit in the body. Second, whether the soul is a subject of habit in respect of its essence or in respect of its power. Third, whether in the powers of the sensitive part there can be a habit. Fourth, whether there is a habit in the intellect. Fifth, whether there is a habit in the will. Sixth, whether there is a habit in separate substances. First article, whether there is a habit in the body. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not a habit in the body. For, as the commentator says in On the Soul 3, a habit is that whereby we act when we will. But bodily actions are not subject to the will, since they are natural. Therefore, there can be no habit in the body. Objection 2. Further, all bodily dispositions are easy to change. But habit is a quality difficult to change. Therefore, no bodily disposition can be a habit. Objection 3. Further, all bodily dispositions are subject to change. But change can only be in the 3rd species of quality, which is divided against habit. Therefore, there is no habit in the body. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, in the book of Predicaments 6, that health of the body and incurable disease are called habits. I answer that, as we have said above in question 49, articles 2 and following, habit is a disposition of a subject which is in a state of potentiality either to form or to operation. Therefore, in so far as habit implies disposition to operation, no habit is principally in the body as its subject. For every operation of the body proceeds either from a natural quality of the body or from the soul moving the body. Consequently, as to those operations which proceed from its nature, the body is not disposed by a habit, because the natural forces are determined to one mode of operation. And we have already said, in question 49, article 4, that it is when the subject is in potentiality to many things that a habitual disposition is required, as to the operations which proceed from the soul through the body. They belong principally to the soul and secondarily to the body. Now habits are in proportion to their operations, whence by like acts like habits are formed. Ethics 2, 1 and 2. And therefore, the dispositions to such operations are principally in the soul. But they can be secondarily in the body, to wit, in so far as the body is disposed and enabled with promptitude to help in the operations of the soul. If, however, we speak of the disposition of the subject to form, thus a habitual disposition can be in the body, which is related to the soul as a subject is to the form. And in this way, health and beauty and such like are called habitual dispositions, yet they have not the nature of habit perfectly, because their causes, of their very nature, are easily changeable. On the other hand, as Simplicius reports in his commentary on the Predicaments, Alexander denied absolutely that habits or dispositions of the 1st species are in the body, and held that the 1st species of quality belonged to the soul alone. And he held that Aristotle mentions health and sickness in the book on the Predicaments, not as though they belonged to the 1st species of quality, but by way of example, so that he would mean that just as health and sickness may be easy or difficult to change, so also are the qualities of the first species, which are called habits and dispositions. But this is clearly contrary to the intention of Aristotle, both because he speaks in the same way of health and sickness as examples, as of virtue and science, and because in Phys. 7:17 he expressly mentions beauty and health among habits. Reply to Obj. 1. This objection runs in the sense of habit as a disposition to operation, and of those actions of the body which are from nature, but not in the sense of those actions which proceed from the soul, and the principle of which is the will. Reply to Obj. 2. Bodily dispositions are not simply difficult to change on account of the changeableness of their bodily causes, but they may be difficult to change by comparison to such a subject, because, to wit, as long as such a subject endures, they cannot be removed, or because they are difficult to change by comparison to other dispositions. But qualities of the soul are simply difficult to change on account of the unchangeableness of the subject, and therefore he does not say that health which is difficult to change is a habit simply, but that it is as a habit, as we read in the Greek, isos hexin, in Categories 8. On the other hand, the qualities of the soul are called habits simply. Reply to Obj. 3. Bodily dispositions, which are in the first species of quality, as some maintained, differ from qualities of the third species, in this, that the qualities of the third species consist in some becoming, and movement, as it were, wherefore they are called passions or passible qualities. But when they have attained to perfection, specific perfection, so to speak, they have then passed into the first species of quality. But Simplicius, in his commentary, disapproves of this, for in this way heating would be in the third species, and heat in the first species of quality, whereas Aristotle puts heat in the third. Wherefore Porphyrius, as Simplicius reports in his commentary, says that passion or passion-like quality, disposition and habit, differ in bodies by way of intensity and remissness. For when a thing receives heat in this only that it is being heated, and not so as to be able to give heat, then we have passion, if it is transitory, or passion-like quality, if it is permanent. But when it has been brought to the point that it is able to heat something else, then it is a disposition, and if it goes so far as to be firmly fixed and to become difficult to change, then it will be a habit. So that disposition would be a certain intensity of passion or passion-like quality, and habit an intensity or disposition. But Simplicius disapproves of this, for such intensity and remissness do not imply diversity on the part of the form itself, but on the part of the diverse participation thereof by the subject, so that there would be no diversity among the species of quality. And therefore we must say otherwise that, as was explained above in Question 49, Article 2, First Reply, the adjustment of the passion-like qualities themselves, according to their suitability to nature, implies the notion of disposition, and so, when a change takes place in these same passion-like qualities, which are heat and cold, moisture and dryness, there results a change as to sickness and health. But change does not occur in regard to like habits and dispositions, primarily and of themselves. Second article: whether the soul is the subject of habit in respect of its essence or in respect of its power. Objection 1: it would seem that habit is in the soul in respect of its essence, rather than in respect of its powers. For we speak of dispositions and habits in relation to nature, as stated above in Q. 49, A. 2. But nature regards the essence of the soul rather than the powers, because it is in respect of its essence that the soul is the nature of such a body and the form thereof. Therefore habits are in the soul in respect of its essence, and not in respect of its powers. Obj. 2: Further, accident is not the subject of accident. Now habit is an accident. But the powers of the soul are in the genus of accident, as we have said in the first part, Q. 77, A. 1, fifth reply. Therefore habit is not in the soul in respect of its powers. Obj. 3: Further, the subject is prior to that which is in the subject. But since habit belongs to the first species of quality, it is prior to power, which belongs to the second species. Therefore habit is not in a power of the soul as its subject. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. i, 13) puts various habits in the various powers of the soul. I answer that, as we have said above (Q. 49, AA. 2, 3), habit implies a certain disposition in relation to nature or to operation. If therefore we take habit as having a relation to nature, it cannot be in the soul, that is, if we speak of human nature, for the soul itself is the form completing the human nature. So that, regarded in this way, habit or disposition is rather to be found in the body by reason of its relation to the soul, than in the soul by reason of its relation to the body. But if we speak of a higher nature, of which man may become a partaker, according to 2 Peter 1, that we may be partakers of the divine nature, thus nothing hinders some habit, namely grace, from being in the soul in respect of its essence, as we shall state later on (Q. 110, A. 4). On the other hand, if we take habit in its relation to operation, it is chiefly thus that habits are found in the soul, in so far as the soul is not determined to one operation, but is indifferent to many, which is a condition for habit, as we have said above (Q. 49, A. 4). And since the soul is the principle of operation through its powers, therefore, regarded in this sense, habits are in the soul in respect of its powers. Reply Obj. 1: The essence of the soul belongs to human nature, not as a subject requiring to be disposed to something further, but as a form and nature to which someone is disposed. Reply Obj. 2: Accident is not of itself the subject of accident. But since among accidents themselves there is a certain order, the subject, according as it is under one accident, is conceived as the subject of a further accident. In this way we say that one accident is the subject of another: as superficies is the subject of color, in which sense power is the subject of habit. Reply Obj. 3: Habit takes precedence of power, according as it implies a disposition to nature, whereas power always implies a relation to operation, which is posterior, since nature is the principle of operation. But the habit whose subject is a power does not imply relation to nature, but to operation: wherefore it is posterior to power. Or we may say that habit takes precedence of power, as the complete takes precedence of the incomplete, and as act takes precedence of potentiality. For act is naturally prior to potentiality, though potentiality is prior in order of generation and time, as stated in Metaphysics 7:17, as well as in Metaphysics 9:13. Third article: whether there can be any habits in the powers of the sensitive part. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be any habits in the powers of the sensitive part. For as the nutritive power is an irrational part, so is the sensitive power. But there can be no habits in the powers of the nutritive part. Therefore we ought not to put any habit in the powers of the sensitive part. Objection 2. Further, the sensitive parts are common to us and the brutes. But there are not any habits in brutes, for in them there is no will, which is put in the definition of habit, as we have said above in Q. 49, A. 3. Therefore there are no habits in the sensitive parts. Objection 3. Further, the habits of the soul are sciences and virtues, and just as science is related to the apprehensive power, so is virtue related to the appetitive power. But in the sensitive powers there are no sciences, since science is of universals, which the sensitive powers cannot apprehend. Therefore neither can there be habits of virtue in the sensitive part. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 3:10 that some virtues, namely temperance and fortitude, belong to the irrational part. I answer that the sensitive powers can be considered in two ways. First, according as they act from natural instinct; secondly, according as they act at the command of reason. According as they act from natural instinct, they are ordained to one thing, even as nature is. But according as they act at the command of reason, they can be ordained to various things, and thus there can be habits in them, by which they are well or ill disposed in regard to something. Reply Obj. 1. The powers of the nutritive part have not an inborn aptitude to obey the command of reason, and therefore there are no habits in them. But the sensitive powers have an inborn aptitude to obey the command of reason, and therefore habits can be in them. For in so far as they obey reason, in a certain sense they are said to be rational, as stated in Ethic. 1:13. Reply Obj. 2. The sensitive powers of dumb animals do not act at the command of reason. But if they are left to themselves, such animals act from natural instinct, and so in them there are no habits ordained to operations. There are in them, however, certain dispositions in relation to nature, as health and beauty. But whereas by man's reason brutes are disposed by a sort of custom to do things in this or that way, so in this sense, to a certain extent, we can admit the existence of habits in dumb animals, wherefore Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 36, "We find the most untamed beasts, deterred by fear of pain, from that wherein they took the keenest pleasure. And when this has become a custom in them, we say that they are tame and gentle." But the habit is incomplete as to the use of the will, for they have not that power of using or of refraining, which seems to belong to the notion of habit, and therefore, properly speaking, there can be no habits in them. Reply Obj. 3. The sensitive appetite has an inborn aptitude to be moved by the rational appetite, as stated in De Anima iii, 57. But the rational powers of apprehension have an inborn aptitude to receive from the sensitive powers. and therefore it is more suitable that habits should be in the powers of sensitive appetite than in the powers of sensitive apprehension, since in the powers of sensitive appetite habits do not exist except according as they act at the command of the reason. And yet, even in the interior powers of sensitive apprehension, we may admit of certain habits whereby man has a facility of memory, thought, or imagination. Wherefore also the Philosopher says (On Memory and Recollection ii) that "custom conduces much to a good memory": the reason of which is that these powers also are moved to act at the command of reason. On the other hand, the exterior apprehensive powers, as sight, hearing, and the like, are not susceptible of habits, but are ordained to their fixed acts, according to the disposition of their nature, just as the members of the body, for there are no habits in them, but rather in the powers which command their movements. _Fourth Article. Whether there is any habit in the intellect? Objection 1. It would seem that there are no habits in the intellect. For the habits are in conformity with operations, as stated above in Article 1. But the operations of man are common to soul and body, as stated in De Anima i, 164. Therefore also are habits. But the intellect is not an act of the body, as is stated in De Anima iii, 6. Therefore the intellect is not the subject of a habit. Obj. 2: Further, whatever is in a thing is there according to the mode of that in which it is. But that which is form without matter is act only, whereas what is composed of form and matter has potentiality and act at the same time. Therefore nothing at the same time potential and actual can be in that which is form only, but only in that which is composed of matter and form. Now the intellect is form without matter. Therefore habit, which has potentiality at the same time as act, being a sort of medium between the two, cannot be in the intellect, but only in the conjunction, which is composed of soul and body. Obj. 3: Further, habit is a disposition whereby we are well or ill disposed in regard to something, as is said in Metaph. v, 25. But that anyone should be well or ill disposed to an act of the intellect is due to some disposition of the body, wherefore also it is stated in De Anima ii, 94 that "we observe men with soft flesh to be quick-witted." Therefore the habits of knowledge are not in the intellect, which is separate, but in some power which is the act of some part of the body. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 2, 3, 10) puts science, wisdom, and understanding, which is the habit of first principles, in the intellective part of the soul. I answer that, concerning intellective habits, there have been various opinions. Some, supposing that there was only one possible intellect for all men, were bound to hold that habits of knowledge are not in the intellect itself, but in the interior sensitive powers. For it is manifest that men differ in habits. And so it was impossible to put the habits of knowledge directly in that which, being only one, would be common to all men. Wherefore, if there were but one single possible intellect of all men, the habits of science, in which men differ from one another, could not be in the possible intellect as in their subject, but would be in the interior sensitive powers, which differ in various men. Now, in the first place, this supposition is contrary to the mind of Aristotle. For it is manifest that the sensitive powers are rational, not by their essence, but only by participation, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Now the Philosopher puts the intellectual virtues, which are wisdom, science, and understanding, in that which is rational by its essence. Wherefore they are not in the sensitive powers, but in the intellect itself. Moreover, he says expressly (De Anima iii, 8, 18) that when the possible intellect "is thus identified with each thing," that is, when it is reduced to act in respect of singulars by the intelligible species, "then it is said to be in act, as the knower is said to be in act, and this happens when the intellect can act of itself," that is, by considering. "And even then it is in potentiality in a sense, but not in the same way as before learning and discovering." Therefore the possible intellect itself is the subject of the habit of science, by which the intellect, even though it be not actually considering, is able to consider. In the second place, this supposition is contrary to the truth. For as to whom belongs the operation, belongs also the power to operate, belongs also the habit. But to understand and to consider is the proper act of the intellect. Therefore also the habit whereby one considers is properly in the intellect itself. Reply Obj. 1: Some said, as Simplicius reports in his Commentary on the Predicaments, that since every operation of man is to a certain extent an operation of the conjunctum, as the Philosopher says (De Anima i, 64), therefore no habit is in the soul only, but only in the conjunctum. And from this it follows that no habit is in the intellect, for the intellect is separate, as ran the argument given above. But the argument is not cogent. For habit is not a disposition of the object to the power, but rather a disposition of the power to the object. Wherefore the habit needs to be in that power which is principle of the act, and not in that which is compared to the power as its object. Now the act of understanding is not said to be common to soul and body, except in respect of the phantasm, as stated in De Anima 66. But it is clear that the phantasm is compared as object to the passive intellect, as stated in De Anima iii, 3, 39. Whence it follows that the intellective habit is chiefly on the part of the intellect itself, and not on the part of the phantasm, which is common to soul and body. And therefore we must say that the possible intellect is the subject of habit, which is in potentiality to many, and this belongs, above all, to the possible intellect. Wherefore the possible intellect is the subject of intellectual habits. Reply Obj. 2: As potentiality to sensible being belongs to corporeal matter, so potentiality to intellectual being belongs to the possible intellect. Wherefore nothing forbids habit to be in the possible intellect, for it is midway between pure potentiality and perfect act. Reply Obj. 3: Because the apprehensive powers inwardly prepare their proper objects for the possible intellect, therefore it is by the good disposition of these powers, to which the good disposition of the body cooperates, that man is rendered apt to understand. And so, in a secondary way, the intellective habit can be in these powers. But principally it is in the possible intellect. Fifth article: Whether any habit is in the will? Objection 1: It would seem that there is not a habit in the will. For the habit, which is in the intellect, is the intelligible species, by means of which the intellect actually understands. But the will does not act by means of species. Therefore the will is not subject of habit. Obj. 2: Further, no habit is allotted to the active intellect, as there is to the possible intellect, because the former is not an active power. But the will is above all an active power, because it moves all the powers to their acts, as stated above (Q. 9, A. 1). Therefore there is no habit in the will. Obj. 3: Further, in the natural powers there is no habit, because, by reason of their nature, they are determinate to one thing. But the will, by reason of its nature, is ordained to tend to the good which reason directs. Therefore there is no habit in the will. On the contrary, justice is a habit. But justice is in the will, for it is "a habit whereby men will and do that which is just," according to Ethic. v, 1. Therefore the will is the subject of a habit. I answer that, every power, which may be variously directed to act, needs a habit whereby it is well disposed to its act. Now since the will is a rational power, it may be variously directed to act. And therefore in the will we must admit the presence of a habit whereby it is well disposed to its act. Moreover, from the very nature of habit, it is clear that it is principally related to the will, inasmuch as habit "is that which one uses when one wills," as stated above (A. 1). Reply Obj. 1: Even as in the intellect there is a species which is the likeness of the object, so in the will and in every appetitive power there must be something by which the power is inclined to its object. For the act of the appetitive power is nothing but a certain inclination, as we have said above (Q. 6, A. 4, and Q. 22, A. 2). And therefore, in respect of those things to which it is inclined sufficiently by the nature of the power itself, the power needs no quality to incline it. But since it is necessary, for the end of human life, that the appetitive power be inclined to something fixed, to which it is not inclined by the nature of the power, which has a relation to many and various things, therefore it is necessary that, in the will and in the other appetitive powers, there be certain qualities to incline them, and these are called habits. Reply Obj. 2: The active intellect is active only, and in no way passive. But the will, and every appetitive power, is both mover and moved, as stated in De Anima iii, 54. And therefore the comparison between them does not hold, for to be susceptible of habit belongs to that which is somehow in potentiality. Reply Obj. 3: The will, from the very nature of the power, is inclined to the good of the reason. But because this good is varied in many ways, the will needs to be inclined, by means of a habit, to some fixed good of the reason, in order that action may follow more promptly. _______________________ SIXTH ARTICLE Whether there are habits in the angels? Objection 1: It would seem that there are no habits in the angels. For Maximus, commentator of Dionysius (Coel. Hier. vii) says: "It is not proper to suppose that there are intellectual, i.e. spiritual, powers in the Divine intelligences, i.e. in the angels, after the manner of accidents, as in us, as though one were in the other as in a subject. for accident of any kind is foreign to them. But every habit is an accident. Therefore there are no habits in the angels. Obj. 2: Further, as Dionysius says On the Heavenly Hierarchy IV, "The holy dispositions of the heavenly essences participate, above all other things, in God's goodness." But that which is of itself, per se, is prior and more powerful than that which is by another, per aliud. Therefore the angelic essences are perfected of themselves unto conformity with God, and therefore not by means of habits. And this seems to have been the reasoning of Maximus, who in the same passage adds, "For if this were the case, surely their essence would not remain in itself, nor could it have been as far as possible deified of itself." Obj. 3: Further, habit is a disposition, as stated in Metaph. v, 25. But disposition, as is said in the same book, is "the order of that which has parts." Since, therefore, angels are simple substances, it seems that there are no dispositions and habits in them. On the contrary, Dionysius says On the Heavenly Hierarchy VII that the angels of the first hierarchy are called "fire-bearers and thrones and outpouring of wisdom, by which is indicated the godlike nature of their habits." I answer that, some have thought that there are no habits in the angels, and that whatever is said of them is said essentially. Whence Maximus, after the words which we have quoted, says, "Their dispositions and the powers which are in them are essential, through the absence of matter in them." And Simplicius says in his commentary on the Predicaments, "Wisdom which is in the soul is its habit, but that which is in the intellect is its substance. For everything divine is sufficient of itself, and exists in itself." Now this opinion contains some truth and some error. For it is manifest from what we have said (Q. 49, A. 4) that only a being in potentiality is the subject of habit. So the above mentioned commentators considered that angels are immaterial substances, and that there is no material potentiality in them, and on that account excluded from them habit and any kind of accident. Yet since, though there is no material potentiality in angels, there is still some potentiality in them, for to be pure act belongs to God alone. Therefore, as far as potentiality is found to be in them, so far may habits be found in them. But because the potentiality of matter and the potentiality of intellectual substance are not of the same kind, whence Simplicius says in his commentary on the Predicaments that "the habits of the intellectual substance are not like the habits here below, but rather are they like simple and immaterial images which it contains in itself." However, the angelic intellect and the human intellect differ with regard to this habit. For the human intellect, being the lowest in the intellectual order, is in potentiality as regards all intelligible things, just as primal matter is in respect of all sensible forms. And therefore, for the understanding of all things, it needs some habit. But the angelic intellect is not as a pure potentiality in the order of intelligible things, but as an act; not indeed as pure act, for this belongs to God alone, but with an admixture of some potentiality. And the higher it is, the less potentiality it has. And therefore, as we said in the first part (Q. 55, A. 1), so far as it is in potentiality, so far is it in need of habitual perfection by means of intelligible species in regard to its proper operation. But so far as it is in act through its own essence, it can understand some things, at least itself, and other things according to the mode of its substance, as stated in On Causes. And the more perfect it is, the more perfectly will it understand. But since no angel attains to the perfection of God, but all are infinitely distant therefrom, for this reason, in order to attain to God Himself, through intellect and will, the angels need some habits, being as it were in potentiality in regard to that pure act. Wherefore Dionysius says, On the Heavenly Hierarchy 7, that their habits are godlike, that is to say, that by them they are made like to God. But those habits that are dispositions to the natural being are not in angels, since they are immaterial. Reply to Obj. 1. This saying of Maximus must be understood of material habits and accidents. Reply to Obj. 2. As to that which belongs to angels by their essence, they do not need a habit. But as they are not so far beings of themselves, as not to partake of divine wisdom and goodness, therefore, so far as they need to partake of something from without, so far do they need to have habits. Reply to Obj. 3. In angels there are no essential parts, but there are potential parts, in so far as their intellect is perfected by several species, and in so far as their will has a relation to several things. End of question 50. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 51 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 51. Of the cause of habits as to their formation, in 4 articles. We must next consider the cause of habits, and firstly, as to their formation, secondly, as to their increase, thirdly, as to their diminution and corruption. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether any habit is from nature. Second, whether any habit is caused by acts. Third, whether any habit can be caused by one act. Fourth, whether any habits are infused in man by God. First article, whether any habit is from nature. Objection 1. It would seem that no habit is from nature. For the use of those things which are from nature does not depend on the will. But habit is that which we use when we will, as the commentator says on De Anima iii. Therefore, habit is not from nature. Objection 2. Further, nature does not employ 2 where 1 is sufficient. But the powers of the soul are from nature. If, therefore, the habits of the powers were from nature, habit and power would be 1. Objection 3. Further, nature does not fail in necessaries. But habits are necessary in order to act well, as we have stated above in question 49, Article 4. If, therefore, any habits were from nature, it seems that nature would not fail to cause all necessary habits, But this is clearly false. Therefore, habits are not from nature. On the contrary, in Ethic. 6:6, among other habits, place is given to understanding of first principles, which habit is from nature. Wherefore also first principles are said to be known naturally. I answer that, one thing can be natural to another in two ways. First, in respect of the specific nature, as the faculty of laughing is natural to man, and it is natural to fire to have an upward tendency. Secondly, in respect of the individual nature, as it is natural to Socrates or Plato to be prone to sickness or inclined to health, in accordance with their respective temperaments. Again, in respect of both natures, something may be called natural in two ways. First, because it is entirely from the nature. Secondly, because it is partly from nature, and partly from an extrinsic principle. For instance, when a man is healed by himself, his health is entirely from nature. But when a man is healed by means of medicine, health is partly from nature, partly from an extrinsic principle. Thus, then, if we speak of habit as a disposition of the subject in relation to form or nature, it may be natural in either of the foregoing ways. For there is a certain natural disposition demanded by the human species, so that no man can be without it. And this disposition is natural in respect of the specific nature. But since such a disposition has a certain latitude, it happens that different grades of this disposition are becoming to different men in respect of the individual nature. And this disposition may be either entirely from nature, or partly from nature, and partly from an extrinsic principle, as we have said of those who are healed by means of art. But the habit, which is a disposition to operation, and whose subject is a power of the soul, as stated above in Q. 50, Art. 2, may be natural whether in respect of the specific nature or in respect of the individual nature. In respect of the specific nature, on the part of the soul itself, which, since it is the form of the body, is the specific principle. But in respect of the individual nature, on the part of the body, which is the material principle. Yet in neither way does it happen that there are natural habits in man, so that they be entirely from nature. In the angels, indeed, this does happen, since they have intelligible species naturally impressed on them, which cannot be said of the human soul, as we have said in the first part, Q. 55, Art. 2, as well as in Q. 84, Art. 3. There are, however, in man several natural habits owing to their existence, partly to nature, and partly to some extrinsic principle. In one way, indeed, in the apprehensive powers; in another way, in the appetitive powers. For in the apprehensive powers there may be a natural habit by way of a beginning, both in respect of the specific nature and in respect of the individual nature. This happens with regard to the specific nature on the part of the soul itself. Thus the understanding of first principles is called a natural habit. For it is owing to the very nature of the intellectual soul that man, having once grasped what is a whole and what is a part, should at once perceive that every whole is larger than its part; and in like manner with regard to other such principles. Yet what is a whole and what is a part, this he cannot know except through the intelligible species which he has received from phantasms. And for this reason the philosopher at the end of the Posterior Analytics shows that knowledge of principles comes to us from the senses. But in respect of the individual nature, a habit of knowledge is natural as to its beginning, in so far as one man, from the disposition of his organs of sense, is more apt than another to understand well, since we need the sensitive powers for the operation of the intellect. In the appetitive powers, however, no habit is natural in its beginning on the part of the soul itself as to the substance of the habit, but only as to certain principles thereof, as, for instance, the principles of common law are called the nurseries of virtue. The reason of this is because the inclination to its proper objects, which seems to be the beginning of a habit, does not belong to the habit, but rather to the very nature of the powers. But on the part of the body, in respect of the individual nature, there are some appetitive habits by way of natural beginnings. For some are disposed from their own bodily temperament to chastity or meekness or such like. Reply to Obj. 1. This objection takes nature as divided against reason and will, whereas reason itself and will belong to the nature of man. Reply to Obj. 2. Something may be added even naturally to the nature of a power, while it cannot belong to the power itself. For instance, with regard to the angels, it cannot belong to the intellective power itself, capable of knowing all things. For thus it would have to be the act of all things, which belongs to God alone. Because that by which something is known must needs be the actual likeness of the thing known, whence it would follow, if the power of the angel knew all things by itself, that it was the likeness and act of all things. Wherefore there must needs be added to the angel's intellective power some intelligible species, which are likenesses of things understood. For it is by participation of the divine wisdom, and not by their own essence, that their intellect can be actually those things which they understand. And so it is clear that not everything belonging to a natural habit can belong to the power. Reply to Obj. 3. Nature is not equally inclined to cause all the various kinds of habits. Since some can be caused by nature, and some not, as we have said above. And so it does not follow that because some habits are natural, therefore all are natural. Second article, whether any habit is caused by acts. Objection 1. It would seem that no habit is caused by acts. For habit is a quality, as we have said above in question 49, Article 1. Now every quality is caused in a subject according to the latter's receptivity. Since then the agent, inasmuch as it acts, does not receive but rather gives, it seems impossible for a habit to be caused in an agent by its own acts. Objection 2. Further, the thing wherein a quality is caused is moved to that quality, as may be clearly seen in that which is heated or cooled, whereas that which produces the act that causes the quality moves, as may be seen in that which heats or cools. If, therefore, habits were caused in anything by its own act, it would follow that the same would be mover and moved, active and passive, which is impossible, as stated in Phys. 3:8. Objection 3. Further, the effect cannot be more noble than its cause. But habit is more noble than the act which precedes the habit, as is clear from the fact that the latter produces more noble acts. Therefore, habit cannot be caused by an act which precedes the habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethics 2:1 and 2, teaches that habits of virtue and vice are caused by acts. I answer that, in the agent, there is sometimes only the active principle of its act. For instance, in fire, there is only the active principle of heating. And in such an agent, a habit cannot be caused by its own act, for which reason natural things cannot become accustomed or unaccustomed, as is stated in Ethics 2:1. But a certain agent is to be found in which there is both the active and the passive principle of its act, as we see in human acts. For the acts of the appetitive power proceed from that same power, according as it is moved by the apprehensive power presenting the object. And further, the intellective power, according as it reasons about its conclusions, has, as it were, an active principle in a self-evident proposition. Wherefore, by such acts, habits can be caused in their agents, not indeed with regard to the first active principle, but with regard to that principle of the act, which principle is a mover moved. For everything that is passive and moved by another is disposed by the action of the agent. Wherefore, if the acts be multiplied, a certain quality is formed in the power which is passive and moved, which quality is called a habit. Just as the habits of moral virtue are caused in the appetitive powers, according as they are moved by the reason, and as the habits of science are caused in the intellect, according as it is moved by first propositions. Reply to Obj. 1. The agent, as agent, does not receive anything. But insofar as it moves through being moved by another, it receives something from that which moves it, and thus is a habit caused. Reply to Obj. 2. The same thing, and in the same respect, cannot be mover and moved. But nothing prevents a thing from being moved by itself as to different respects, as is proved in Phys. 8, 28 and 29. Reply to Obj. 3. The act which precedes the habit, insofar as it comes from an active principle, proceeds from a more excellent principle than is the habit caused thereby. Just as the reason is a more excellent principle than the habit of moral virtue produced in the appetitive power by repeated acts, and as the understanding of first principles is a more excellent principle than the science of conclusions. Third article. Whether a habit can be caused by one act. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit can be caused by one act. For demonstration is an act of reason. But science, which is the habit of one conclusion, is caused by one demonstration. Therefore, habit can be caused by one act. Objection 2. Further, as acts happen to increase by multiplication, so do they happen to increase by intensity. But a habit is caused by multiplication of acts. Therefore, also, if an act be very intense, it can be the generating cause of a habit. Objection 3. Further, health and sickness are habits. But it happens that a man is healed or becomes ill by one act. Therefore, one act can cause a habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethics 1:7 says, "As neither does one swallow, nor one day, make spring, so neither does one day, nor a short time, make a man blessed and happy." But happiness is an operation in respect of a habit of perfected virtue, according to Ethics 1:7, 10, and 13. Therefore, a habit of virtue, and for the same reason other habits, is not caused by one act. I answer that, as we have said already in Article 2, habit is caused by act, because a passive power is moved by an active principle. But in order that some quality be caused in that which is passive, the active principle must entirely overcome the passive. Whence we see that because fire cannot at once overcome the combustible, it does not enkindle at once, but it gradually expels contrary dispositions, so that by overcoming it entirely, it may impress its likeness on it. Now it is clear that the active principle, which is reason, cannot entirely overcome the appetitive power in one act, because the appetitive power is inclined variously and to many things, while the reason judges in a single act what should be willed in regard to various aspects and circumstances. Wherefore the appetitive power is not thereby entirely overcome, so as to be inclined like nature to the same thing, in the majority of cases. Which inclination belongs to the habit of virtue. Therefore, a habit of virtue cannot be caused by one act, but only by many. But in the apprehensive powers, we must observe that there are two passive principles. One is the possible intellect itself. Confer the first part, question 79, Article 2, second reply. The other is the intellect, which Aristotle calls passive, and this is the particular reason, that is, the cogitative power, with memory and imagination, as found in On the Soul 320. With regard, then, to the former passive principle, it is possible for a certain active principle to entirely overcome, by one act, the power of its passive principle. Thus one self-evident proposition convinces the intellect, so that it gives a firm assent to the conclusion. But a probable proposition cannot do this. Wherefore a habit of opinion needs to be caused by many acts of the reason, even on the part of the possible intellect; whereas a habit of science can be caused by a single act of the reason, so far as the possible intellect is concerned. But with regard to the lower apprehensive powers, the same acts need to be repeated many times for anything to be firmly impressed on the memory. And so the Philosopher says, On Memory and Recollection I, that meditation strengthens memory. Bodily habits, however, can be caused by one act, if the active principle is of great power. Sometimes, for instance, a strong dose of medicine restores health at once. Hence the solutions to the objections are clear. Fourth article. Whether any habits are infused in man by God. Objection 1. It would seem that no habit is infused in man by God. For God treats all equally. If, therefore, He infuses habits into some, He would infuse them into all, which is clearly untrue. Objection 2. Further, God works in all things according to the mode which is suitable to their nature. For it belongs to divine providence to preserve nature, as Dionysius says On the Divine Names 4. But habits are naturally caused in man by acts, as we have said above in Article 2. Therefore God does not cause habits to be in man except by acts. Objection 3. Further, if any habit be infused into man by God, man can by that habit perform many acts. But from those acts a like habit is caused, according to Ethic. ii, 1, 2. Consequently, there will be two habits of the same species in the same man, one acquired, the other infused. Now this seems impossible. For the two forms of the same species cannot be in the same subject. Therefore a habit is not infused into man by God. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 15:5, "God filled him with the spirit of wisdom and understanding." Now wisdom and understanding are habits. Therefore some habits are infused into man by God. I answer that, some habits are infused by God into man for two reasons. The first reason is because there are some habits by which man is disposed to an end which exceeds the proportion of human nature, namely, the ultimate and perfect happiness of man, as stated above in Q. 5, Art. 5. And since habits need to be in proportion with that to which man is disposed by them, therefore is it necessary that those habits which dispose to this end exceed the proportion of human nature. Wherefore such habits can never be in man except by divine infusion, as is the case with all gratuitous virtues. The other reason is because God can produce the effects of second causes without these second causes, as we have said in the first part, Q. 105, Art. 6. Just as, therefore, sometimes, in order to show his power, he causes health without its natural cause, but which nature could have caused, so also at times, for the manifestation of his power, he infuses into man even those habits which can be caused by a natural power. Thus he gave to the apostles the science of the Scriptures and of all tongues, which men can acquire by study or by custom, but not so perfectly. Reply to Obj. 1. God, in respect of his nature, is the same to all, but in respect of the order of his wisdom, for some fixed motive, gives certain things to some which he does not give to others. Reply to Obj. 2. That God works in all according to their mode does not hinder God from doing what nature cannot do, but it follows from this that he does nothing contrary to that which is suitable to nature. Reply to Obj. 3. Acts produced by an infused habit do not cause a habit, but strengthen the already existing habit, just as the remedies of medicine given to a man who is naturally healthy do not cause a kind of health, but give new strength to the health he had before. End of question 51. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 52 of Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 52 of the increase of habits in 3 articles. We have now to consider the increase of habits, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether habits increase. Second, whether they increase by addition. Third, whether each act increases the habit. First article, whether habits increase. Objection 1. It would seem that habits cannot increase. For increase concerns quantity, according to Phys. 5:18. But habits are not in the genus of quantity, but in that of quality. Therefore there can be no increase of habits. Objection 2. Further, habit is a perfection, according to Phys. 7:17, 18. But since perfection conveys a notion of end and term, it seems that it cannot be more or less. Therefore a habit cannot increase. Obj. 3: Further, those things which can be more or less are subject to alteration. For that which from being less hot becomes more hot is said to be altered. But in habits there is no alteration, as is proved in Phys. 7, 15 and 17. Therefore habits cannot increase. On the contrary, faith is a habit, and yet it increases. Wherefore the disciples said to our Lord in Luke 17:5, "Lord, increase our faith." Therefore habits increase. I answer that, increase, like other things pertaining to quantity, is transferred from bodily quantities to intelligible spiritual things, on account of the natural connection of the intellect with corporeal things, which come under the imagination. Now in corporeal quantities, a thing is said to be great according as it reaches the perfection of quantity due to it. Wherefore a certain quantity is reputed great in man, which is not reputed great in an elephant. And so also in forms, we say a thing is great because it is perfect. And since good has the nature of perfection, therefore, in things which are great, but not in quantity, to be greater is the same as to be better, as Augustine says (De Trin. vi, 8). Now the perfection of a form may be considered in two ways. First, in respect of the form itself; secondly, in respect of the participation of the form by its subject. In so far as we consider the perfections of a form in respect of the form itself, thus the form is said to be little or great; for instance, great or little health or science. But in so far as we consider the perfection of a form in respect of the participation thereof by the subject, it is said to be more or less; for instance, more or less white or healthy. Now this distinction is not to be understood as implying that the form has a being outside its matter or subject, but that it is one thing to consider the form according to its specific nature, and another to consider it in respect of its participation by a subject. In this way, then, there were 4 opinions among the philosophers concerning intensity and remission of habits and forms, as Simplicius relates in his commentary on the Predicaments. For Plotinus and the other Platonists held that qualities and habits themselves were susceptible of more or less, for the reason that they were material, and so had a certain want of definiteness on account of the infinity of matter. Others, on the contrary, held that qualities and habits of themselves were not susceptible of more or less, but that the things affected by them, qualia, are said to be more or less, in respect of the participation of the subject. That, for instance, justice is not more or less, but the just thing. Aristotle alludes to this opinion in the Predicaments, Category 6. The third opinion was that of the Stoics, and lies between the 2 preceding opinions. For they held that some habits are of themselves susceptible of more and less, for instance, the arts; and that some are not, as the virtues. The fourth opinion was held by some, who said that qualities and immaterial forms are not susceptible of more or less, but that material forms are. In order that the truth in this matter be made clear, we must observe that in respect of which a thing receives its species, must be something fixed and stationary, and as it were indivisible. For whatever attains to that thing is contained under the species, and whatever recedes from it, more or less, belongs to another species, more or less perfect. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. viii, 10) that species of things are like numbers, in which addition or subtraction changes the species. If therefore a form, or anything at all, receives its specific nature in respect of itself, or in respect of something belonging to it, it is necessary that, considered in itself, it be something of a definite nature, which can be neither more nor less. Such are heat, whiteness, or other like qualities, which are not denominated from a relation to something else; and much more so substance, which is per se being. But those things which receive their species from something to which they are related can be diversified, in respect of themselves, according to more or less; and nonetheless they remain in the same species on account of the oneness of that to which they are related, and from which they receive their species. For example, movement is in itself more intense or more remiss, and yet it remains in the same species, on account of the oneness of the term by which it is specified. We may observe the same thing in health, for a body attains to the nature of health according as it has a disposition suitable to an animal's nature, to which various dispositions may be suitable; which disposition is therefore variable as regards more or less, and withal the nature of health remains. Whence the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 2, 3): "Health itself may be more or less, for the measure is not the same in all, nor is it always the same in one individual, but down to a certain point it may decrease and still remain health." Now these various dispositions and measures of health are by way of excess and defect. Wherefore if the name of health were given to the most perfect measure, then we should not speak of health as greater or less. Thus therefore it is clear how a quality or form may increase or decrease of itself, and how it cannot. But if we consider a quality or form in respect of its participation by the subject, thus again we find that some qualities and forms are susceptible of more or less, and some not. Now Simplicius assigns the cause of this diversity to the fact that substance in itself cannot be susceptible of more or less, because it is per se being; and therefore every form which is participated substantially by its subject cannot vary in intensity and remission. Wherefore in the genus of substance nothing is said to be more or less. And because quantity is nigh to substance, and because shape follows on quantity, therefore is it that neither in these can there be such a thing as more or less. Whence the Philosopher says (Phys. vii, 15) that when a thing receives form and shape, it is not said to be altered, but to be made. But other qualities, which are further removed from quantity, and are connected with passions and actions, are susceptible of more or less in respect of their participation by the subject. Now it is possible to explain yet further the reason of this diversity. For, as we have said, that from which a thing receives its species must remain indivisibly fixed and constant in something indivisible. Wherefore in two ways it may happen that a form cannot be participated more or less. First, because the participator has its species in respect of that form; and for this reason no substantial form is participated more or less. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Metaph. viii, 10) that "as a number cannot be more or less, so neither can that which is in the species of substance, that is, in respect of its participation of the specific form. But in so far as substance may be with matter, that is, in respect of material dispositions, more or less are found in substance. Secondly, this may happen from the fact that the form is essentially indivisible, wherefore if anything participate that form, it must needs participate in its respect of its indivisibility. For this reason, we do not speak of the species of number as varying in respect of more or less, because each species thereof is constituted by an indivisible unity. The same is to be said of the species of continuous quantity, which are denominated from numbers, as 2 cubits long, 3 cubits long, and of relations of quantity, as double and triple, and of figures of quantity, as triangle and tetragon. This same explanation is given by Aristotle in the Predicaments, in Category 6, where, in explaining why figures are not susceptible of more or less, he says: "Things which are given the nature of a triangle or a circle are accordingly triangles and circles. To wit, because indivisibility is essential to the notion of such, wherefore whatever participates their nature must participate in its indivisibility. It is clear, therefore, since we speak of habits and dispositions in respect of a relation to something, as is mentioned in Phys. 7:17, that in two ways intensity and remission may be observed in habits and dispositions. First, in respect of the habit itself. Thus, for instance, we speak of greater or less health, greater or less science, which extends to more or fewer things. Secondly, in respect of participation by the subject, in so far as equal science or health is participated more in one than in another, according to a diverse aptitude arising either from nature or from custom. For habit and disposition do not give species to the subject, nor again do they essentially imply indivisibility. We shall say further on, in Q. 66, Art. 1, how it is with the virtues. Reply to Obj. 1: As the word "great" is taken from corporeal quantities and applied to the intelligible perfections of forms, so also is the word "growth," the term of which is something great. Reply to Obj. 2: Habit is indeed a perfection, but not a perfection which is the term of its subject, for instance, a term giving the subject its specific being; nor again does the nature of a habit include the notion of term, as do the species of numbers. Wherefore there is nothing to hinder it from being susceptible of more or less. Reply to Obj. 3: Alteration is primarily indeed in the qualities of the third species, but secondarily it may be in the qualities of the first species. For, supposing an alteration as to hot and cold, there follows in an animal an alteration as to health and sickness. In like manner, if an alteration take place in the passions of the sensitive appetite, or the sensitive powers of apprehension, an alteration follows as to science and virtue, as mentioned in Phys. 8:20. Second article: Whether habit increases by addition. Objection 1: It would seem that the increase of habits is by way of addition. For the word "increase," as we have said, is transferred to forms from corporeal quantities. But in corporeal quantities there is no increase without addition. Wherefore it is said On Generation and Corruption 131 that increase is an addition to a magnitude already existing. Therefore, in habits also, there is no increase without addition. Objection 2: Further, habit is not increased except by means of some agent. But every agent does something in the passive subject. For instance, that which heats causes heat in that which is heated. Therefore, there is no increase without addition. Obj. 3: Further, as that which is not white is in potentiality to be white, so that which is less white is in potentiality to be more white. But that which is not white is not made white except by the addition of whiteness. Therefore, that which is less white is not made more white except by an added whiteness. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Phys. 4:84), "That which is hot is made hotter, without making, in the matter, something hot that was not hot, when the thing was less hot." Therefore, in like manner, neither is any addition made in other forms when they increase. I answer that, the solution of this question depends on what we have said above in Article 1. For we said that increase and decrease in forms which are capable of intensity and remissness happen in one way not on the part of the very form considered in itself, through the diverse participation thereof by the subject. Wherefore, such increase of habits and other forms is not caused by an addition of form to form, but by the subject participating more or less perfectly one and the same form. And just as, by an agent which is in act, something is made actually hot, beginning, as it were, to participate a form, not as though the form itself were made, as is proved in Metaph. 7:32, so, by an intense action of the agent, something is made more hot, as it were participating the form more perfectly, not as though something were added to the form. For if this increase in forms were understood to be by way of addition, this could only be either in the form itself or in the subject. If it be understood of the form itself, it has already been stated in Article 1 that such an addition or subtraction would change the species, even as the species of color is changed when a thing from being pale becomes white. If, on the other hand, this addition be understood as applying to the subject, this could only be either because one part of the subject receives a form which it had not previously. Thus we may say cold increases in a man who, after being cold in one part of his body, is cold in several parts. Or because some other subject is added sharing in the same form, as when a hot thing is added to another, or one white thing to another. But in either of these two ways, we have not a more white or a more hot thing, but a greater white or hot thing. Since, however, as stated above in Article 1, certain accidents are of themselves susceptible of more or less, in some of these we may find increase by addition. For movement increases by an addition either to the time it lasts or to the course it follows, and yet the species remains the same on account of the oneness of the term. Yet movement increases the intensity as to the participation in its subject, that is, in so far as the same movement can be executed more or less speedily or readily. In like manner, science can increase in itself by addition. Thus, when anyone learns several conclusions of geometry, the same specific habit of science increases in that man. Yet a man's science increases, as to the subject's participation thereof, in intensity, insofar as one man is quicker and readier than another in considering the same conclusions. As to bodily habits, it does not seem very probable that they receive increase by way of addition. For an animal is not said to be simply healthy or beautiful, unless it be such in all its parts. And if it be brought to a more perfect measure, this is the result of a change in the simple qualities, which are not susceptible of increase save in intensity on the part of the subject partaking of them. How this question affects virtues we shall state further on, in question 66, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 1. Even in bodily bulk, increase is twofold. First, by addition of one subject to another, such is the increase of living things. Secondly, by mere intensity, without any addition at all. Such is the case with things subject to rarefaction, as is stated in Phys. 4:63. Reply to Obj. 2. The cause that increases a habit always affects something in the subject, but not a new form. But it causes the subject to partake more perfectly of a pre-existing form, or it makes the form to extend further. Reply to Obj. 3. What is not already white is potentially white, as not yet possessing the form of whiteness. Hence the agent causes a new form in the subject. But that which is less hot or white is not in potentiality to those forms, since it has them already actually. But it is in potentiality to a perfect mode of participation, and this it receives through the agent's action. Third article. Whether every act increases its habit. Objection 1. It would seem that every act increases its habit. For when the cause is increased, the effect is increased. Now acts are causes of habits, as stated above in question 51, Article 2. Therefore, a habit increases when its acts are multiplied. Objection 2. Further, of like things, a like judgment should be formed. But all the acts proceeding from one and the same habit are alike, as is stated in Ethics 2, 1 and 2. Therefore, if some acts increase a habit, every act should increase it. Objection 3. Further, like is increased by like. But any act is like the habit whence it proceeds. Therefore, every act increases the habit. On the contrary, opposite effects do not result from the same cause. But according to Ethics 2:2, some acts lessen the habit whence they proceed, for instance, if they be done carelessly. Therefore, it is not every act that increases a habit. I answer that, like acts cause like habits, according to Ethics 2, 1 and 2. Now things are like or unlike, not only in respect of their qualities being the same or various, but also in respect of the same or a different mode of participation. For it is not only black that is unlike white, but also less white is unlike more white, since there is a movement from less white to more white, even as from one opposite to another, as stated in Phys. 5:52. But since use of habits depends on the will, as was shown above in question 50, Article 5, just as one who has a habit may fail to use it, or may act contrary to it, so may he happen to use the habit by performing an act that is not in proportion to the intensity of the habit. Accordingly, if the intensity of the act correspond in proportion to the intensity of the habit, or even surpass it, every such act either increases the habit or disposes to an increase thereof, if we may speak of the increase of habits as we do of the increase of an animal. For not every morsel of food actually increases the animal's size, as neither does every drop of water hollow out the stone. But the multiplication of food results at last in an increase of the body. So too, repeated acts cause a habit to grow. If, however, the act falls short of the intensity of the habit, such an act does not dispose to an increase of that habit, but rather to a lessening thereof. From this it is clear how to solve the objections. End of question 52. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 53 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 53. How habits are corrupted or diminished, in 3 articles. We must now consider how habits are lost or weakened, and under this head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether a habit can be corrupted. Second, whether it can be diminished. Third, how are habits corrupted or diminished? First article, whether a habit can be corrupted. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit cannot be corrupted. For habit is within its subject like a second nature. Wherefore it is pleasant to act from habit. Now, so long as a thing is, its nature is not corrupted. Therefore, neither can a habit be corrupted, so long as its subject remains. Objection 2. Further, whenever a form is corrupted, this is due either to corruption of its subject or to its contrary. Thus, sickness ceases through corruption of the animal, or through the advent of health. Now science, which is a habit, cannot be lost through corruption of its subject, since the intellect, which is its subject, is a substance that is incorruptible, according to De Anima 165. In like manner, neither can it be lost through the action of its contrary, since intelligible species are not contrary to one another, according to Phys. 752. Therefore, the habit of science can nowise be lost. Objection 3. Further, all corruption results from some movement. But the habit of science, which is in the soul, cannot be corrupted by a direct movement of the soul itself, since the soul is not moved directly. It is, however, moved indirectly through the movement of the body. And yet no bodily change seems capable of corrupting the intelligible species residing in the intellect. Since the intellect independently of the body is the proper abode of the species, for which reason it is held that habits are not lost either through old age or through death. Therefore, science cannot be corrupted. For the same reason, neither can habits of virtue be corrupted, since they are also in the rational soul, and, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics 1:10, virtue is more lasting than learning. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in On Longness and Shortness of Life 2 that forgetfulness and deception are the corruption of science. Moreover, by sinning, a man loses a habit of virtue, and again, virtues are engendered and corrupted by contrary acts, according to Ethic. 2:2. I answer that, a form is said to be corrupted directly by its contrary; indirectly, through its subject being corrupted. When therefore a habit has a corruptible subject, and a cause that has a contrary, it can be corrupted both ways. This is clearly the case with bodily habits, for instance, health and sickness. But those habits that have an incorruptible subject cannot be corrupted indirectly. There are, however, some habits which, while residing chiefly in an incorruptible subject, reside nevertheless secondarily in a corruptible subject. Such is the habit of science, which is chiefly indeed in the possible intellect, but secondarily in the sensitive powers of apprehension, as stated above, in Q. 50, Art. 3, third reply. Consequently, the habit of science cannot be corrupted indirectly on the part of the possible intellect, but only on the part of the lower sensitive powers. We must therefore inquire whether habits of this kind can be corrupted directly. If then there be a habit having a contrary, either on the part of itself or on the part of its cause, it can be corrupted directly. But if it has no contrary, it cannot be corrupted directly. Now it is evident that an intelligible species residing in the possible intellect has no contrary, nor can the active intellect, which is the cause of that species, have a contrary. Wherefore, if in the possible intellect there be a habit caused immediately by the active intellect, such a habit is incorruptible both directly and indirectly. Such are the habits of the first principles, both speculative and practical, which cannot be corrupted by any forgetfulness or deception whatever. Even as the Philosopher says about prudence in Ethic. 6:5 that "it cannot be lost by being forgotten." There is, however, in the possible intellect, a habit caused by the reason, to wit, the habit of conclusions, which is called science, to the cause of which something may be contrary in two ways. First, on the part of those very propositions which are the starting point of the reason. For the assertion, "good is not good," is contrary to the assertion, "good is good." Secondly, on the part of the process of reasoning, forasmuch as a sophistical syllogism is contrary to a dialectic or demonstrative syllogism. Wherefore it is clear that a false reason can corrupt the habit of a true opinion or even of science. Hence the Philosopher, as stated above, says that "deception is the corruption of science." As to virtues, some of them are intellectual, residing in reason itself, as stated in Ethic. 6:1, and to these applies what we have said of science and opinion. Some, however, notably the moral virtues, are in the appetitive part of the soul, and the same may be said of the contrary vices. Now the habits of the appetitive part are caused therein because it is natural to it to be moved by the reason. Therefore a habit, either of virtue or of vice, may be corrupted by a judgment of reason, whenever its motion is contrary to such vice or virtue, whether through ignorance, passion, or deliberate choice. Reply Obj. 1: As stated in Ethic. 7:10, a habit is like a second nature, and yet it falls short of it. And so it is that while the nature of a thing cannot in any way be taken away from a thing, a habit is removed, though with difficulty. Reply Obj. 2: Although there is no contrary to intelligible species, yet there can be a contrary to assertions and to the process of reason, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. Science is not taken away by movement of the body, if we consider the root itself of the habit, but only as it may prove an obstacle to the act of science, in so far as the intellect, in its act, has need of the sensitive powers which are impeded by corporal transmutation. But the intellectual movement of the reason can corrupt the habit of science, even as regards the very root of the habit. In like manner, a habit of virtue can be corrupted. Nevertheless, when it is said that virtue is more lasting than learning, this must be understood in respect not of the subject or cause, but of the act, because the use of virtue continues through the whole of life, whereas the use of learning does not. Second article. Whether a habit can diminish. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit cannot diminish. Because a habit is a simple quality and form. Now a simple thing is possessed either wholly or not at all. Therefore, although a habit can be lost, it cannot diminish. Objection 2. Further, if a thing is befitting an accident, this is by reason either of the accident or of its subject. Now a habit does not become more or less intense by reason of itself. Else it would follow that a species might be predicated of its individuals more or less. And if it can become less intense as to its participation by its subject, it would follow that something is accidental to a habit, proper thereto, and not common to the habit and to its subject. Now, whenever a form has something proper to it besides its subject, that form can be separate, as stated in De Anima i, 13. Hence it follows that a habit is a separable form, which is impossible. Obj. 3. Further, the very notion and nature of a habit, as of any accident, is inherence in a subject. Wherefore any accident is defined with reference to its subject. Therefore, if a habit does not become more or less intense in itself, neither can it in its inherence in its subject, and consequently it will be nowise less intense. On the contrary, it is natural for contraries to be applicable to the same thing. Now increase and decrease are contraries. Since therefore a habit can increase, it seems that it can also diminish. I answer that habits diminish, just as they increase, in two ways, as we have already explained in Q. 52, Art. 1. And since they increase through the same cause as that which engenders them, so too they diminish by the same cause as that which corrupts them. Since the diminishing of a habit is the road which leads to its corruption, even as, on the other hand, the engendering of a habit is a foundation of its increase. Reply to Obj. 1. A habit, considered in itself, is a simple form. It is not thus that it is subject to decrease, but according to the different ways in which its subject participates in it. This is due to the fact that the subject's potentiality is indeterminate, through its being able to participate a form in various ways, or to extend to a greater or smaller number of things. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument would hold if the essence itself of a habit were nowise subject to decrease. This we do not say, but that a certain decrease in the essence of a habit has its origin, not in the habit but in its subject. Reply to Obj. 3. No matter how we take an accident, its very notion implies dependence on a subject, but in different ways. For if we take an accident in the abstract, it implies relation to a subject, which relation begins in the accident and terminates in the subject. For whiteness is that whereby a thing is white. Accordingly, in defining an accident in the abstract, we do not put the subject as though it were the first part of the definition, notably the genus, but we give it the second place, which is that of the difference. Thus we say that simitas is a curvature of the nose. But if we take accidents in the concrete, the relation begins in the subject and terminates in the concrete. The relation begins in the subject and terminates at the accident. For a white thing is something that has whiteness. Accordingly, in defining this kind of accident, we place the subject as the genus, which is the first part of a definition. For we say that a simum is a snub nose. Accordingly, whatever is befitting an accident on the part of the subject, but is not of the very essence of the accident, is ascribed to that accident, not in the abstract, but in the concrete. Such are increase and decrease in certain accidents, wherefore to be more or less white is not ascribed to whiteness, but to a white thing. The same applies to habits and other qualities, save that certain habits increase or diminish by a kind of addition, as we have already clearly explained in question 52, Article 2. Third article. Whether a habit is corrupted or diminished through mere cessation from act. Objection 1. It would seem that a habit is not corrupted or diminished through mere cessation from act. For habits are more lasting than passion-like qualities, as we have explained above in question 49, Article 2, third reply, and in question 50, Article 1. But passion-like qualities are neither corrupted nor diminished by cessation from act. For whiteness is not lessened through not affecting the sight, nor heat through ceasing to make something hot. Therefore, neither are habits diminished or corrupted through cessation from act. Objection 2. Further, corruption and diminution are changes. Now nothing is changed without a moving cause. Since, therefore, cessation from act does not imply a moving cause, it does not appear how a habit can be diminished or corrupted through cessation from act. Objection 3. Further, the habits of science and virtue are in the intellectual soul which is above time. Now those things that are above time are neither destroyed nor diminished by length of time. Neither, therefore, are such habits destroyed or diminished through length of time if one fails for long to exercise them. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in On Longness and Shortness of Life, too, that not only deception, but also forgetfulness is the corruption of science. Moreover, he says in Ethics 8:5 that want of intercourse has dissolved many a friendship. In like manner, other habits of virtue are diminished or destroyed through cessation from act. I answer that, as stated in Physics 7:27, a thing is a cause of movement in two ways. First, directly, and such a thing causes movement by reason of its proper form. Thus fire causes heat. Secondly, indirectly, for instance, that which removes an obstacle. It is in this latter way that the destruction or diminution of a habit results through cessation from act, in so far, to wit, as we cease from exercising an act which overcame the causes that destroyed or weakened that habit. For it has been stated in Article 1 that habits are destroyed or diminished directly through some contrary agency. Consequently, all habits that are gradually undermined by contrary agencies which need to be counteracted by acts proceeding from those habits, are diminished or even destroyed altogether by long cessation from act, as is clearly seen in the case both of science and of virtue. For it is evident that a habit of moral virtue makes a man ready to choose the mean in deeds and passions. And when a man fails to make use of his virtuous habit in order to moderate his own passions or deeds, the necessary result is that many passions and deeds fail to observe the mode of virtue by reason of the inclination of the sensitive appetite and of other external agencies. Wherefore, virtue is destroyed or lessened through cessation from act. The same applies to the intellectual habits, which render man ready to judge aright of those things that are pictured by his imagination. Hence, when man ceases to make use of his intellectual habits, strange fancies, sometimes in opposition to them, arise in his imagination, so that, unless those fancies be, as it were, cut off or kept back by frequent use of his intellectual habits, man becomes less fit to judge aright, and sometimes is even wholly disposed to the contrary, and thus the intellectual habit is diminished or even wholly destroyed by cessation from act. Reply to Obj. 1. Even heat would be destroyed through ceasing to give heat, if, for this same reason, cold, which is destructive of heat, were to increase. Reply to Obj. 2. Cessation from act is a moving cause, conducive of corruption or diminution, by removing the obstacles thereto, as explained above. Reply to Obj. 3. The intellectual part of the soul, considered in itself, is above time, but the sensitive part is subject to time, and therefore in course of time it undergoes change as to the passions of the sensitive part, and also as to the powers of apprehension. Hence the Philosopher says in Phys. iv, 117 that time makes us forget. End of question 53. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 54 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae, Treatise on Habits, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 54 of the distinction of habits, in 4 articles. We have now to consider the distinction of habits, and under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether many habits can be in one power. Second, whether habits are distinguished by their objects. Third, whether habits are divided into good and bad. Fourth, whether one habit may be made up of many habits. First article: whether many habits can be in one power. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be many habits in one power. For when several things are distinguished in respect of the same thing, if one of them be multiplied, the others are too. Now habits and powers are distinguished in respect of the same thing, notably their acts and objects. Therefore they are multiplied in like manner. Therefore there cannot be many habits in one power. Objection 2. Further, a power is a simple force. Now in one simple subject there cannot be diversity of accidents. for the subject is the cause of its accidents, and it does not appear how diverse effects can proceed from one simple cause. Therefore there cannot be many habits in one power. Obj. 3: Further, just as the body is informed by its shape, so is a power informed by a habit. But one body cannot be informed at the same time by various shapes. Therefore neither can a power be informed at the same time by many habits. Therefore several habits cannot be at the same time in one power. On the contrary, the intellect is one power, wherein, nevertheless, are the habits of various sciences. I answer that, as stated above in question 49, Article 4, habits are dispositions of a thing that is in potentiality to something, either to nature or to operation, which is the end of nature. As to those habits which are dispositions to nature, it is clear that several can be in one same subject, since in one subject we may take parts in various ways, according to the various dispositions, of which parts there are various habits. Thus, if we take the humours as being parts of the human body, according to their disposition in respect of human nature, we have the habit or disposition of health; while, if we take like parts, such as nerves, bones, and flesh, the disposition of these in respect of nature is strength or weakness; whereas, if we take the limbs, that is, the hands, feet, and so on, the disposition of these in proportion to nature is beauty. And thus there are several habits or dispositions in the same subject. If, however, we speak of those habits that are dispositions to operation, and belong properly to the powers, thus again there may be several habits in one power. The reason for this is that the subject of a habit is a passive power, as stated above in question 51, Article 2. For it is only an active power that cannot be the subject of a habit, as was clearly shown above in question 51, Article 2. Now a passive power is compared to the determinate act of any species as matter to form, because, just as matter is determinate to one form by one agent, so too is a passive power determined by the nature of one active object to an act specifically one. Wherefore, just as several objects can move one passive power, so can one passive power be the subject of several acts or perfections specifically diverse. Now habits are qualities or forms adhering to a power, and inclining that power to acts of a determinate species. Consequently, several habits, even as several specifically different acts, can belong to one power. Reply to Obj. 1. Even as in natural things, diversity of species is according to the form, and diversity of genus according to matter, as stated in Metaphysics 5:33, since things that differ in matter belong to different genera. So too, generic diversity of objects entails a difference of powers. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:1 that those objects that differ generically belong to different departments of the soul, while specific difference of objects entails a specific difference of acts, and consequently of habits also. Now things that differ in genus differ in species, but not vice versa. Wherefore the acts and habits of different powers differ in species, but it does not follow that different habits are in different powers, for several can be in one power. And even as several genera may be included in one genus, and several species be contained in one species, so does it happen that there are several species of habits and powers. Reply to Obj. 2. Although a power is simple as to its essence, it is multiple virtually, inasmuch as it extends to many specifically different acts. Consequently, there is nothing to prevent many superficially different habits from being in one power. Reply to Obj. 3. A body is informed by its shape as by its own terminal boundaries, whereas a habit is not the terminal boundary of a power, but the disposition of a power to an act as to its ultimate term. Consequently, one same power cannot have several acts at the same time, except insofar as perchance one act is comprised in another, just as neither can a body have several shapes, save insofar as one shape enters into another, as a three-sided in a four-sided figure. For the intellect cannot understand several things at the same time actually, and yet it can know several things at the same time habitually. Second article: whether habits are distinguished by their objects. Objection 1. It would seem that habits are not distinguished by their objects. For contraries differ in species. Now the same habit of science regards contraries. Thus medicine regards the healthy and the unhealthy. Therefore, habits are not distinguished by objects specifically distinct. Objection 2. Further, different sciences are different habits. But the same scientific truth belongs to different sciences. Thus both the physicist and the astronomer prove the earth to be round, as stated in Physics 2:17. Therefore, habits are not distinguished by their objects. Objection 3. Further, whenever the act is the same, the object is the same. But the same act can belong to different habits of virtue, if it be directed to different ends. Thus to give money to anyone, if it be done for God's sake, is an act of charity, while if it be done in order to pay a debt, it is an act of justice. Therefore, the same object can also belong to different habits. Therefore, diversity of habits does not follow diversity of objects. On the contrary, acts differ in species according to the diversity of their objects, as stated above in Question 18, Article 5. But habits are dispositions to acts. Therefore, habits also are distinguished according to the diversity of objects. I answer that a habit is both a form and a habit. Hence, the specific distinction of habits may be taken in the ordinary way in which forms differ specifically, or according to that mode of distinction which is proper to habits. Accordingly, forms are distinguished from one another in reference to the diversity of their active principles, since every agent produces its like in species. Habits, however, imply order to something, and all things that imply order to something are distinguished according to the distinction of the things to which they are ordained. Now a habit is a disposition implying a twofold order, notably to nature and to an operation consequent to nature. Accordingly, habits are specifically distinct in respect of three things. First, in respect of the active principles of such dispositions. Secondly, in respect of nature. Thirdly, in respect of specifically different objects, as will appear from what follows. Reply to Objection 1. In distinguishing powers, or also habits, we must consider the object not in its material, but in its formal aspect, which may differ in species or even in genus. And although the distinction between specific contraries is a real distinction, yet they are both known under one aspect, since one is known through the other. And consequently, insofar as they concur in the one aspect of cognoscibility, they belong to one cognitive habit. Reply Obj. 2. The physicist proves the earth to be round by one means, the astronomer by another, for the latter proves this by means of mathematics, that is, by the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, that is, by the movement of heavy bodies towards the center and so forth. Now the whole force of a demonstration, which is a syllogism producing science, as stated in the Posterior Analytics 1:5, depends on the mean, and consequently various means are as so many active principles, in respect of which the habits of science are distinguished. Reply Obj. 3. As the Philosopher says in Phys. 2:89, as well as in Ethics 7:8, the end is, in practical matters, what the principle is in speculative matters. Consequently, diversity of ends demands a diversity of virtues, even as diversity of active principles does. Moreover, the ends are objects of the internal acts, with which, above all, the virtues are concerned, as is evident from what has been said in Question 18, Article 6, Question 19, Article 2, First Reply, as well as in Question 34, Article 4. Third article: whether habits are divided into good and bad. Objection 1. It would seem that habits are not divided into good and bad. For good and bad are contraries. Now the same habit regards contraries, as was stated above in Article 2, First Objection. Therefore, habits are not divided into good and bad. Objection 2. Further, good is convertible with being, so that, since it is common to all, it cannot be accounted as a specific difference, as the Philosopher declares in the Topics 4. Again, evil, since it is a privation and a non-being, cannot differentiate any being. Therefore, habits cannot be specifically divided into good and evil. Objection 3. Further, there can be different evil habits about one same object. For instance, intemperance and insensibility about matters of concupiscence. And in like manner, there can be several good habits, for instance, human virtue and heroic or godlike virtue, as the Philosopher clearly states in Ethics 7:1. Therefore, habits are not divided into good and bad. On the contrary, a good habit is contrary to a bad habit, as virtue to vice. Now contraries are divided specifically into good and bad habits. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, habits are specifically distinct not only in respect of their objects and active principles, but also in their relation to nature. Now this happens in two ways. First, by reason of their suitableness or unsuitableness to nature. In this way, a good habit is specifically distinct from a bad habit. Since a good habit is one which disposes to an act suitable to the agent's nature, while an evil habit is one which disposes to an act unsuitable to nature. Thus, acts of virtue are suitable to human nature, since they are according to reason, whereas acts of vice are discordant from human nature, since they are against reason. Hence it is clear that habits are distinguished specifically by the difference of good and bad. Secondly, habits are distinguished in relation to nature, from the fact that one habit disposes to an act that is suitable to a lower nature, while another habit disposes to an act befitting a higher nature. And thus human virtue, which disposes to an act befitting human nature, is distinct from godlike or heroic virtue, which disposes to an act befitting some higher nature. Reply to Obj. 1. The same habit may be about contraries insofar as contraries agree in one common aspect. Never, however, does it happen that contrary habits are in one species, since contrariety of habits follows contrariety of aspect. Accordingly, habits are divided into good and bad, namely, inasmuch as one habit is good and another bad, but not by reason of one habit being about something good and another about something bad. Reply to Obj. 2. It is not the good which is common to every being, that is a difference constituting the species of a habit, but some determinate good by reason of suitability to some determinate, notably the human, nature. In like manner, the evil that constitutes a difference of habits is not a pure privation, but something determinate, repugnant to a determinate nature. Reply to Obj. 3. Several good habits about one same specific thing are distinct in reference to their suitability to various natures, as stated above. But several bad habits in respect of one action are distinct in reference to their diverse repugnance to that which is in keeping with nature. Thus, various vices about one same matter are contrary to one virtue. Fourth article: whether one habit is made up of many habits. Objection 1. It would seem that one habit is made up of many habits. For whatever is engendered not at once, but little by little, seems to be made up of several parts. But a habit is engendered, not at once, but little by little out of several acts, as stated above in Question 51, Article 3. Therefore, one habit is made up of several. Objection 2. Further, a whole is made up of its parts. Now many parts are assigned to one habit. Thus Tully assigns many parts of fortitude, temperance, and other virtues. Therefore, one habit is made up of many. Objection 3. Further, one conclusion suffices both for an act and for a habit of scientific knowledge. But many conclusions belong to but one science, to geometry, for instance, or to arithmetic. Therefore, one habit is made up of many. On the contrary, a habit, since it is a quality, is a simple form. But nothing simple is made up of many. Therefore, one habit is not made up of many. I answer that a habit directed to operation, such as we are chiefly concerned with at present, is a perfection of a power. Now every perfection should be in proportion with that which it perfects. Hence, just as a power, while it is one, extends to many things, in so far as they have something in common, that is, some general objective aspect, so also a habit extends to many things, insofar as they are related to one, for instance, to some specific objective aspect, or to one nature, or to one principle, as was clearly stated above in Articles 2 and 3. If then we consider a habit as to the extent of its object, we shall find a certain multiplicity therein. But since this multiplicity is directed to one thing, on which the habit is chiefly intent, hence it is that a habit is a simple quality, not composed to several habits, even though it extend to many things. For a habit does not extend to many things save in relation to one, whence it derives its unity. Reply to Obj. 1. That a habit is engendered little by little is due not to one part being engendered after another, but to the fact that the subject does not acquire all at once a firm and difficultly changeable disposition, and also to the fact that it begins by being imperfectly in the subject and is gradually perfected. The same applies to other qualities. Reply to Obj. 2. The parts which are assigned to each cardinal virtue are not integral parts that combine to form a whole, but subjective or potential parts, as we shall explain further on in question 57, Article 6, fourth reply, as well as in the Pars Secunda Secundae, question 48. Reply to Obj. 3. In any science, he who acquires, by demonstration, scientific knowledge of one conclusion, has the habit indeed, yet imperfectly. And when he obtains, by demonstration, the scientific knowledge of another conclusion, no additional habit is engendered in him. But the habit which was in him previously is perfected, forasmuch as it has increased in extent, because the conclusions and demonstrations of one science are coordinate, and one flows from another. End of question 54. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 55 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 55. Of the virtues as to their essence, in 4 articles. We come now to the consideration of habits specifically, and since habits, as we have said in question 54, Article 3, are divided into good and bad, we must speak in the first place of good habits, which are virtues, and of other matters connected with them, namely the gifts, beatitudes, and fruits. In the second place, of bad habits, namely of vices and sins. Now 5 things must be considered about virtues. 1. The essence of virtue. 2. Its subject. 3. The division of virtue. 4. The cause of virtue. 5. Certain properties of virtue. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether human virtue is a habit. Second, whether it is an operative habit. Third, whether it is a good habit. Fourth, of the definition of virtue. First article, whether human virtue is a habit. Objection 1. It would seem that human virtue is not a habit. For virtue is the limit of power, according to On the Heavens 1:116. But the limit of anything is reducible to the genus of that of which it is the limit, as a point is reducible to the genus of line. Therefore virtue is reducible to the genus of power, and not to the genus of habit. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. ii) that virtue is good use of free will. But use of free will is an act. Therefore virtue is not a habit, but an act. Obj. 3: Further, we do not merit by our habits, but by our actions. Otherwise a man would merit continually, even while asleep. But we do merit by our virtues. Therefore virtues are not habits, but acts. Obj. 4: Further, Augustine says (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 15) that virtue is the order of love; and in his 83 Questions, question 30, that the ordering which is called virtue consists in enjoying what we ought to enjoy, and using what we ought to use. Now order or ordering denominates either an action or a relation. Therefore virtue is not a habit, but an action or a relation. Obj. 5: Further, just as there are human virtues, so are there natural virtues. But natural virtues are not habits, but powers. Neither, therefore, are human habits virtues. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Category 6) that science and virtue are habits. I answer that, virtue denotes a certain perfection of a power. Now a thing's perfection is considered chiefly in regard to its end. But the end of power is act, wherefore power is said to be perfect according as it is determinate to its act. Now there are some powers which of themselves are determinate to their acts, for instance, the active natural powers; and therefore these natural powers are in themselves called virtues. But the rational powers, which are proper to man, are not determinate to one particular action, but are inclined indifferently to many; and they are determinate to acts by means of habits, as is clear from what we have said above (Q. 49, A. 4). Therefore human virtues are habits. Reply Obj. 1: Sometimes we give the name of a virtue to that to which the virtue is directed, namely, either to its object or to its act. For instance, we give the name faith to that which we believe, or to the act of believing, as also to the habit by which we believe. When therefore we say that virtue is the limit of power, virtue is taken for the object of virtue. For the furthest point to which a power can reach is said to be its virtue. For instance, if a man can carry 100 weight and not more, his virtue is put at 100 weight and not at 60. In English we should say strength, which is the original signification of the Latin virtus. Thus we speak of an engine being so many horsepower to indicate its strength. But the objection takes virtue as being essentially the limit of power. Reply Obj. 2: Good use of free will is said to be a virtue, in the same sense as above, in the first reply, that is to say, because it is that to which virtue is directed as to its proper act. For the act of virtue is nothing else than the good use of free will. Reply Obj. 3: We are said to merit by something in two ways. First, as by merit itself, just as we are said to run by running, and thus we merit by acts. Secondly, we are said to merit by something as by the principle whereby we merit, as we are said to run by the motive power. And thus are we said to merit by virtues and habits. Reply to Obj. 4. When we say that virtue is the order or ordering of love, we refer to the end to which virtue is ordered, because in us love is set in order by virtue. Reply to Obj. 5. Natural powers are of themselves determinate to one act. Not so the rational powers, and so there is no comparison, as we have said. Second article: whether human virtue is an operative habit. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not essential to human virtue to be an operative habit. For Tully says in Tusculum 4 that as health and beauty belong to the body, so virtue belongs to the soul. But health and beauty are not operative habits. Therefore, neither is virtue. Objection 2. Further, in natural things we find virtue, not only in reference to act, but also in reference to being, as is clear from the Philosopher in On the Heavens 1, since some have a virtue to be always, while some have a virtue to be not always, but at some definite time. Now, as natural virtue is in natural things, so is human virtue in rational beings. Therefore, also human virtue is referred not only to act, but also to being. Obj. 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Phys. 7:17 that virtue is the disposition of a perfect thing to that which is best. Now the best thing to which man needs to be disposed by virtue is God Himself, as Augustine proves in On the Catholic and the Manichaean Ways of Life 3, 6, and 14, to whom the soul is disposed by being made like to Him. Therefore, it seems that virtue is a quality of the soul in reference to God, likening it, as it were, to Him, and not in reference to operation. It is not, therefore, an operative habit. On the contrary, the Philosopher in Ethic. ii, 6 says that virtue of a thing is that which makes its work good. I answer that virtue, from the very nature of the word, implies some perfection of power, as we have said above in Article 1. Wherefore, since power (translators note, the one Latin word potentia is rendered potentiality in the first case, and power in the second) is of two kinds, namely, power in reference to being, and power in reference to act. The perfection of each of these is called virtue. But power in reference to being is on the part of matter, which is potential being, whereas power in reference to act is on the part of the form, which is the principle of action, since everything acts in so far as it is in act. Now man is so constituted that the body holds the place of matter, the soul that of form. The body, indeed, man has in common with other animals, and the same is to be said of the forces which are common to the soul and body, and only those forces which are proper to the soul, namely the rational forces, belong to man alone. And therefore human virtue, of which we are speaking now, cannot belong to the body, but belongs only to that which is proper to the soul. Wherefore human virtue does not imply reference to being, but rather to act. Consequently, it is essential to human virtue to be an operative habit. Reply to Obj. 1. Mode of action follows on the disposition of the agent. For such as a thing is, such is its act. And therefore, since virtue is the principle of some kind of operation, there must needs pre-exist in the operator in respect of virtue some corresponding disposition. Now virtue causes an ordered operation. Therefore virtue itself is an ordered disposition of the soul, in so far as, to wit, the powers of the soul are in some way ordered to one another, and to that which is outside. Hence virtue, inasmuch as it is a suitable disposition of the soul, is like health and beauty, which are suitable dispositions of the body. But this does not hinder virtue from being a principle of operation. Reply to Obj. 2. Virtue, which is referred to being, is not proper to man, but only that virtue which is referred to works of reason, which are proper to man. Reply to Obj. 3. As God's substance is His act, the highest likeness of man to God is in respect of some operation. Wherefore, as we have said above (Q. 3, A. 2), happiness or bliss by which man is made most perfectly conformed to God, and which is the end of human life, consists in an operation. Third article: Whether human virtue is a good habit. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not essential to virtue that it should be a good habit. For sin is always taken in a bad sense. But there is a virtue even of sin, according to 1 Corinthians 15:56. The virtue of sin is the law. Therefore, virtue is not always a good habit. Obj. 2: Further, virtue corresponds to power. But power is not only referred to good, but also to evil, according to Isaiah 5: "Woe to you that are mighty to drink wine, and stout men at drunkenness." Therefore virtue also is referred to good and evil. Obj. 3: Further, according to the Apostle (2 Corinthians 12:9), "Virtue is made perfect in infirmity." But infirmity is an evil. Therefore virtue is referred not only to good, but also to evil. On the contrary, Augustine says (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life vi), "No one can doubt that virtue makes the soul exceedingly good." And the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6), "Virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise." I answer that, as we have said above (A. 1), virtue implies a perfection of power. Wherefore the virtue of a thing is fixed by the limit of its power, according to De Coelo i. Now the limit of any power must needs be good, for all evil implies defect. Wherefore Dionysius says (Div. Nom. ii) that every evil is a weakness. And for this reason the virtue of a thing must be regarded in reference to good. Therefore human virtue, which is an operative habit, is a good habit, productive of good works. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as bad things are said metaphorically to be perfect, so are they said to be good. For we speak of a perfect thief or robber, and of a good thief or robber, as the Philosopher explains (Metaph. v, 21). In this way, therefore, virtue is applied to evil things, so that the virtue of sin is said to be law, in so far as occasionally sin is aggravated through the law, so as to attain the limit of its possibility. Reply Obj. 2: The evil of drunkenness and excessive drink consists in a falling away from the order of reason. Now it happens that, together with this falling away from reason, some lower power is perfect in reference to that which belongs to its own kind, even in direct opposition to reason, or with some falling away therefrom. But the perfection of that power, since it is compatible with a falling away from reason, cannot be called a human virtue. Reply Obj. 3: Reason is shown to be so much more the perfect, according as it is able to overcome or endure more easily the weakness of the body and of the lower powers. And therefore human virtue, which is attributed to reason, is said to be "made perfect in infirmity," not of the reason indeed, but of the body and of the lower powers. Fourth article: Whether virtue is suitably defined? Objection 1: It would seem that the definition usually given of virtue is not suitable, to wit, "Virtue is a good quality of the mind, by which we live righteously, of which no one can make bad use, which God works in us, without us." For virtue is man's goodness, since virtue it is that makes its subject good. But goodness does not seem to be good, as neither is whiteness white. It is therefore unsuitable to describe virtue as a good quality. Obj. 2: Further, no difference is more common than its genus, since it is that which divides the genus. But good is more common than quality, since it is convertible with being. Therefore good should not be put in the definition of virtue as a difference or quality. Obj. 3: Further, as Augustine says (De Trin. xii, 3), "When we come across anything that is not common to us and the beasts of the field, it is something appertaining to the mind." But there are virtues even of the irrational parts, as the Philosopher says (Ethic. iii, 10). Every virtue, therefore, is not a good quality of the mind. Obj. 4: Further, righteousness seems to belong to justice, whence the righteous are called just. But justice is a species of virtue. It is therefore unsuitable to put righteous in the definition of virtue, when we say that virtue is that "by which we live righteously." Obj. 5: Further, whoever is proud of a thing makes bad use of it. But many are proud of virtue, for Augustine says in his Rule that "pride lies in wait for good works, in order to slay them." It is untrue, therefore, that no one can make bad use of virtue. Obj. 6: Further, man is justified by virtue. But Augustine, commenting on John 15:11, "He shall do greater things than these," says, "He who created thee without thee, will not justify thee without thee." It is therefore unsuitable to say that "God works virtue in us without us." On the contrary, we have the authority of Augustine, from whose words this definition is gathered, and principally in De Free Will ii, 19. I answer that, this definition comprises perfectly the whole essential notion of virtue. For the perfect essential notion of anything is gathered from all its causes. Now the above definition comprises all the causes of virtue. For the formal cause of virtue, as of everything, is gathered from its genus and difference, when it is defined as a good quality. For quality is the genus of virtue, and the difference, good. But the definition would be more suitable if for quality we substitute habit, which is the proximate genus. Now virtue has no matter out of which it is formed, as neither has any other accident; but it has matter about which it is concerned, and matter in which it exists, namely, the subject. The matter about which virtue is concerned is its object, and this could not be included in the above definition, because the object fixes the virtue to a certain species, and here we are giving the definition of virtue in general. And so for material cause we have the subject, which is mentioned when we say that virtue is a good quality of the mind. The end of virtue, since it is an operative habit, is operation. But it must be observed that some operative habits are always referred to evil, as vicious habits. Others are sometimes referred to good, sometimes to evil. For instance, opinion is referred both to the true and to the untrue. Whereas virtue is a habit which is always referred to good, and so the distinction of virtue from those habits which are always referred to evil is expressed in the words, "by which we live righteously," and its distinction from those habits which are sometimes directed unto good, sometimes unto evil, in the words, "of which no one makes bad use." Lastly, God is the efficient cause of infused virtue, to which this definition applies, and this is expressed in the words, "which God works in us without us." If we omit this phrase, the remainder of the definition will apply to all virtues in general, whether acquired or infused. Reply Obj. 1: That which is first seized by the intellect is being, wherefore everything that we apprehend we consider as being, and consequently as one, and as good, which are convertible with being. Wherefore we say that essence is being, and is one, and is good; and that oneness is being, and one, and good; and in like manner, goodness. But this is not the case with specific forms, as whiteness and health. For everything that we apprehend is not apprehended with the notion of white and healthy. We must, however, observe that, as accidents and non-subsistent forms are called beings, not as if they themselves had being, but because things are by them, so also are they called good or one, not by some distinct goodness or oneness, but because by them something is good or one. So also is virtue called good, because by it something is good. Reply Obj. 2: Good, which is put in the definition of virtue, is not good in general, which is convertible with being, and which extends further than quality, but the good as fixed by reason, with regard to which Dionysius says (Div. Nom. iv) that the good of the soul is to be in accord with reason. Reply Obj. 3: Virtue cannot be in the irrational part of the soul, except in so far as this participates in the reason, according to Ethic. I, 13. And therefore reason, or the mind, is the proper subject of virtue. Reply Obj. 4: Justice has a righteousness of its own, by which it puts those outward things right which come into human use, and are the proper matter of justice, as we shall show further on (Q. 60, A. 2), as well as in the Pars Secunda Secundae, Q. 58, A. 8. But the righteousness which denotes order to a due end and to the divine law, which is the rule of the human will, as stated above (Q. 19, A. 4), is common to all virtues. Reply Obj. 5: One can make bad use of a virtue objectively, for instance by having evil thoughts about a virtue, for example by hating it, or by being proud of it. But one cannot make bad use of virtue as principle of action, so that an act of virtue be evil. Reply Obj. 6: Infused virtue is caused in us by God without any action on our part, but not without our consent. This is the sense of the words, "which God works in us without us." As to those things which are done by us, God causes them in us, yet not without action on our part, for He works in every will and in every nature. End of question 55. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 56 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 56 of the subject of virtue, in 6 articles. We now have to consider the subject of virtue, about which there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. Second, whether one virtue can be in several powers. Third, whether the intellect can be the subject of virtue. Fourth, whether the irascible and concupiscible faculties can be the subject of virtue. Fifth, whether the sensitive powers of apprehension can be the subject of virtue. Sixth, whether the will can be the subject of virtue. First article: whether the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. Objection 1. It would seem that the subject of virtue is not a power of the soul. For Augustine says (De Lib. Arb. 2:19) that "virtue is that by which we live righteously." But we live by the essence of the soul, and not by a power of the soul. Therefore virtue is not a power, but in the essence of the soul. Objection 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6) that "virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise." But as work is set up by power, so he that has a virtue is set up by the essence of the soul. Therefore virtue does not belong to the power, any more than to the essence of the soul. Obj. 3: Further, power is in the second species of quality. But virtue is a quality, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 4). And quality is not the subject of quality. Therefore a power of the soul is not the subject of virtue. On the contrary, virtue is the limit of power, according to De Coelo ii. But the limit is in that of which it is the limit. Therefore virtue is in a power of the soul. I answer that, it can be proved in 3 ways that virtue belongs to a power of the soul. First, from the notion of the very essence of virtue, which implies perfection of a power. For perfection is in that which it perfects. Secondly, from the fact that virtue is an operative habit, as we have said above in Q. 55, A. 2. For all operation proceeds from the soul through a power. Thirdly, from the fact that virtue disposes to that which is best. For the best is the end, which is either a thing's operation, or something acquired by an operation proceeding from the thing's power. Therefore a power of the soul is the subject of virtue. Reply Obj. 1: To live may be taken in two ways. Sometimes it is taken for the very existence of the living thing. In this way it belongs to the essence of the soul, which is the principle of existence in the living thing. But sometimes to live is taken for the operation of the living thing. In this sense, by virtue we live righteously, inasmuch as by virtue we perform righteous actions. Reply Obj. 2: Good is either the end, or something referred to the end: and therefore, since the good of the worker consists in the work, this fact also, that virtue makes the worker good, is referred to the work, and consequently to the power. Reply Obj. 3: One accident is said to be the subject of another, not as though one accident could uphold another, but because one accident inheres to substance by means of another, as color to the body by means of the surface, so that surface is said to be the subject of color. In this way a power of the soul is said to be the subject of virtue. Second article: Whether one virtue can be in several powers. Objection 1: It would seem that one virtue can be in several powers. For habits are known by their acts. But one act proceeds in various ways from several powers. Thus walking proceeds from the reason as directing, from the will as moving, and from the motive power as executing. Therefore also one habit can be in several powers. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 4) that three things are required for virtue, namely, to know, to will, and to work steadfastly. But to know belongs to the intellect, and to will belongs to the will. Therefore virtue can be in several powers. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is in the reason, since it is "the right reason of things to be done," according to Ethic. vi, 5. And it is also in the will, for it cannot exist together with a perverse will, according to Ethic. vi, 12. Therefore one virtue can be in two powers. On the contrary, the subject of virtue is a power of the soul. But the same accident cannot be in several subjects. Therefore one virtue cannot be in several powers of the soul. I answer that, it happens in two ways that one thing is subjected in two. First, so that it is in both on an equal footing. In this way it is impossible for one virtue to be in two powers, since diversity of powers follows the generic conditions of the objects, while the diversity of habits follows the specific conditions thereof. And so wherever there is diversity of powers, there is diversity of habits, but not vice versa. In another way, one thing can be subjected in two or more, not on an equal footing, but in a certain order. And thus one virtue can belong to several powers, so that it is in one chiefly, while it extends to others by a kind of diffusion, or by way of a disposition, in so far as one power is moved by another, and one power receives from another. Reply Obj. 1: One act cannot belong to several powers equally and in the same degree, but only from different points of view and in various degrees. Reply Obj. 2: To know is a condition required for moral virtue, inasmuch as moral virtue works according to right reason. But moral virtue is essentially in the appetite. Reply Obj. 3: Prudence is really subjected in reason, but it presupposes as its principle the rectitude of the will, as we shall see further on in Article 3, as well as in Question 57, Article 4. Third article: Whether the intellect can be in the subject of virtue. Objection 1: It would seem that the intellect is not the subject of virtue. For Augustine says (On the Catholic and the Manichaean Ways of Life, 15) that all virtue is love. But the subject of love is not the intellect, but the appetitive power alone. Therefore no virtue is in the intellect. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is referred to good, as is clear from what has been said above (Q. 55, A. 3). Now good is not the object of the intellect, but of the appetitive power. Therefore the subject of virtue is not the intellect, but the appetitive power. Obj. 3: Further, virtue is that "which makes its possessor good," as the Philosopher says (Ethic. ii, 6). But the habit which perfects the intellect does not make its possessor good: since a man is not said to be a good man on account of his science or his art. Therefore the intellect is not the subject of virtue. On the contrary, the mind is chiefly called the intellect. But the subject of virtue is the mind, as is clear from the definition, above given, of virtue (Q. 55, A. 4). Therefore the intellect is the subject of virtue. I answer that, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 3), a virtue is a habit by which we work well. Now a habit may be directed to a good act in two ways. First, in so far as by the habit a man acquires an aptness to a good act. For instance, by the habit of grammar, man has the aptness to speak correctly. But grammar does not make a man always speak correctly. For a grammarian may be guilty of barbarism or make a solecism: and the case is the same with other sciences and arts. Secondly, a habit may confer not only aptness to act, but also the right use of that aptness. For instance, justice not only gives man the prompt will to do just actions, but also makes him act justly. And since good, and in like manner being, is said of a thing simply, in respect not of what it is potentially, but of what it is actually, therefore from having habits of the latter sort, man is said simply to do good, and to be good: for instance, because he is just or temperate, and in like manner as regards other such virtues. And since virtue is that "which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise," these latter habits are called virtuous simply, because they make the work to be actually good, and the subject good simply. But the first kind of habits are not called virtues simply, because they do not make the work good except in regard to a certain aptness. nor do they make their possessor good simply. For through being gifted in science or art, a man is said to be good not simply but relatively: for instance, a good grammarian or a good smith. And for this reason science and art are often divided against virtue, while at other times they are also called virtues, as in Ethic. vi, 2. Hence the subject of a habit which is called a virtue in a relative sense can be the intellect, and not only the practical intellect but also the speculative, without any reference to the will. For thus the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 3) holds that science, wisdom, and understanding, and also art, are intellectual virtues. But the subject of a habit which is called a virtue simply can only be the will, or some power in so far as it is moved by the will. And the reason of this is that the will moves to their acts all those other powers that are in some way rational, as we have said above (Q. 9, A. 1, as well as in Q. 17, AA. 1 and 5, as well as in the Pars Prima, Q. 82, A. 4. And therefore, if man do well actually, this is because he has a good will. Therefore the virtue which makes a man to do well actually, and not merely to have the aptness to do well, must be either in the will itself, or in some power as moved by the will. Now it happens that the intellect is moved by the will, just as are the other powers. For a man considers something actually, because he wills to do so. And therefore the intellect, in so far as it is subordinate to the will, can be the subject of virtue absolutely so called. And in this way the speculative intellect, or the reason, is the subject of faith: for the intellect is moved by the command of the will to assent to what is of faith. For "no man believeth unless he will." But the practical intellect is the subject of prudence. For since prudence is the right reason of things to be done, it is a condition thereof that man be rightly disposed in regard to the principles of this reason of things to be done, that is, in regard to their ends, to which man is rightly disposed by the rectitude of the will, just as to the principles of speculative truth he is rightly disposed by the natural light of the active intellect. And therefore, as the subject of science, which is the right reason of speculative truths, is the speculative intellect in its relation to the active intellect, so the subject of prudence is the practical intellect in its relation to the right will. Reply Obj. 1: The saying of Augustine is to be understood of virtue simply so called: not that every virtue is love simply, but that it depends in some way on love, in so far as it depends on the will, whose first movement consists in love, as we have said above in Q. 25, AA. 1, 2, and 3, as well as in Q. 27, A. 4, and also in the Pars Prima, Q. 20, A. 1. Reply Obj. 2: The good of each thing is its end, and therefore, as truth is the end of the intellect, so to know truth is the good act of the intellect: whence the habit which perfects the intellect in regard to the knowledge of truth, whether speculative or practical, is a virtue. Reply Obj. 3: This objection considers virtue simply so called. Fourth article: Whether the irascible and concupiscible powers are the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that the irascible and concupiscible powers cannot be the subject of virtue. For these powers are common to us and dumb animals. But we are now speaking of virtue as proper to man, since for this reason it is called human virtue. It is therefore impossible for human virtue to be in the irascible and concupiscible powers, which are parts of the sensitive appetite, as we have said in the first part, Q. 81, A. 2. Obj. 2: Further, the sensitive appetite is a power which makes use of a corporeal organ. But the good of virtue cannot be in a man's body: for the Apostle says in Romans 7, "I know that good does not dwell in my flesh." Therefore the sensitive appetite cannot be the subject of virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine proves (De Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life v) that virtue is not in the body, but in the soul, for the reason that the body is ruled by the soul. Wherefore it is entirely due to the soul that a man make good use of his body. For instance, if my coachman, through obedience to my orders, guides well the horses which he is driving, this is all due to me. But just as the soul rules the body, so also does the reason rule the sensitive appetite. Therefore that the irascible and concupiscible powers are rightly ruled is entirely due to the rational powers. Now, virtue is that by which we live rightly, as we have said above (Q. 55, A. 4). Therefore virtue is not in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but only in the rational powers. Obj. 4: Further, the principal act of moral virtue is choice, according to Ethic. 8:13. Now choice is not an act of the irascible and concupiscible powers, but of the rational power, as we have said above (Q. 13, A. 2). Therefore moral virtue is not in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but in the reason. On the contrary, fortitude is assigned to the irascible power, and temperance to the concupiscible power. Whence the Philosopher (Ethic. 3:10) says that "these virtues belong to the irrational part of the soul." I answer that, the irascible and concupiscible powers can be considered in two ways. First, in themselves, in so far as they are parts of the sensitive appetite: and in this way they are not competent to be the subject of virtue. Secondly, they can be considered as participating in the reason, from the fact that they have a natural aptitude to obey reason. And thus the irascible or concupiscible power can be the subject of human virtue: for, in so far as it participates in the reason, it is the principle of a human act. And to these powers we must needs assign virtues. For it is clear that there are some virtues in the irascible and concupiscible powers: because an act which proceeds from one power according as it is moved by another power cannot be perfect, unless both powers be well disposed to the act. For instance, the act of a craftsman cannot be successful unless both the craftsman and his instrument be well disposed to act. Therefore, in the matter of the operations of the irascible and concupiscible powers, according as they are moved by reason, there must needs be some habit perfecting in respect of acting well, not only the reason, but also the irascible and concupiscible powers. And since the good disposition of the power which moves through being moved depends on its conformity with the power that moves it, therefore the virtue which is in the irascible and concupiscible powers is nothing else but a certain habitual conformity of these powers to reason. Reply to Obj. 1: The irascible and concupiscible powers considered in themselves as part of the sensitive appetite are common to us and dumb animals. But in so far as they are rational by participation, and are obedient to the reason, they are proper to man; and in this way they can be the subject of human virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: Just as human flesh has not of itself the good of virtue, but is made the instrument of a virtuous act, inasmuch as being moved by reason, we "yield our members to serve justice"; so also the irascible and concupiscible powers, of themselves indeed, have not the good of virtue, but rather the infection of the fomes: whereas, inasmuch as they are in conformity with reason, the good of reason is begotten in them. Reply to Obj. 3: The body is ruled by the soul, and the irascible and concupiscible powers by the reason, but in different ways. For the body obeys the soul blindly, without any contradiction, in those things in which it has a natural aptitude to be moved by the soul: whence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that the "soul rules the body with a despotic command," as the master rules his slave: wherefore the entire movement of the body is referred to the soul. For this reason virtue is not in the body, but in the soul. But the irascible and concupiscible powers do not obey the reason blindly; on the contrary, they have their own proper movements, by which, at times, they go against reason: whence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that the "reason rules the irascible and concupiscible powers by a political command," such as that by which free men are ruled, who have in some respects a will of their own. And for this reason also there must be some virtues in the irascible and concupiscible powers, by which these powers are well disposed to act. Reply to Obj. 4: In choice there are two things, namely, the intention of the end, and this belongs to the moral virtue; and the preferential choice of that which is unto the end, and this belongs to prudence, according to Ethic. vi, 2, 5. But that the irascible and concupiscible powers have a right intention of the end in regard to the passions of the soul, is due to the good disposition of these powers: and therefore those moral virtues which are concerned with the passions are in the irascible and concupiscible powers, but prudence is in the reason. _Fifth article. Whether the sensitive powers of apprehension are the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that it is possible for virtue to be in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension. For the sensitive appetite can be the subject of virtue, in so far as it obeys reason. But the interior sensitive powers of apprehension obey reason. For the powers of imagination, of cogitation, and of memory act at the command of reason. Therefore, in these powers there can be virtue. Obj. 2: Further, as the rational appetite, which is the will, can be hindered or helped in its act by the sensitive appetite, so also can the intellect or reason be hindered or helped by the powers mentioned above. As, therefore, there can be virtue in the interior powers of appetite, so also can there be virtue in the interior powers of apprehension. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is a virtue, of which Cicero, in his treatise on Rhetorical Invention, says that memory is a part. Therefore, also in the power of memory can there be a virtue, and in like manner in the other interior sensitive powers of apprehension. On the contrary, all virtues are either intellectual or moral, according to Ethic. ii, 1. Now all the moral virtues are in the appetite, while the intellectual virtues are in the intellect or reason, as is clear from Ethic. vi, 1. Therefore there is no virtue in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension. I answer that, in the interior sensitive powers of apprehension there are some habits: and this is made clear principally from what the Philosopher says On Memory and Recollection ii, that "in remembering one thing after another, we become used to it, and use is a second nature." Now a habit of use is nothing else than a habit acquired by use, which is like unto nature. Wherefore Tully says of virtue in his Rhetoric that "it is a habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Yet in man that which he acquires by use, in his memory and other sensitive powers of apprehension, is not a habit properly so called, but something annexed to the habits of the intellective faculty, as we have said above (Q. 50, A. 4, ad 3). Nevertheless, even if there be habits in such powers, they cannot be virtues. For virtue is a perfect habit, by which it never happens that anything but good is done: and so virtue must needs be in that power which consummates the good act. But the knowledge of truth is not consummated in the sensitive powers of apprehension, for such powers prepare the way to the intellective knowledge. And therefore in these powers there are none of the virtues by which we know truth: these are rather in the intellect or reason. Reply Obj. 1: The sensitive appetite is related to the will, which is the rational appetite, through being moved by it. And therefore the act of the appetitive power is consummated in the sensitive appetite: and for this reason the sensitive appetite is the subject of virtue. Whereas the sensitive powers of apprehension are related to the intellect rather through moving it, for the reason that the phantasms are related to the intellective soul as colors to sight, as stated in De Anima iii, 18. And therefore the act of knowledge is terminated in the intellect: and for this reason the cognitive virtues are in the intellect itself, or the reason. And thus is made clear the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: Memory is not a part of prudence, as species is of genus, as though memory were a virtue properly so called. But one of the conditions required for prudence is a good memory, so that, in a fashion, it is after the manner of an integral part. Sixth article. Whether the will can be in the subject of virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that the will is not the subject of virtue. Because no habit is required for that which belongs to a power by reason of its very nature. But since the will is in the reason, it is of the very essence of the will, according to the Philosopher (De Anima iii, 42), to tend to that which is good, according to reason. And to this good every virtue is ordered, since everything naturally desires its own proper good. For virtue, as Tully says in his Rhetoric, is a "habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Therefore the will is not the subject of virtue. Obj. 2: Further, every virtue is either intellectual or moral, as stated in Ethic. i, 13, as well as in Ethic. ii, 1. But intellectual virtue is subjected in the intellect and reason, and not in the will; while moral virtue is subjected in the irascible and concupiscible powers, which are rational by participation. Therefore no virtue is subjected in the will. Obj. 3: Further, all human acts, to which virtues are ordained, are voluntary. If therefore there be a virtue in the will in respect of some human acts, in like manner there will be a virtue in the will in respect of all human acts. Either therefore there will be no virtue in any other power, or there will be two virtues ordained to the same act, which seems unreasonable. Therefore the will cannot be the subject of virtue. On the contrary, greater perfection is required in the mover than in the moved. But the will moves the irascible and concupiscible powers. Much more therefore should there be virtue in the will than in the irascible and concupiscible powers. I answer that, since the habit perfects the power in reference to act, then does the power need a habit perfecting it unto doing well, which habit is a virtue, when the power's own proper nature does not suffice for the purpose. Now the proper nature of a power is seen in its relation to its object. Since therefore, as we have said above (Q. 19, A. 3), the object of the will is the good of reason proportionate to the will, in respect of this the will does not need a virtue perfecting it. But if man's will is confronted with a good that exceeds its capacity, whether as regards the whole human species, such as divine good, which transcends the limits of human nature, or as regards the individual, such as the good of one's neighbor, then does the will need virtue. And therefore such virtues as those which direct man's affections to God or to his neighbor are subjected in the will, as charity, justice, and such like. Reply Obj. 1: This objection is true of those virtues which are ordained to the willer's own good, such as temperance and fortitude, which are concerned with the human passions and the like, as is clear from what we have said in Q. 35, A. 6. Reply Obj. 2: Not only the irascible and concupiscible powers are rational by participation, but the appetitive power altogether, that is, in its entirety, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Now the will is included in the appetitive power. And therefore whatever virtue is in the will must be a moral virtue, unless it be theological, as we shall see later on in Q. 62, A. 3. Reply Obj. 3: Some virtues are directed to the good of moderated passion, which is the proper good of this or that man; and in these cases there is no need for virtue in the will, for the nature of the power suffices for the purpose, as we have said. This need exists only in the case of virtues which are directed to some extrinsic good. End of question 56. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 57 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 57. Of the intellectual virtues, in 6 articles. We now have to consider the various kinds of virtue, and 1. The intellectual virtues, 2. The moral virtues, 3. The theological virtues. Concerning the first, there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. Second, whether they are 3, namely, wisdom, science, and understanding. Third, whether the intellectual habit, which is art, is a virtue. Fourth, whether prudence is a virtue distinct from art. Fifth, whether prudence is a virtue necessary to man. Sixth, whether eubulia, synesis, and gnome are virtues annexed to prudence. First article. Whether the habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that the habits of the speculative intellect are not virtues. For virtue is an operative habit, as we have said above in question 55, Article 2. But speculative habits are not operative, for speculative matter is distinct from practical, that is, operative matter. Therefore, the habits of the speculative intellect are not virtues. Objection 2. Further, virtue is about those things by which man is made happy or blessed. For happiness is the reward of virtue, according to Ethics 1:9. Now intellectual habits do not consider human acts or other human goods by which man acquires happiness, but rather things pertaining to nature or to God. Therefore, such like habits cannot be called virtues. Objection 3. Further, science is a speculative habit. But science and virtue are distinct from one another as genera, which are not subalternate, as the Philosopher proves in Topic 4. Therefore, speculative habits are not virtues. On the contrary, the speculative habits alone consider necessary things which cannot be otherwise than they are. Now the Philosopher, in Ethics 6:1, places certain intellectual virtues in that part of the soul which considers necessary things that cannot be otherwise than they are. Therefore, the habits of the speculative intellect are virtues. I answer that, since every virtue is ordained to some good, as stated above in question 55, Article 3, a habit, as we have already observed in question 56, Article 3, may be called a virtue for 2 reasons. First, because it confers aptness in doing good. Secondly, because besides aptness, it confers the right use of it. The latter condition, as above stated in question 55, Article 3, belongs to those habits alone which affect the appetitive part of the soul, since it is the soul's appetitive power that puts all the powers and habits to their respective uses. Since, then, the habits of the speculative intellect do not perfect the appetitive part, nor affect it in any way, but only the intellective part, they may indeed be called virtues insofar as they confer aptness for a good work, notably, the consideration of truth, since this is the good work of the intellect. Yet they are not called virtues in the second way, as though they conferred the right use of a power or habit. For if a man possess a habit of speculative science, it does not follow that he is inclined to make use of it, but he is made able to consider the truth in those matters of which he has scientific knowledge. That he may make use of the knowledge which he has is due to the motion of his will. Consequently, a virtue which perfects the will, as charity or justice, confers the right use of these speculative habits, and in this way, too, there can be merit in the acts of these habits, if they be done out of charity. Thus Gregory says, in his commentary on Job 6, that the contemplative life has greater merit than the active life. Reply to Obj. 1. Work is of two kinds, exterior and interior. Accordingly, the practical or active faculty which is contrasted with the speculative faculty is concerned with exterior work, to which the speculative habit is not ordained. Yet it is ordained to the interior act of the intellect which is to consider the truth, and in this way it is an operative habit. Reply to Obj. 2. Virtue is about certain things in two ways. In the first place, a virtue is about its object. And thus these speculative virtues are not about those things whereby man is made happy, except perhaps in so far as the word "whereby" indicates the efficient cause or object of complete happiness, that is, God, who is the supreme object of contemplation. Secondly, a virtue is said to be about its acts, and in this sense the intellectual virtues are about those things whereby a man is made happy, both because the acts of these virtues can be meritorious, as stated above, and because they are a kind of beginning of perfect bliss, which consists in the contemplation of truth, as we have already stated in Q. 3, Art. 7. Reply to Obj. 3. Science is contrasted with virtue taken in the second sense, wherein it belongs to the appetitive faculty. Second article. Whether there are only three habits of the speculative intellect, notably, wisdom, science, and understanding. Objection 1. It would seem unfitting to distinguish three virtues of the speculative intellect, notably, wisdom, science, and understanding. Because a species is a kind of science, as stated in Ethic. 6:7. Therefore, wisdom should not be condivided with science among the intellectual virtues. Objection 2. Further, in differentiating powers, habits and acts in respect of their objects, we consider chiefly the formal aspect of these objects, as we have already explained in the Pars Prima, Q. 77, Art. 3. Therefore, diversity of habits is taken, not from their material objects, but from the formal aspect of those objects. Now the principle of a demonstration is the formal aspect under which the conclusion is known. Therefore, the understanding of principles should not be set down as a habit or virtue distinct from the knowledge of conclusions. Obj. 3. Further, an intellectual virtue is one which resides in the essentially rational faculty. Now even the speculative reason employs the dialectic syllogism for the sake of argument, just as it employs the demonstrative syllogism. Therefore, as science, which is the result of a demonstrative syllogism, is set down as an intellectual virtue, so also should opinion be. On the contrary, the Philosopher, in Ethic. 6:1, reckons these three alone as being intellectual virtues, notably, wisdom, science, and understanding. I answer that, as already stated in Article 1, the virtues of the speculative intellect are those which perfect the speculative intellect for the consideration of truth, for this is its good work. Now a truth is subject to a twofold consideration, as known in itself, and as known through another. What is known in itself is as a principle, and is at once understood by the intellect. Wherefore the habit that perfects the intellect for the consideration of such truth is called understanding, which is the habit of principles. On the other hand, a truth which is known through another is understood by the intellect not at once, but by means of the reason's inquiry, and is as a term. This may happen in two ways. First, so that it is the last in some particular genus. Secondly, so that it is the ultimate term of all human knowledge. And since "things that are knowable last from our standpoint, are knowable first and chiefly in their nature," according to Phys. 1, 2, and 3. Hence that which is last with respect to all human knowledge is that which is knowable first and chiefly in its nature. And about these is wisdom, which considers the highest causes, as stated in Metaph. 1, 1 and 2. Wherefore it rightly judges all things and sets them in order, because there can be no perfect and universal judgment that is not based on the first causes. But in regard to that which is last in this or that genus of knowable matter, it is science which perfects the intellect. Wherefore, according to the different kinds of knowable matter, there are different habits of scientific knowledge, whereas there is but one wisdom. Reply to Obj. 1: Wisdom is a kind of science, in so far as it has that which is common to all the sciences, viz. to demonstrate conclusions from principles. But since it has something proper to itself above the other sciences, inasmuch as it judges of them all, not only as to their conclusions, but also as to their first principles, therefore it is a more perfect virtue than science. Reply to Obj. 2: When the formal aspect of the object is referred to a power or habit by one same act, there is no distinction of habit or power in respect of the formal aspect and of the material object. Thus it belongs to the same power of sight to see both color and light, which is the formal aspect under which color is seen, and is seen at the same time as the color. On the other hand, the principles of a demonstration can be considered apart, without the conclusion being considered at all. Again, they can be considered together with the conclusions, since the conclusions can be deduced from them. Accordingly, to consider the principles in this second way belongs to science, which considers the conclusions also, while to consider the principles in themselves belongs to understanding. Consequently, if we consider the point aright, these three virtues are distinct, not as being on a par with one another, but in a certain order. The same is to be observed in potential wholes, wherein one part is more perfect than another. For instance, the rational soul is more perfect than the sensitive soul, and the sensitive than the vegetal. For it is thus that science depends on understanding as on a virtue of higher degree, and both of these depend on wisdom, as obtaining the highest place, and containing beneath itself both understanding and science, by judging both of the conclusions of science and of the principles on which they are based. Reply to Obj. 3: As stated above in Q. 55, Articles 3 and 4, a virtuous habit has a fixed relation to good, and is nowise referable to evil. Now the good of the intellect is truth, and falsehood is its evil. Wherefore those habits alone are called intellectual virtues, whereby we tell the truth and never tell a falsehood. But opinion and suspicion can be about both truth and falsehood, and so, as stated in Ethic. vi, 3, they are not intellectual virtues. Third article: whether the intellectual habit, art, is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that art is not an intellectual virtue. For Augustine says (On Free Will ii, 18, 19) that "no one makes bad use of virtue." But one may make bad use of art: for a craftsman can work badly according to the knowledge of his art. Therefore art is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, there is no virtue of a virtue. But "there is a virtue of art," according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 5). Therefore art is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, the liberal arts excel the mechanical arts. But just as the mechanical arts are practical, so the liberal arts are speculative. Therefore, if art were an intellectual virtue, it would have to be reckoned among the speculative virtues. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 3, 4) says that art is a virtue, and yet he does not reckon it among the speculative virtues, which, according to him, reside in the scientific part of the soul. I answer that, art is nothing else but "the right reason about certain works to be made." And yet the good use of these things depends, not on man's appetitive faculty being affected in this or that way, but on the goodness of the work done. For a craftsman, as such, is commendable, not for the will with which he does a work, but for the quality of the work. Art, therefore, properly speaking, is an operative habit. And yet it has something in common with the speculative habits, since the quality of the object considered by the latter is a matter of concern to them also, but not how the human appetite may be affected towards that object. For as long as the geometrician demonstrates the truth, it matters not how his appetitive faculty may be affected, whether he be joyful or angry, even as neither does this matter in a craftsman, as we have observed. And so art has the nature of a virtue in the same way as the speculative habits, in so far, to wit, as neither art nor speculative habit makes a good work as regards the use of the habit, which is the property of a virtue that perfects the appetite, but only as regards the aptness to work well. Reply Obj. 1: When anyone endowed with an art produces bad workmanship, this is not the work of that art; in fact, it is contrary to the art: even as when a man lies, while knowing the truth, his words are not in accord with his knowledge, but contrary thereto. Wherefore, just as science has always a relation to good, as stated above (A. 2, ad 3), so it is with art, and it is for this reason that it is called a virtue. And yet it falls short of being a perfect virtue, because it does not make its possessor to use it well, for which purpose something further is requisite, although there cannot be a good use without the art. Reply Obj. 2: In order that man may make good use of the art he has, he needs a good will, which is perfected by moral virtue, and for this reason the Philosopher says that there is a virtue of art, namely, a moral virtue, in so far as the good use of art requires a moral virtue. For it is evident that a craftsman is inclined by justice, which rectifies his will, to do his work faithfully. Reply to Obj. 3: Even in speculative matters, there is something by way of work, for example, the making of a syllogism, or of a fitting speech, or the work of counting or measuring. Hence whatever habits are ordained to such like works of the speculative reason, are, by a kind of comparison, called arts indeed, but liberal arts, in order to distinguish them from those arts that are ordained to works done by the body, which arts are, in a fashion, servile, inasmuch as the body is in servile subjection to the soul, and man, as regards his soul, is free (liber). On the other hand, those sciences which are not ordained to any such like work, are called sciences simply, and not arts. Nor, if the liberal arts be more excellent, does it follow that the notion of art is more applicable to them. Fourth article. Whether prudence is a distinct virtue from art? Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not a distinct virtue from art. For art is the right reason about certain works. But diversity of works does not make a habit cease to be an art, since there are various arts about works widely different. Since therefore prudence is also right reason about works, it seems that it too should be reckoned a virtue. Objection 2: Further, prudence has more in common with art than the speculative habits have, for they are both "about contingent matters that may be otherwise than they are," according to Ethic. vi, 4, 5. Now some speculative habits are called arts. Much more therefore should prudence be called an art. Obj. 3: Further, it belongs to prudence "to be of good counsel," according to Ethic. vi, 5. But counselling takes place in certain arts also, as stated in Ethic. iii, 3, for example, in the arts of warfare, of seamanship, and of medicine. Therefore prudence is not distinct from art. On the contrary, the Philosopher distinguishes prudence from art in Ethic. vi, 5. I answer that, where the nature of virtue differs, there is a different kind of virtue. Now it has been stated above in A. 1, as well as in Q. 56, A. 3, that some habits have the nature of virtue, through merely conferring aptness for a good work; while some habits are virtues, not only through conferring aptness for a good work, but also through conferring the use. But art confers the mere aptness for good work, since it does not regard the appetite; whereas prudence confers not only aptness for a good work, but also the use, for it regards the appetite, since it presupposes the rectitude thereof. The reason for this difference is that art is the "right reason of things to be made," whereas prudence is the "right reason of things to be done." Now making and doing differ, as stated in Metaph. ix, 16, in that making is an action passing into outward matter, for example, to build, to saw, and so forth; whereas doing is an action abiding in the agent, for example, to see, to will, and the like. Accordingly, prudence stands in the same relation to such like human actions, consisting in the use of powers and habits, as art does to outward making, since each is the perfection of reason about the things with which it is concerned. But perfection and rectitude of reason in speculative matters depend on the principles from which reason argues, just as we have said above in A. 2, ad 2. That science depends on and presupposes understanding, which is the habit of principles. Now, in human acts, the end is what the principles are in speculative matters, as stated in Ethics vii, 8. Consequently, it is requisite for prudence, which is right reason about things to be done, that man be well disposed with regard to the ends, and this depends on the rectitude of his appetite. Wherefore, for prudence there is need of moral virtue, which rectifies the appetite. On the other hand, the good of things made by art is not the good of man's appetite, but the good of those things themselves. Wherefore art does not presuppose rectitude of the appetite. The consequence is that more praise is given to a craftsman who is at fault willingly than to one who is unwillingly. Whereas it is more contrary to prudence to sin willingly than unwillingly, since rectitude of the will is essential to prudence, but not to art. Accordingly, it is evident that prudence is a virtue distinct from art. Reply to Obj. 1: The various kinds of things made by art are all external to man, hence they do not cause a different kind of virtue. But prudence is right reason about human acts themselves, hence it is a distinct kind of virtue, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2: Prudence has more in common with art than a speculative habit has, if we consider their subject and matter, for they are both in the thinking part of the soul, and about things that may be otherwise than they are. But if we consider them as virtues, then art has more in common with the speculative habits, as is clear from what has been said. Reply to Obj. 3: Prudence is of good counsel about matters regarding man's entire life, and the end of human life, but in some arts there is counsel about matters concerning the ends proper to those arts. Hence some men, in so far as they are good counselors in matters of warfare or seamanship, are said to be prudent officers or pilots, but not simply prudent. Only those are simply prudent who give good counsel about all the concerns of life. Fifth article: Whether prudence is a virtue necessary to man? Objection 1: It would seem that prudence is not a virtue necessary to lead a good life. For as art is to things that are made, of which it is the right reason, so is prudence to things that are done, in respect of which we judge of a man's life. For prudence is the right reason about these things, as stated in Ethics vi, 5. Now art is not necessary in things that are made, save in order that they be made, but not after they have been made. Neither, therefore, is prudence necessary to man in order to lead a good life, after he has become virtuous, but perhaps only in order that he may become virtuous. Obj. 2: Further, it is by prudence that we are of good counsel, as stated in Ethics vi, 5. But man can act not only from his own, but also from another's good counsel. Therefore man does not need prudence in order to lead a good life, but it is enough that he follow the counsels of prudent men. Obj. 3: Further, an intellectual virtue is one by which one always tells the truth and never a falsehood. But this does not seem to be the case with prudence. For it is not human never to err in taking counsel about what is to be done, since human actions are about things that may be otherwise than they are. Hence it is written in Wisdom 9:14: "The thoughts of mortal men are fearful, and our counsels uncertain." Therefore it seems that prudence should not be reckoned an intellectual virtue. On the contrary, it is reckoned with other virtues necessary for human life, when it is written (Wisdom 8:7) of Divine Wisdom: "She teacheth temperance and prudence and justice and fortitude, which are such things as men can have nothing more profitable in life." I answer that, Prudence is a virtue most necessary for human life. For a good life consists in good deeds. Now, in order to do good deeds, it matters not only what a man does, but also how he does it, to wit, that he do it from right choice, and not merely from impulse or passion. And, since choice is about things in reference to the end, rectitude of choice requires two things, namely, the due end, and something suitably ordained to that due end. Now man is suitably directed to his due end by a virtue which perfects the soul in the appetitive part, the object of which is the good and the end. And to that which is suitably ordained to the due end, man needs to be rightly disposed by a habit in his reason, because counsel and choice, which are about things ordained to the end, are acts of the reason. Consequently, an intellectual virtue is needed in the reason, to perfect the reason, and make it suitably affected towards things ordained to the end: and this virtue is prudence. Consequently, prudence is a virtue necessary to lead a good life. Reply Obj. 1: The good of an art is to be found, not in the craftsman, but in the product of the art, since art is right reason about things to be made. For since the making of a thing passes into external matter, it is a perfection not of the maker, but of the thing made, even as movement is the act of the thing moved, and art is concerned with the making of things. On the other hand, the good of prudence is in the active principle, whose activity is its perfection. For prudence is right reason about things to be done, as stated above in A. 4. Consequently, art does not require of the craftsman that his act be a good act, but that his work be good. Rather would it be necessary for the thing made to act well, for example, that a knife should carve well, or that a saw should cut well, if it were proper to such things to act, rather than to be acted on, because they have not dominion over their actions. Wherefore the craftsman needs art, not that he may live well, but that he may produce a good work of art, and have it in good keeping: whereas prudence is necessary to man, that he may lead a good life, and not merely that he may be a good man. Reply Obj. 2: When a man does a good deed, not of his own counsel, but moved by that of another, his deed is not yet quite perfect as regards his reason in directing him and his appetite in moving him. Wherefore, if he do a good deed, he does not do well simply, and yet this is required in order that he may lead a good life. Reply Obj. 3: As stated in Ethic. vi, 2, truth is not the same for the practical as for the speculative intellect. Because the truth of the speculative intellect depends on conformity between the intellect and the thing. And since the intellect cannot be infallibly in conformity with things in contingent matters, but only in necessary matters, therefore no speculative habit about contingent things is an intellectual virtue, but only such as is about necessary things. On the other hand, the truth of the practical intellect depends on conformity with right appetite. This conformity has no place in necessary matters, which are not affected by the human will, but only in contingent matters which can be effected by us, whether they be matters of interior action or the products of external work. Hence it is only about contingent matters that an intellectual virtue is assigned to the practical intellect, notably, art as regards things to be made, and prudence as regards things to be done. Sixth article. Whether eubulia, synesis, and gnome are virtues annexed to prudence? Objection 1. It would seem that eubulia, synesis, and gnome are unfittingly assigned as virtues annexed to prudence. For eubulia is "a habit whereby we take good counsel," according to Ethic. 6:9. Now, "it belongs to prudence to take good counsel," as stated in Ethic. 6:9. Therefore eubulia is not a virtue annexed to prudence, but rather is prudence itself. Obj. 2: Further, it belongs to the higher to judge the lower. The highest virtue would therefore seem to be the one whose act is judgment. Now synesis enables us to judge well. Therefore synesis is not a virtue annexed to prudence, but is rather a principal virtue. Obj. 3: Further, just as there are various matters to pass judgment on, so are there different points on which one has to take counsel. But there is one virtue referring to all matters of counsel. Therefore, in order to judge well of what has to be done, there is no need, besides synesis, of the virtue of gnome. Obj. 4. Further, Cicero, in his treatise on Rhetorical Invention (3), mentions three other parts of prudence, notably, memory of the past, understanding of the present, and foresight of the future. Moreover, Macrobius, in his Dream of Scipio I, mentions yet others, notably, caution, docility, and the like. Therefore it seems that the above are not the only virtues annexed to prudence. On the contrary, stands the authority of the Philosopher, in Ethic. 6, 9, 10, and 11, who assigns these three virtues as being annexed to prudence. I answer that, wherever several powers are subordinate to one another, that power is the highest which is ordained to the highest act. Now there are three acts of reason in respect of anything done by man. The first of these is counsel, the second judgment, the third command. The first two correspond to those acts of the speculative intellect, which are inquiry and judgment. For counsel is a kind of inquiry. But the third power is proper to the practical intellect, in so far as this is ordained to operation. For reason does not have to command in things that man cannot do. Now it is evident that in things done by man, the chief act is that of command, to which all the rest are subordinate. Consequently, that virtue which perfects the command, notably prudence, as obtaining the highest place, has other secondary virtues annexed to it, notably eustochia, which perfects counsel, and synesis and gnome, which are parts of prudence in relation to judgment, and of whose distinction we shall speak further on in the third reply. Reply to Obj. 1. Prudence makes us be of good counsel, not as though its immediate act consisted in being of good counsel, but because it perfects the latter act by means of a subordinate virtue, notably eubulia, Reply to Obj. 2. Judgment about what is to be done is directed to something further. For it may happen in some matter of action that a man's judgment is sound, while his execution is wrong. The matter does not attain to its final complement until the reason has commanded aright in the point of what has to be done. Reply to Obj. 3. Judgment of anything should be based on that thing's proper principles. But inquiry does not reach to the proper principles, because, if we were in possession of these, we should need no more to inquire, the truth would be already discovered. Hence only one virtue is directed to being of good counsel, whereas there are two virtues for good judgment. Because difference is based not on common, but on proper principles. Consequently, even in speculative matters, there is one science of dialectics which inquires about all matters, whereas demonstrative sciences, which pronounce judgment, differ according to their different objects. Synesis and gnome differ in respect of the different rules on which judgment is based. For synesis judges of actions according to the common law, while gnome bases its judgment on the natural law, in those cases where the common law fails to apply, as we shall explain further on, in the Pars Secunda Secundae, question 51, Article 4. Reply to Obj. 4. Memory, understanding, and foresight, as also caution and docility and the like, are not virtues distinct from prudence, but are, as it were, integral parts thereof, in so far as they are all requisite for perfect prudence. There are, moreover, subjective parts or species of prudence, for example, domestic and political economy and the like. But the three first names are, in a fashion, potential parts of prudence, because they are subordinate thereto, as secondary virtues to a principal virtue, and we shall speak of them later, in the Pars Secunda Secundae, question 48 and following. End of question 57. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 58 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 58. Of the difference between moral and intellectual virtues, in 5 articles. We must now consider moral virtues. We shall speak of 1. Of the difference between them and the intellectual virtues. 2. Of their distinction one from another in respect of their proper matter. 3. Of the difference between the chief or cardinal virtues and the others. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether every virtue is a moral virtue. Second, whether moral virtue differs from intellectual virtue. Third, whether virtue is adequately divided into moral and intellectual virtue. Fourth, whether there can be moral without intellectual virtue. Fifth, whether, on the other hand, there can be intellectual without moral virtue. First article: whether every virtue is a moral virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that every virtue is a moral virtue. because moral virtue is so called from the Latin mos, that is, custom. Now, we can accustom ourselves to the acts of all the virtues. Therefore, every virtue is a moral virtue. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that moral virtue is "a habit of choosing the rational mean." But every virtue is a habit of choosing, since the acts of any virtue can be done from choice. And moreover, every virtue consists in following the rational mean in some way, as we shall explain further on (Q. 64, AA. 1, 2, 3). Therefore every virtue is a moral virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Cicero says in his treatise on Rhetorical Invention ii that "virtue is a habit like a second nature, in accord with reason." But since every human virtue is directed to man's good, it must be in accord with reason: since "man's good consists in that which agrees with his reason," as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Therefore every virtue is a moral virtue. On the contrary, The Philosopher says in Ethic. i, 13: "When we speak of a man's morals, we do not say that he is wise or intelligent, but that he is gentle or sober." Accordingly, then, wisdom and understanding are not moral virtues, and yet they are virtues, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 2). Therefore not every virtue is a moral virtue. I answer that, in order to answer this question clearly, we must consider the meaning of the Latin word mos, for thus we shall be able to discover what a moral virtue is. Now mos has a twofold meaning. For sometimes it means custom, in which sense we read (Acts 15:1): "Except you be circumcised after the manner (morem) of Moses, you cannot be saved." Sometimes it means a natural or quasi-natural inclination to do some particular action, in which sense the word is applied to dumb animals. Thus we read in 2 Maccabees 1:2 that "rushing violently upon the enemy like lions, they slew them." And the word is used in the same sense in Psalm 67:7, where we read: "Who maketh men of one manner (moris) to dwell in a house." For both these significations there is but one word in Latin, but in the Greek there is a distinct word for each, for the word ethos is written sometimes with a long and sometimes a short e. Now moral virtue is so called from mos, in the sense of a natural or quasi-natural inclination to do some particular action. And the other meaning of mos, that is, custom, is akin to this: because custom becomes a second nature and produces an inclination similar to a natural one. But it is evident that inclination to an action belongs properly to the appetitive power, whose function it is to move all the powers to their acts, as explained above (Q. 9, A. 1). Therefore not every virtue is a moral virtue, but only those that are in the appetitive faculty. Reply Obj. 1: This argument takes mos in the sense of custom. Reply Obj. 2: Every act of virtue can be done from choice. But no virtue makes us choose aright, save that which is in the appetitive part of the soul, for it has been stated above that choice is an act of the appetitive faculty, as stated in Q. 13, A. 1. Wherefore a habit of choosing, that is, a habit which is the principle whereby we choose, is that habit alone which perfects the appetitive faculty, although the acts of other habits also may be a matter of choice. Reply Obj. 3: Nature is the principle of movement, according to Phys. ii, 3. Now to move the faculties to an act is the proper function of the appetitive power. Consequently, to become as a second nature by consenting to the reason is proper to those virtues which are in the appetitive faculty. Second article. Whether moral virtue differs from intellectual virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that moral virtue does not differ from intellectual virtue. For Augustine says (De Civ. Dei 4:21) that virtue is the art of right conduct. But art is an intellectual virtue. Therefore moral and intellectual virtue do not differ. Obj. 2: Further, some authors put science in the definition of virtues. Thus some define perseverance as a "science or habit regarding those things to which we should hold or not hold"; and holiness as "a science which makes man to be faithful and to do his duty to God." Now science is an intellectual virtue. Therefore moral virtue should not be distinguished from intellectual virtue. Obj. 3: Further, Augustine says in the Soliloquies i, 6 that "virtue is the rectitude and perfection of reason." But this belongs to the intellectual virtues, as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Therefore moral virtue does not differ from intellectual. Obj. 4: Further, a thing does not differ from that which is included in its definition. But intellectual virtue is included in the definition of moral virtue. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that "moral virtue is a habit of choosing the mean appointed by reason as a prudent man would appoint it." Now this right reason that fixes the mean of moral virtue belongs to an intellectual virtue, as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Therefore moral virtue does not differ from intellectual. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethic. i, 13 that "there are two kinds of virtue: some we call intellectual, some moral." I answer that, Reason is the first principle of all human acts, and whatever other principles of human acts may be found, they obey reason somewhat, but in various ways. For some obey reason blindly and without any contradiction whatever. Such are the limbs of the body, provided they be in a healthy condition, for as soon as reason commands, the hand or foot proceeds to action. Hence the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 3) that "the soul rules the body like a despot," that is, as a master rules his slave, who has no right to rebel. Accordingly some held that all the active principles in man are subordinate to reason in this way. If this were true, for man to act well, it would suffice that his reason be perfect. Consequently, since virtue is a habit perfecting man in view of his doing good actions, it would follow that it is only in the reason, so that there would be none but intellectual virtues. This was the opinion of Socrates, who said, "Every virtue is a kind of prudence," as stated in Ethic. vi, 13. Hence he maintained that as long as man is in possession of knowledge, he cannot sin, and that everyone who sins does so through ignorance. Now this is based on a false supposition. because the appetitive faculty obeys the reason, not blindly, but with a certain power of opposition. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Polit. I, 3) that "reason commands the appetitive faculty by a politic power," whereby a man rules over subjects that are free, having a certain right of opposition. Hence Augustine says on Psalm 118 in his Homily 8 that "sometimes we understand what is right, while desire is slow, or follows not at all," in so far as the habits or passions of the appetitive faculty cause the use of reason to be impeded in some particular action. And in this way there is some truth in the saying of Socrates that so long as a man is in possession of knowledge he does not sin, provided, however, that this knowledge is made to include the use of reason in this individual act of choice. Accordingly, for a man to do a good deed, it is requisite not only that his reason be well disposed by means of a habit of intellectual virtue, but also that his appetite be well disposed by means of a habit of moral virtue. And so moral differs from intellectual virtue, even as the appetite differs from the reason. Hence, just as the appetite is the principle of human acts, in so far as it partakes of reason, so are moral habits to be considered virtues in so far as they are in conformity with reason. Reply Obj. 1: Augustine usually applies the term art to any form of right reason, in which sense art includes prudence, which is the right reason about things to be done, even as art is the right reason about things to be made. Accordingly, when he says that "virtue is the art of right conduct," this applies to prudence essentially, but to other virtues by participation, forasmuch as they are directed by prudence. Reply Obj. 2: All such definitions, by whomsoever given, were based on the Socratic theory, and should be explained according to what we have said about art, in the first reply. The same applies to the third objection. Reply Obj. 4: Right reason, which is in accord with prudence, is included in the definition of moral virtue, not as part of its essence, but as something belonging by way of participation to all the moral virtues, in so far as they are all under the direction of prudence. Third article: Whether virtue is adequately divided into moral and intellectual. Objection 1: It would seem that virtue is not adequately divided into moral and intellectual. For prudence seems to be a mean between moral and intellectual virtue, since it is reckoned among the intellectual virtues in Ethic. vi, 3, 5, and again is placed by all among the four cardinal virtues, which are moral virtues, as we shall show further on (Q. 61, A. 1). Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral, as though there were no mean between them. Obj. 2: Further, continence, perseverance, and patience are not reckoned to be intellectual virtues. Yet neither are they moral virtues, since they do not reduce the passions to a mean, and are consistent with an abundance of passion. Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral. Obj. 3: Further, faith, hope, and charity are virtues. Yet they are not intellectual virtues. For there are only 5 of these, viz. science, wisdom, understanding, prudence, and art, as stated above (Q. 57, AA. 2, 3, 5). Neither are they moral virtues, since they are not about the passions, which are the chief concern of moral virtue. Therefore virtue is not adequately divided into intellectual and moral. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 1 that "virtue is twofold, intellectual and moral." I answer that, Human virtue is a habit perfecting man in view of his doing good deeds. Now, in man there are but two principles of human actions, viz. the intellect or reason and the appetite. For these are the two principles of movement in man, as stated in De Anima iii, 48. Consequently, every human virtue must needs be a perfection of one of these principles. Accordingly, if it perfects man's speculative or practical intellect in order that his deed may be good, it will be an intellectual virtue; whereas if it perfects his appetite, it will be a moral virtue. It follows, therefore, that every human virtue is either intellectual or moral. Reply Obj. 1: Prudence is essentially an intellectual virtue, but considered on the part of its matter, it has something in common with the moral virtues, for it is right reason about things to be done, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 4). It is in this sense that it is reckoned with the moral virtues. Reply Obj. 2: Continence and perseverance are not perfections of the sensitive appetite. This is clear from the fact that passions abound in the continent and persevering man, which would not be the case if his sensitive appetite were perfected by a habit making it conformable to reason. Continence and perseverance are, however, perfections of the rational faculty, and withstand the passions lest reason be led astray. But they fall short of being virtues, since intellectual virtue, which makes reason to hold itself well in respect of moral matters, presupposes a right appetite of the end, so that it may hold itself aright in respect of principles, that is, the ends, on which it builds its argument; and this is wanting in the continent and persevering man. Nor again can an action proceeding from two principles be perfect, unless each principle be perfected by the habit corresponding to that operation. Thus, however perfect be the principal agent employing an instrument, it will produce an imperfect effect if the instrument be not well disposed also. Hence, if the sensitive faculty, which is moved by the rational faculty, is not perfect, however perfect the rational faculty may be, the resulting action will be imperfect, and consequently the principle of that action will not be a virtue. And for this reason, continence, desisting from pleasures, and perseverance in the midst of pains are not virtues, but something less than a virtue, as the Philosopher maintains in Ethic. vii, 1, 9. Reply Obj. 3: Faith, hope, and charity are superhuman virtues, for they are virtues of man as sharing in the grace of God. Fourth Article [I II, Q. 100, Art. 4] Whether there can be moral without intellectual virtue? Objection 1: It would seem that moral can be without intellectual virtue. Because moral virtue, as Cicero says in his treatise on Rhetorical Invention II, is "a habit like a second nature in accord with reason." Now, though nature may be in accord with some sovereign reason that moves it, there is no need for that reason to be united to nature in the same subject, as is evident of natural things devoid of knowledge. Therefore, in a man there may be a moral virtue like a second nature, inclining him to consent to his reason, without his reason being perfected by an intellectual virtue. Obj. 2: Further, by means of intellectual virtue, man obtains perfect use of reason. But it happens at times that men are virtuous and acceptable to God, without being vigorous in the use of reason. Therefore it seems that moral virtue can be without intellectual. Obj. 3: Further, moral virtue makes us inclined to do good works. But some, without depending on the judgment of reason, have a natural inclination to do good works. Therefore moral virtues can be without intellectual virtues. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 22 that "the other virtues, unless we do prudently what we desire to do, cannot be real virtues." But prudence is an intellectual virtue, as stated above in Q. 57, A. 5. Therefore moral virtues cannot be without intellectual virtues. I answer that, moral virtue can be without some of the intellectual virtues, notably wisdom, science, and art, but not without understanding and prudence. Moral virtue cannot be without prudence, because it is a habit of choosing, that is, making us choose well. Now in order that a choice be good, two things are required. First, that the intention be directed to a due end, and this is done by moral virtue, which inclines the appetitive faculty to the good that is in accord with reason, which is a due end. Secondly, that man take rightly those things which have reference to the end, and this he cannot do unless his reason counsel, judge, and command aright, which is the function of prudence and the virtues annexed to it, as stated above in Q. 57, AA. 5 and 6. Wherefore there can be no moral virtue without prudence, and consequently neither can there be without understanding. For it is by the virtue of understanding that we know self-evident principles, both in speculative and in practical matters. Consequently, just as right reason in speculative matters, in so far as it proceeds from naturally known principles, presupposes the understanding of those principles, so also does prudence, which is the right reason about things to be done. Reply to Obj. 1: The inclination of nature in things devoid of reason is without choice; wherefore such an inclination does not of necessity require reason. But the inclination of moral virtue is with choice, and consequently, in order that it may be perfect, it requires that reason be perfected by intellectual virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: A man may be virtuous without having full use of reason as to everything, provided he have it with regard to those things which have to be done virtuously. In this way, all virtuous men have full use of reason. Hence those who seem to be simple, through lack of worldly cunning, may possibly be prudent, according to Matthew 10:16: "Be ye therefore prudent as serpents, and simple as doves." Reply to Obj. 3: The natural inclination to a good of virtue is a kind of beginning of virtue, but is not perfect virtue. For the stronger this inclination is, the more perilous may it prove to be, unless it be accompanied by right reason, which rectifies the choice of fitting means towards the due end. Thus, if a running horse be blind, the faster it runs the more heavily will it fall, and the more grievously will it be hurt. And consequently, although moral virtue be not right reason, as Socrates held, Yet not only is it according to right reason, in so far as it inclines man to that which is according to right reason, as the Platonists maintained, but also it needs to be joined with right reason, as Aristotle declares in Ethic. vi, 13. Fifth article. Whether there can be intellectual without moral virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that there can be intellectual without moral virtue. Because perfection of what precedes does not depend on the perfection of what follows. Now reason precedes and moves the sensitive appetite. Therefore, intellectual virtue, which is a perfection of the reason, does not depend on moral virtue, which is a perfection of the appetitive faculty, and can be without it. Objection 2. Further, morals are the matter of prudence, even as things makeable are the matter of art. Now art can be without its proper matter, as a smith without iron. Therefore, prudence can be without the moral virtues, although all of the intellectual virtues, it seems most akin to the moral virtues. Objection 3. Further, prudence is a virtue whereby we are of good counsel, according to Ethic. vi, 9. Now many are of good counsel, without having the moral virtues. Therefore, prudence can be without a moral virtue. On the contrary, to wish to do evil is directly opposed to moral virtue, and yet it is not opposed to anything that can be without moral virtue. Now it is contrary to prudence to sin willingly, according to Ethic. vi, 5. Therefore, prudence cannot be without moral virtue. I answer that, other intellectual virtues can, but prudence cannot, be without moral virtue. The reason for this is that prudence is the right reason about things to be done, and this not merely in general, but also in particular, about which things actions are. Now right reason demands principles from which reason proceeds to argue. And when reason argues about particular cases, it needs not only universal but also particular principles. As to universal principles of action, man is rightly disposed by the natural understanding of principles, whereby he understands that he should do no evil, or again by some practical science. But this is not enough in order that man may reason aright about particular cases. For it happens sometimes that the aforesaid universal principle, known by means of understanding or science, is destroyed in a particular case by passion. Thus to one who is swayed by concupiscence, when he is overcome thereby, the object of his desire seems good, although it is opposed to the universal judgment of his reason. Consequently, as by the habit of natural understanding or of science, man is made to be rightly disposed in regard to the universal principles of action, so in order that he be rightly disposed with regard to the particular principles of action, notably the ends, he needs to be perfected by certain habits, whereby it becomes connatural, as it were, to a man to judge aright to the end. This is done by moral virtue. For the virtuous man judges aright of the end of virtue because "such a man is, such does the end seem to him," according to Ethic. 3:5. Consequently, the right reason about things to be done, notably prudence, requires man to have moral virtue. Reply Obj. 1: Reason, as apprehending the end, precedes the appetite for the end. But appetite for the end precedes the reason, as arguing about the choice of the means, which is the concern of prudence. Even so, in speculative matters, the understanding of principles is the foundation on which the syllogism of the reason is based. Reply Obj. 2: It does not depend on the disposition of our appetite whether we judge well or ill of the principles of art, as it does when we judge of the end which is the principle in moral matters. In the former case, our judgment depends on reason alone. Hence art does not require a virtue perfecting the appetite, as prudence does. Reply Obj. 3: Prudence not only helps us to be of good counsel, but also to judge and command well. This is not possible unless the impediment of the passions, destroying the judgment and command of prudence, be removed, and this is done by moral virtue. End of question 58. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 59 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 59. Of moral virtue in relation to the passions, in 5 articles. We must now consider the difference of one moral virtue from another. And since those moral virtues, which are about the passions, differ accordingly to the difference of the passions, we must consider 1. The relation of virtue to passion. 2. The different kinds of moral virtue in relation to the passions. Under the first head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether moral virtue is a passion. Second, whether there can be moral virtue with passion. Third, whether sorrow is compatible with moral virtue. Fourth, whether every moral virtue is about passion. Fifth, whether there can be moral virtue without passion. First article. Whether moral virtue is a passion. Objection 1. It would seem that moral virtue is a passion, because the mean is of the same genus as the extremes. But moral virtue is a mean between 2 passions. Therefore, moral virtue is a passion. Objection 2. Further, virtue and vice, being contrary to one another, are in the same genus. But some passions are reckoned to be vices, such as envy and anger. Therefore, some passions are virtues. Objection 3. Further, pity is a passion, since it is sorrow for another's ills, as stated above in question 35, Article 8. Now, Cicero, the renowned orator, did not hesitate to call pity a virtue, as Augustine states in On the City of God 9:5. Therefore, a passion may be a moral virtue. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethics 2:5 that passions are neither virtues nor vices. I answer that moral virtue cannot be a passion. This is clear for 3 reasons. First, because a passion is a movement of the sensitive appetite, as stated above in question 22, Article 3. Whereas moral virtue is not a movement, but rather a principle of the movement of the appetite, being a kind of habit. Secondly, because passions are not in themselves good or evil. For man's good or evil is something in reference to reason. Wherefore the passions, considered in themselves, are referable both to good and evil, forasmuch as they may accord or disaccord with reason. Now nothing of this sort can be in virtue, since virtue is referable to good alone, as stated above in question 55, Article 3. Thirdly, because, granted that some passions are, in some way, referable to good only, or to evil only, even then the movement of passion, as passion, begins in the appetite and ends in the reason, since the appetite tends to conformity with reason. On the other hand, the movement of virtue is the reverse, for it begins in the reason and ends in the appetite, inasmuch as the latter is moved by reason. Hence the definition of moral virtue in Ethics 2:6 states that it is "a habit of choosing the mean appointed by reason, as a prudent man would appoint it." Reply to Obj. 1: Virtue is a mean between passions, not by reason of its essence, but on account of its effect, because, to wit, it establishes the mean between passions. Reply to Obj. 2: If by vice we understand a habit of doing evil deeds, it is evident that no passion is a vice. But if vice is taken to mean sin, which is a vicious act, nothing hinders a passion from being a vice, or on the other hand, from concurring in an act of virtue, in so far as a passion is either opposed to reason or in accordance with reason. Reply to Obj. 3: Pity is said to be a virtue, that is, an act of virtue, in so far as "that movement of the soul is obedient to reason," notably, "when pity is bestowed without violating right, as when the poor are relieved, or the penitent forgiven," as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei ix, 5). But if by pity we understand a habit perfecting man so that he bestows pity reasonably, nothing hinders pity, in this sense, from being a virtue. The same applies to similar passions. Second article: Whether there can be moral virtue with a passion? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtue cannot be with passion. For the Philosopher says in Topic. IV that "a gentle man is one who is not passionate, but a patient man is one who is passionate but does not give way." The same applies to all the moral virtues. Therefore all moral virtues are without passion. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is a right affection of the soul, as health is to the body, as stated in Phys. vii, 17. Wherefore "virtue is a kind of health of the soul," as Cicero says. But the soul's passions are "the soul's diseases," as he says in the same book. Now health is incompatible with disease. Therefore neither is passion compatible with virtue. Obj. 3: Further, moral virtue requires perfect use of reason, even in particular matters. But the passions are an obstacle to this. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 5 that "pleasures destroy the judgment of prudence." And Sallust says that "when they," that is, the soul's passions, "interfere, it is not easy for the mind to grasp the truth." Therefore passion is incompatible with moral virtue. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv, 6), If the will is perverse, these movements, notably the passions, are perverse also. But if it is upright, they are not only blameless, but even praiseworthy. But nothing praiseworthy is incompatible with moral virtue. Therefore, moral virtue does not exclude the passions, but is consistent with them. I answer that, the Stoics and Peripatetics disagree on this point, as Augustine relates in De Civ. Dei 9:4. For the Stoics held that the soul's passions cannot be in a wise or virtuous man, whereas the Peripatetics, who were founded by Aristotle, as Augustine says in De Civ. Dei 9:4, maintained that the passions are compatible with moral virtue if they be reduced to the mean. This difference, as Augustine observes, again in De Civ. Dei 9:4, was one of words rather than of opinions, because the Stoics, though not discriminating between the intellective appetite, that is, the will, and the sensitive appetite, which is divided into irascible and concupiscible, did not, as the Peripatetics did, distinguish the passions from the other affections of the human soul in the point of their being movements of the sensitive appetite, whereas the other emotions of the soul, which are not passions, are movements of the intellective appetite or will. But only in the point of the passions being, as they maintained, any emotions in disaccord with reason. These emotions could not be in a wise or virtuous man if they arose deliberately, while it would be possible for them to be in a wise man if they arose suddenly. Because, in the words of Aulus Gellius, "it is not in our power to call up the visions of the soul, known as its fancies, as when they arise from awesome things. They must needs disturb the mind of a wise man, so that he is slightly startled by fear, or depressed with sorrow, in so far as these passions forestall the use of reason, without his approving of such things or consenting thereto." Quoted by Augustine in De Civ. Dei 9:4. Accordingly, if the passions be taken for inordinate emotions, they cannot be in a virtuous man, so that he can consent to them deliberately, as the Stoics maintained. But if the passions be taken for any movements of the sensitive appetite, they can be in a virtuous man, in so far as they are subordinate to reason. Hence Aristotle says (Ethic. ii, 3) that "some describe virtue as being a kind of freedom from passion and disturbance. This is incorrect, because the assertion should be qualified. They should have said, virtue is freedom from those passions that are not as they should be as to manner and time." Reply Obj. 1: The Philosopher quotes this, as well as many other examples in his books on logic, in order to illustrate, not his own mind, but that of others. It was the opinion of the Stoics that the passions of the soul were incompatible with virtue; and the Philosopher rejects this opinion (Ethic. ii, 3) when he says that virtue is not freedom from passion. It may be said, however, that when he says, "a gentle man is not passionate," we are to understand this of inordinate passion. Reply Obj. 2: This, and all similar arguments which Tully brings forward in the Tusculan Disputations, take the passions in the execution of reason's command. Reply Obj. 3: When a passion forestalls the judgment of reason, so as to prevail on the mind to give its consent, it hinders counsel and the judgment of reason. But when it follows that judgment, as through being commanded by reason, it helps towards the execution of reason's command. Third article. Whether sorrow is compatible with moral virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that sorrow is incompatible with virtue. Because the virtues are effects of wisdom, according to Wisdom 8:7. She, that is, divine wisdom, teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude. Now, the conversation of wisdom hath no bitterness, as we read further on in verse 16. Therefore, sorrow is incompatible with virtue also. Objection 2: Further, sorrow is a hindrance to work, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 7:13, as well as in Ethics 10:5. But a hindrance to good works is incompatible with virtue. Therefore, sorrow is incompatible with virtue. Objection 3: Further, Tully calls sorrow a disease of the mind in his Tusculan Disputations 4. But disease of the mind is incompatible with virtue, which is a good condition of the mind. Therefore, sorrow is opposed to virtue, and is incompatible with it. On the contrary, Christ was perfect in virtue, but there was sorrow in him, for he said, in Matthew 26:38, "My soul is sorrowful even unto death." Therefore, sorrow is compatible with virtue. I answer that, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei xiv:8), the Stoics held that in the mind of the wise man there are three eupatheiai, that is, three good passions, in place of the three disturbances, viz. instead of covetousness, desire; instead of mirth, joy; instead of fear, caution. But they denied that anything corresponding to sorrow could be in the mind of a wise man, for two reasons. First, because sorrow is for an evil that is already present. Now they held that no evil can happen to a wise man. For they thought that, just as man's only good is virtue, and bodily goods are no good to man, so man's only evil is vice, which cannot be in a virtuous man. But this is unreasonable. For since man is composed of soul and body, whatever conduces to preserve the life of the body is some good to man, yet not his supreme good, because he can abuse it. Consequently, the evil which is contrary to this good can be in a wise man, and can cause him moderate sorrow. Again, although a virtuous man can be without grave sin, yet no man is to be found to live without committing slight sins, according to 1 John 1:8. "If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves." A third reason is because a virtuous man, though not actually in a state of sin, may have been so in the past; and he is to be commended if he sorrow for that sin, according to 2 Corinthians 7:10. "The sorrow that is according to God worketh penance steadfast unto salvation." Fourthly, because he may praiseworthily sorrow for another's sin. Therefore, sorrow is compatible with moral virtue, in the same way as the other passions are, when moderated by reason. Their second reason for holding this opinion was that sorrow is about evil present, whereas fear is for evil to come; even as pleasure is about a present good, while desire is for a future good. Now the enjoyment of a good possessed, or the desire to have good that one possesses not, may be consistent with virtue. But depression of the mind resulting from sorrow for a present evil is altogether contrary to reason, wherefore it is incompatible with virtue. But this is unreasonable. For there is an evil which can be present to the virtuous man, as we have just stated, which evil is rejected by reason. Wherefore the sensitive appetite follows reason's rejection by sorrowing for that evil, yet moderately, according as reason dictates. Now it pertains to virtue that the sensitive appetite be conformed to reason, as stated above in Article 1, second reply. Wherefore moderated sorrow for an object which ought to make us sorrowful is a mark of virtue, as also the Philosopher says in Ethics 2, 6 and 7. Moreover, this proves useful for avoiding evil, since, just as good is more readily sought for the sake of pleasure, so is evil more undauntedly shunned on account of sorrow. Accordingly, we must allow that sorrow for things pertaining to virtue is incompatible with virtue, since virtue rejoices in its own. On the other hand, virtue sorrows moderately for all that thwarts virtue, no matter how. Reply to Obj. 1. The passage quoted proves that the wise man is not made sorrowful by wisdom. Yet he sorrows for anything that hinders wisdom. Consequently, there is no room for sorrow in the blessed, in whom there can be no hindrance to wisdom. Reply to Obj. 2. Sorrow hinders the work that makes us sorrowful, but it helps us to do more readily whatever banishes sorrow. Reply to Obj. 3. Immoderate sorrow is a disease of the mind, but moderate sorrow is the mark of a well-conditioned mind, according to the present state of life. Fourth article. Whether all the moral virtues are about the passions. Objection 1. It would seem that all the moral virtues are about the passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 2:3 that moral virtue is about objects of pleasure and sorrow. But pleasure and sorrow are passions, as stated above in question 23, Article 4, question 31, Article 1, and in question 35, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, all the moral virtues are about the passions. Objection 2. Further, the subject of the moral virtues is a faculty which is rational by participation, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 1:13. But the passions are in this part of the soul, as stated above in question 22, Article 3. Therefore, every moral virtue is about the passions. Objection 3. Further, some passion is to be found in every moral virtue, and so either all are about the passions or none are. But some are about the passions, as fortitude and temperance, as stated in Ethics 3, 6 and 10. Therefore, all the moral virtues are about the passions. On the contrary, justice, which is a moral virtue, is not about the passions, as stated in Ethics 5:1 and following. I answer that moral virtue perfects the appetitive part of the soul by directing it to good as defined by reason. Now good, as defined by reason, is that which is moderated or directed by reason. Consequently, there are moral virtues about all matters that are subject to reason's direction and moderation. Now reason directs not only the passions of the sensitive appetite, but also the operations of the intellective appetite, that is, the will, which is not the subject of a passion, as stated above in question 22, Article 3. Therefore, not all the moral virtues are about passions, but some are about passions, some about operations. Reply to Objection 1. The moral virtues are not all about pleasures and sorrows, as being their proper matter, but as being something resulting from their proper acts. For every virtuous man rejoices in acts of virtue, and sorrows for the contrary. Hence the Philosopher, after the words quoted, adds: "If virtues are about actions and passions, now every action and passion is followed by pleasure or sorrow, so that in this way virtue is about pleasures and sorrows," notably, as about something that results from virtue. Reply Obj. 2: Not only the sensitive appetite, which is the subject of the passions, is rational by participation, but also the will, where there are no passions, as stated above. Reply Obj. 3: Some virtues have passions as their proper matter, but some virtues not. Hence the comparison does not hold for all cases. Fifth article: Whether there can be moral virtue without passion? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtue can be without passion. For the more perfect moral virtue is, the more does it overcome the passions. Therefore, at its highest point of perfection, it is altogether without passion. Objection 2: Further, then is a thing perfect when it is removed from its contrary, and from whatever inclines to its contrary. Now the passions incline us to sin, which is contrary to virtue. Hence, as stated in Romans 7:5, they are called passions of sins. Therefore, perfect virtue is altogether without passion. Objection 3: Further, it is by virtue that we are conformed to God, as Augustine declares (On the Catholic and Manichaean Ways of Life, 6, 9, 13). But God does all things without passion at all. Therefore the most perfect virtue is without any passion. On the contrary, no man is just who rejoices not in his deeds, as stated in Ethic. I, 8. But joy is a passion. Therefore justice cannot be without passion, and still less can the other virtues be. I answer that, if we take the passions as being inordinate emotions, as the Stoics did, it is evident that in this sense perfect virtue is without the passions. But if by passions we understand any movement of the sensitive appetite, it is plain that moral virtues, which are about the passions as about their proper matter, cannot be without passions. The reason for this is that otherwise it would follow that moral virtue makes the sensitive appetite altogether idle, whereas it is not the function of virtue to deprive the powers subordinate to reason of their proper activities, but to make them execute the commands of reason by exercising their proper acts. Wherefore, just as virtue directs the bodily limbs to their due external acts, so does it direct the sensitive appetite to its proper regulated movements. Those moral virtues, however, which are not about the passions, but about operations, can be without passions. Such a virtue is justice, because it applies the will to its proper act, which is not a passion. Nevertheless, joy results from the act of justice, at least in the will, in which case it is not a passion. And if this joy be increased through the perfection of justice, it will overflow into the sensitive appetite, in so far as the lower powers follow the movement of the higher, as stated above in Q. 17, A. 7, as well as in Q. 24, A. 3. Wherefore, by reason of this kind of overflow, the more perfect a virtue is, the more does it cause passion. Reply Obj. 1: Virtue overcomes inordinate passion. It produces ordinate passion. Reply to Obj. 2. It is inordinate, not ordinate, passion that leads to sin. Reply to Obj. 3. The good of anything depends on the condition of its nature. Now there is no sensitive appetite in God and the angels as there is in man. Consequently, good operation in God and the angels is altogether without passion, as it is without a body, whereas the good operation of man is with passion, even as it is produced with the body's help. End of question 59. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 60 of Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Summa Theologica, Prima Secundae. Treatise on habits in particular, good habits, that is, virtues. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 60. How the moral virtues differ from one another, in 5 articles. We must now consider how the moral virtues differ from one another, under which head there are 5 points of inquiry. First, whether there is only one moral virtue. Second, whether those moral virtues which are about operations are distinct from those which are about passions. Third, whether there is but one moral virtue about operations. Fourth, whether there are different moral virtues about different passions. Fifth, whether the moral virtues differ in point of the various objects of the passions. First article. Whether there is only one moral virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that there is only one moral virtue. Because, just as the direction of moral actions belongs to reason, which is the subject of the intellectual virtues, so does their inclination belong to the appetite, which is the subject of moral virtues. But there is only one intellectual virtue to direct all moral acts, notably prudence. Therefore, there is also but one moral virtue to give all moral acts their respective inclinations. Objection 2. Further, habits differ, not in respect of their material objects, but according to the formal aspect of their objects. Now the formal aspect of the good, to which moral virtue is directed, is one thing, notably, the mean defined by reason. Therefore, seemingly, there is but one moral virtue. Objection 3. Further, things pertaining to morals are specified by their end, as stated above in question 1, Article 3. Now there is but one common end of all moral virtues, notably happiness, while the proper and proximate ends are infinite in number. But the moral virtues themselves are not infinite in number. Therefore, it seems that there is but one. On the contrary, one habit cannot be in several powers, as stated above in question 56, Article 2. But the subject of the moral virtues is the appetitive part of the soul, which is divided into several powers, as stated in the first part, question 80, Article 2, as well as question 81, Article 2. Therefore, there cannot be only one moral virtue. I answer that, as stated above in question 58, Articles 1, 2, and 3, the moral virtues are habits of the appetitive faculty. Now habits differ specifically according to the specific differences of their objects, as stated above in question 54, Article 2. Again, The species of the object of appetite, as of anything, depends on its specific form which it receives from the agent. But we must observe that the matter of the passive subject bears a twofold relation to the agent. For sometimes it receives the form of the agent in the same kind specifically as the agent has that form, as happens with all univocal agents, so that if the agent be one specifically, the matter must of necessity receive a form specifically one. Thus the univocal effect of fire is of necessity something in the species of fire. Sometimes, however, the matter receives the form from the agent, but not in the same kind specifically as the agent, as is the case with non-univocal causes of generation. Thus an animal is generated by the sun. In this case, the forms received into matter are not of one species, but vary according to the adaptability of the matter to receive the influx of the agent. For instance, we see that owing to the one action of the sun, animals of various species are produced by putrefaction according to the various adaptability of matter. Now it is evident that in moral matters the reason holds the place of commander and mover, while the appetitive power is commanded and moved. But the appetite does not receive the direction of reason univocally, so to say, because it is rational, not essentially, but by participation, as stated in Ethic. I, 13. Consequently, objects made appetible by the direction of reason belong to various species, according to their various relations to reason, so that it follows that moral virtues are of various species, and are not only one. Reply to Obj. 1: The object of the reason is truth. Now in all moral matters, which are contingent matters of action, there is but one kind of truth. Consequently, there is but one virtue to direct all such matters, viz. prudence. On the other hand, the object of the appetitive power is the appetible good, which varies in kind according to its various relations to reason, the directing power. Reply to Obj. 2: This formal element is one generically, on account of the unity of the agent, but it varies in species on account of the various relations of the receiving matter, as explained above. Reply to Obj. 3: Moral matters do not receive their species from the last end, but from their proximate ends, and these, although they be infinite in number, are not infinite in species. Second article: Whether moral virtues about operations are different from those that are about passions? Objection 1: It would seem that moral virtues are not divided into those which are about operations, and those which are about passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 3 that moral virtue is "an operative habit whereby we do what is best in matters of pleasure or sorrow." Now pleasure and sorrow are passions, as stated above in Q. 31, A. 1, as well as in Q. 35, A. 1. Therefore the same virtue which is about passions is also about operations, since it is an operative habit. Obj. 2: Further, the passions are principles of external action. If therefore some virtues regulate the passions, they must, as a consequence, regulate operations also. Therefore the same moral virtues are about both passions and operations. Obj. 3: Further, the sensitive appetite is moved well or ill towards every external operation. Now movements of the sensitive appetite are passions. Therefore the same virtues that are about operations are also about passions. On the contrary, the Philosopher reckons justice to be about operations, and temperance, fortitude, and gentleness about passions, as stated in Ethics ii, 3 and 7, as well as in Ethics v, 1 and following. I answer that operation and passion stand in a twofold relation to virtue. First, as its effects, and in this way every moral virtue has some good operations as its product, and a certain pleasure or sorrow which are passions, as stated above in Q. 59, A. 4, first reply. Secondly, operation may be compared to moral virtue as the matter about which virtue is concerned, and in this sense those moral virtues which are about operations must needs differ from those which are about passions. The reason for this is that good and evil in certain operations are taken from the very nature of those operations, no matter how man may be affected towards them, notably, in so far as good and evil in them depend on their being commensurate with something else. In operations of this kind there needs to be some power to regulate the operations in themselves. Such are buying and selling, and all such operations in which there is an element of something due or undue to another. For this reason, justice and its parts are properly about operations as their proper matter. On the other hand, in some operations, good and evil depend only on commensuration with the agent. Consequently, good and evil in these operations depend on the way in which man is affected to them. And for this reason, in such like operations, virtue must needs be chiefly about internal emotions, which are called the passions of the soul, as is evidently the case with temperance, fortitude, and the like. It happens, however, in operations which are directed to another, that the good of virtue is overlooked by reason of some inordinate passion of the soul. In such cases, justice is destroyed in so far as the due measure of the external act is destroyed, while some other virtue is destroyed in so far as the internal passions exceed their due measure. Thus, when through anger one man strikes another, justice is destroyed in the undue blow, while gentleness is destroyed by the immoderate anger. The same may be clearly applied to other virtues. This suffices for the replies to the objections, for the first considers operations as the effect of virtue, while the other two consider operation and passion as concurring in the same effect. But in some cases virtue is chiefly about operations, in others about passions, for the reason given above. Third article: whether there is only one moral virtue about operations. Objection 1. It would seem that there is but one moral virtue about operations. Because the rectitude of all external operations seems to belong to justice. Now justice is but one virtue. Therefore there is but one virtue about operations. Objection 2. Further, those operations seem to differ most, which are directed on the one side to the good of the individual, and on the other to the good of the many. But this diversity does not cause diversity among the moral virtues. For the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 1 that legal justice, which directs human acts to the common good, does not differ, save logically, from the virtue which directs a man's actions to one man only. Therefore diversity of operations does not cause a diversity of moral virtues. Obj. 3. Further, if there are various moral virtues about various operations, diversity of moral virtues would needs follow diversity of operations. But this is clearly untrue. For it is the function of justice to establish rectitude in various kinds of commutations, and again in distributions, as is set down in Ethic. v, 2. Therefore there are not different virtues about different operations. On the contrary, religion is a moral virtue distinct from piety, both of which are about operations. I answer that, all the moral virtues that are about operations agree in one general notion of justice, which is in respect of something due to another, but they differ in respect of various special notions. The reason for this is that in external operations, the order of reason is established, as we have stated in Article 2, not according as how man is affected towards such operations, but according to the becomingness of the thing itself, from which becomingness we derive the notion of something due, which is the formal aspect of justice. For seemingly it pertains to justice that a man give another his due. Wherefore all such virtues as are about operations bear in some way the character of justice. But the thing due is not of the same kind in all these virtues. For something is due to an equal in one way, to a superior in another way, to an inferior in yet another. And the nature of a debt differs according as it arises from a contract, a promise, or a favor already conferred. And corresponding to these various kinds of debt, there are various virtues, for example, religion, whereby we pay our debt to God; piety, whereby we pay our debt to our parents or to our country; gratitude, whereby we pay our debt to our benefactors, and so forth. Reply Obj. 1: Justice, properly so called, is one special virtue, whose object is the perfect due, which can be paid in the equivalent. But the name of justice is extended also to all cases in which something due is rendered. In this sense it is not as a special virtue. Reply Obj. 2: That justice which seeks the common good is another virtue from that which is directed to the private good of an individual. Wherefore common right differs from private right. And Tully, in his Invention on the Art of Rhetoric, reckons as a special virtue piety which directs man to the good of his country. But that justice which directs man to the common good is a general virtue through its act of command, since it directs all the acts of the virtues to its own end, notably the common good. And the virtues, in so far as they are commanded by that justice, receive the name of justice, so that virtue does not differ, save logically, from legal justice. Just as there is only a logical difference between a virtue that is active of itself, and a virtue that is active through the command of another virtue. Reply Obj. 3: There is the same kind of due in all the operations belonging to special justice. Consequently, there is the same virtue of justice, especially in regard to commutations. For it may be that distributive justice is of another species from commutative justice, but about this we shall inquire later on, in the Pars Secunda Secundae, question 61, Article 1. Fourth Article: Whether there are different moral virtues about different passions. Objection 1: It would seem that there are not different moral virtues about different passions. But there is but one habit about things that concur in their source and end, as is evident especially in the case of sciences. But the passions all concur in one source, viz. love. And they all terminate in the same end, viz. joy or sorrow, as we stated above in question 25, articles 1, 2, and 4, as well as in question 27, article 4. Therefore, there is but one moral virtue about all the passions. Objection 2: Further, if there were different moral virtues about different passions, it would follow that there are as many moral virtues as passions. But this is clearly not the case, since there is one moral virtue about contrary passions, namely, fortitude, about fear and daring, temperance, about pleasure and sorrow. Therefore, there is no need for different moral virtues about different passions. Objection 3: Further, love, desire, and pleasure are passions of different species, as stated above in question 23, article 4. Now there is but one virtue about all these three, notably temperance. Therefore, there are not different moral virtues about different passions. On the contrary, fortitude is about fear and daring, temperance about desire, meekness about anger, as stated in Ethics 3, 6, and 10, as well as in Ethics 4, 5. I answer that it cannot be said that there is only one moral virtue about all the passions, since some passions are not in the same power as other passions. For some belong to the irascible, others to the concupiscible faculty, as stated above in question 23, article 1. On the other hand, neither does every diversity of passions necessarily suffice for a diversity of moral virtues. First, because some passions are in contrary opposition to one another, such as joy and sorrow, fear and daring, and so on. About such passions as are thus in opposition to one another, there must needs be one same virtue. Because, since moral virtue consists in a kind of mean, the mean in contrary passions stands in the same ratio to both, even as in the natural order there is but one mean between contraries, for example, between black and white. Secondly, because there are different passions contradicting reason in the same manner, for example, by impelling to that which is contrary to reason, or by withdrawing from that which is in accord with reason. Wherefore the different passions of the concupiscible faculty do not require different moral virtues, because their movements follow one another in a certain order, as being directed to the one same thing, notably, the attainment of some good, or the avoidance of some evil. Thus, from love proceeds desire, and from desire we arrive at pleasure. And it is the same way with the opposite passions. For hatred leads to avoidance or dislike, and this leads to sorrow. On the other hand, the irascible passions are not all of one order, but are directed to different things. For daring and fear are about some great danger, and hope and despair are about some difficult good, while anger seeks to overcome something contrary which has wrought harm. Consequently, there are different virtues about such like passions, for example, temperance, about the concupiscible passions, fortitude, about fear and daring, magnanimity, about hope and despair, meekness, about anger. Reply to Obj. 1: All the passions concur in one common principle and end, but not in one proper principle or end, and so this does not suffice for the unity of moral virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: Just as in the natural order the same principle causes movement from one extreme and movement towards the other, and as in the intellectual order contraries have one common ratio, so too between contrary passions there is but one moral virtue, which, like a second nature, consents to reason's dictates. Reply to Obj. 3: those three passions are directed to the same object in a certain order, as stated above, and so they belong to the same virtue. Fifth article. Whether the moral virtues differ in point of the various objects of the passions. Objection 1. It would seem that the moral virtues do not differ according to the objects of the passions. For just as there are objects of passions, so are there objects of operations. Now those moral virtues that are about operations do not differ according to the objects of those operations. For the buying and selling either of a house or of a horse belong to the one same virtue of justice. Therefore, neither do those moral virtues that are about passions differ according to the objects of those passions. Obj. 2: Further, the passions are acts or movements of the sensitive appetite. Now it needs a greater difference to differentiate habits than acts. Hence, diverse objects, which do not diversify the species of passions, do not diversify the species of moral virtue, so that there is but one moral virtue about all objects of pleasure, and the same applies to the other passions. Obj. 3: Further, more or less do not change a species. Now various objects of pleasure differ only by reason of being more or less pleasurable. Therefore, all objects of pleasure belong to one species of virtue, and for the same reason so do all fearful objects, and the same applies to others. Therefore, moral virtue is not diversified according to the objects of passions. Obj. 4: Further, virtue hinders evil, even as it produces good. But there are various virtues about the desires for good things. Thus temperance is about desires for the pleasure of touch, and eutrapelia about pleasures in games. Therefore, there should be different virtues about fears of evils. On the contrary, chastity is about sexual pleasures, abstinence about pleasures of the table, and eutrapelia about pleasures in games. I answer that, the perfection of a virtue depends on the reason, whereas the perfection of a passion depends on the sensitive appetite. Consequently, virtues must needs be differentiated according to their relation to reason, but the passions according to their relation to the appetite. Hence the objects of the passions, according as they are variously related to the sensitive appetite, cause the different species of passions, while, according as they are related to reason, they cause the different species of virtues. Now the movement of reason is not the same as that of the sensitive appetite. Wherefore nothing hinders a difference of objects from causing diversity of passions, without causing diversity of virtues, as when one virtue is about several passions, as stated above in A. 4. And again, a difference of objects from causing different virtues, without causing a difference of passions, since several virtues are directed about one passion, for example, pleasure. And because diverse passions belonging to diverse powers always belong to diverse virtues, as stated above in A. 4, therefore a difference of objects that corresponds to a difference of powers always causes a specific difference of virtues, for instance, the difference between that which is good absolutely speaking, and that which is good and difficult to obtain. Moreover, since the reason rules man's lower powers in a certain order, and even extends to outward things, hence one single object of the passions, according as it is apprehended by sense, imagination, or reason, and again, according as it belongs to the soul, body, or external things, has various relations to reason, and consequently is of a nature to cause a difference of virtues. Consequently, man's good, which is the object of love, desire, and pleasure, may be taken as referred either to a bodily sense or to the inner apprehension of the mind. And this same good may be directed to man's good in himself, either in his body or in his soul, or to man's good in relation to other men. And every such difference, being differently related to reason, differentiates virtues. Accordingly, if we take a good, and it be something discerned by the sense of touch, and something pertaining to the upkeep of human life either in the individual or in the species, such as the pleasures of the table or of sexual intercourse, it will belong to the virtue of temperance. As regards the pleasures of the other senses, they are not intense, and so do not present much difficulty to the reason. Hence there is no virtue corresponding to them. For virtue, like art, is about difficult things, according to Ethics 2:3. On the other hand, good discerned not by the senses, but by an inner power, and belonging to man in himself, is like money and honor. The former, by its very nature, being employable for the good of the body, while the latter is based on the apprehension of the mind. These goods again may be considered either absolutely, in which way they concern the concupiscible faculty, or as being difficult to obtain, in which way they belong to the irascible part. Which distinction, however, has no place in pleasurable objects of touch, since such are of base condition, and are becoming to man in so far as he has something in common with irrational animals. Accordingly, in reference to money considered as a good absolutely, as an object of desire, pleasure, or love, there is liberality. But if we consider this good as difficult to get, and as being the object of our hope, there is magnificence, megalopropeia. With regard to that good which we call honor, taken absolutely, as the object of love, we have a virtue called philotimia, that is, love of honor. While if we consider it as hard to attain, and as an object of hope, then we have magnanimity. Wherefore liberality and philotimia seem to be in the concupiscible part, while magnificence and magnanimity are in the irascible. As regards man's good in relation to other men, it does not seem hard to obtain, but is considered absolutely, as the object of the concupiscible passions. This good may be pleasurable to a man in his behavior towards another, either in some serious matter, in actions, to wit, that are directed by reason to a due end, or in playful actions, notably, that are done for mere pleasure, and which do not stand in the same relation to reason as the former. Now one man behaves towards another in serious matters in two ways. First, as being pleasant in his regard, by becoming speech and deeds. And this belongs to a virtue which Aristotle, in Ethics 2:7, calls friendship, philia, and may be rendered affability. Secondly, one man behaves towards another by being frank with him in words and deeds. This belongs to another virtue which, in Ethics 4:7, he calls truthfulness, aletheia. For frankness is more akin to the reason than pleasure, and serious matters than play. Hence there is another virtue about the pleasures of games, which the Philosopher calls eutrapelia, in Ethics 4:8. It is therefore evident that, according to Aristotle, there are 10 moral virtues about the passions, notably, fortitude, temperance, liberality, magnificence, magnanimity, philotimia, gentleness, friendship, truthfulness, and eutrapelia, all of which differ in respect of their diverse matter, passions, or objects. So that, if we add justice, which is about operations, there will be 11 in all. Reply to Obj. 1: All objects of the same specific operation have the same relation to reason. Not so all the objects of the same specific passion: because operations do not thwart reason as the passions do. Reply to Obj. 2: Passions are not differentiated by the same rule as virtues are, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3: More and less do not cause a difference of species, unless they bear different relations to reason. Reply to Obj. 4: Good is a more potent mover than evil, because evil does not cause movement save in virtue of good, as Dionysius states (Div. Nom. iv). Hence an evil does not prove an obstacle to reason so as to require virtues, unless that evil be great; there being, seemingly, one such evil corresponding to each kind of passion. Hence there is but one virtue, meekness, for every form of anger; and again but one virtue, fortitude, for all forms of daring. On the other hand, good involves difficulty, which requires virtue, even if it be not a great good in that particular kind of passion. Consequently there are various moral virtues about desires, as stated above. End of question 60. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC.